Chapter 2601 Yu Sheng's Identity. After Yi Futian banished the 6 major ancient god clans, the forces of Ziwei Imperial Palace began to expand across the original realm. They occupied the bases of the 6 major ancient god clans and constructed teleportation grand matrices. They taught the way in the Heavenly Mandate realm as well as the original 9 supreme imperial realms. On the other side, the Ziwei segmentum began selecting monstrous cultivators. The core members of Ziwei Imperial Palace began busying themselves with work. Yi Futian concocted another batch of elixirs and then continued to cultivate. The forces of the Divine Prefecture would not dare to offend the Ziwei segmentum in the near future. In the year 10,133 of the Divine Prefecture calendar, a piece of news spread across the Divine Prefecture and shocked the populace. The Devil World was sending their troops to the Divine Prefecture and wanted to wage war against them. For the Divine Prefecture, this news was like a bolt out of the blue. Ever since the chaotic war back then, after Dong Huang the Great unified the Divine Prefecture, there had not been any large-scale wars. The Dark World and the empty Divine Realm had provoked them many times, but those weren't considered large-scale wars. However, the Devil World was now waging war against the Divine Prefecture first. A dropped stone raised 1,000 ripples. If the Devil World invaded the Divine Prefecture, the Dark World and the empty Divine Realm would be ready to move. They would gather their armies and wait to conquer the Divine Prefecture. It seemed that a chaotic war of the worlds was about to unfold. As expected, the Devil World was extremely domineering and intended to invade the territories of the Divine Prefecture directly. What vendetta did they have against the Divine Prefecture? The Devil World chose the lands of the Divine Prefecture as their battleground, so the original realm was peaceful. The cultivators of various forces based in the original realm were summoned back to the Divine Prefecture. After all, an incident of this magnitude would lead to a clash between the various major worlds. The cultivators of the various major worlds naturally returned to their bases to prepare to face this cataclysmic war. The Ziwei segmentum was far removed from the various major worlds. Due to their conflict with the Divine Prefecture, both the Dark World and the empty Divine Realm wanted to use them. Hence, no one had attacked the Ziwei segmentum and the original realm. This secretly made Yi Futian feel lucky. The Divine Prefecture had invited such turmoil, while the Ziwei segmentum could develop in peace. In the main city of the Ziwei segmentum, in a tavern not far from Ziwei Imperial Palace, a black-robed figure was drinking wine. Although he had not intentionally unleashed his aura, the people around him could still sense how powerful he was. He was certainly an extremely frightening figure. He had been very quiet and had not disturbed anyone else, merely drinking wine alone. Right then, several people walked up the stairs of the tavern, came to the table opposite his own, and sat down. These people were rather young, but their temperaments were extraordinary. One could tell that they weren't ordinary figures at a glance. The leading youth glanced at the black-robed figure and said, "From your temperament, you don't seem like an ordinary figure. May I have the honor of having a drink with you?" The black-robed man still kept his head down. He did not look at the other party as he replied, "When it comes to wine, I have never turned down anyone." "Excellent, then," replied the youth. As he said this, he waved his hand, and a wine jar flew towards the black-robed figure like a golden bolt of lightning. It was terrifying. Even the space surrounding the wine jar seemed to split apart. However, the black-robed figure extended his hand slightly and calmly received the wine jar. He then poured himself some wine and drank a cup, saying, "Many thanks." Outsiders could not make out anything from this casual exchange. However, the youth frowned slightly and asked, "May I ask who you are?" The youth was Fang Siyuan, Yi Futian's disciple. He was now responsible for many affairs in Ziwei Imperial Palace. For such a cultivator to appear in the city, Fang Siyuan was naturally on high alert. He had come over to see who had arrived. At the very least, he wanted to identify the other party's background and determine whether they came with good or bad intentions. The black-robed figure raised his head and looked at Feng Siyuan with unfathomable, jet-black eyes. He then exclaimed, as expected of his disciple, "You are indeed extraordinary." "You know my master?" asked Feng Siyuan. "I wish to meet him," said the black-robed figure. Feng Siyuan frowned. "Next to him, Duo, you said, master does not meet with just anyone. If you wish to meet with him, you must first announce yourself." "I am Mei Ting from the Devil World," replied the black-robed figure. Feng Siyuan and the others fell silent. They naturally had heard of this name before. Right now, the Devil World was at war with the Divine Prefecture. Why had Mei Ting, a general of the Devil World, appeared in Ziwei City looking for Yi Futian? What was his intention for coming here? "I will inform master now," said Feng Siyuan after deliberating in silence for a while. He then informed Yi Futian. Not long after, Yi Futian appeared in the tavern. The cultivators in the tavern all stood up and looked at Yi Futian with looks of admiration. Yi Futian was already a legendary figure in the Ziwei segmentum. Yi Futian's gaze landed on Mei Ting. He stepped forward, came to Mei Ting's table and sat down. He said, "I haven't seen you in a long while, sir. What wisdom do you have to bestow upon me this time?" "I believe you have heard about the incident with the Divine Prefecture," said Mei Ting. As he said this, a boundary formed around the two of them, isolating their conversation from the outside world. Clearly, he did not wish for their conversation to be overheard by others. Yi Futian nodded and said, "That is why I am curious as to why you, a general of the Devil World, have appeared here." The army of the Devil World invaded this time with not just the Divine Prefecture as their goal. "The original realm is also within their sights," said Mei Ting. "The Devil Emperor ordered for the invasion of the original realm. Do you know who he appointed as the commander of the army?" Yi Futian's gaze narrowed as he stared at Mei Ting. He had a bad premonition. He only knew a few people from the Devil World. For Mei Ting to pose the question in such a manner, Yi Futian must have known the person who had been appointed, and he must have some relation with that person. "Yu Sheng!" Yi Futian exclaimed as he stared at Mei Ting. "Yes," replied Mei Ting as he looked Yi Futian in the eye. "The Devil Emperor ordered Yu Sheng to lead a large army from the Devil World to invade the original realm. Yu Sheng has a history with you. After he conquers the original realm, the Devil Emperor wants you to be subordinate to the Devil World and serve him." Yi Futian initially believed that he had been lucky and that the Devil World had chosen the Divine Prefecture as their battleground, ignoring the original realm. He never imagined that the Devil World not only planned to invade the Divine Prefecture, at the same time, they were also eyeing the original realm. Moreover, the Devil Emperor appointed Yu Sheng as the commander in charge of invading the original realm. Did he reject the order? Yi Futian asked. The armies of the Devil World did not come. Therefore, Yu Sheng clearly had rejected the Devil Emperor's order. "That's right." Mei Ting nodded and said, "Not only did he refuse to obey the order, but he also publicly went against the Devil Emperor." Yu Sheng knew that Yi Futian was in the original realm and was the ruler of the Ziwei segmentum. The former naturally didn't want the troops of the Devil World to invade the place. He wanted to stop the plan. Hence, he disobeyed the Devil Emperor's order. Yi Futian's expression turned ugly. He was worried about Yu Sheng. At this point, few people could affect Yi Futian's mood. Yu Sheng was one of those few people. Yi Futian didn't know much about the characteristics of the Devil Emperor, but the latter would surely be a domineering figure. He was the legendary figure who united the Devil World in the past. He had defeated all the demons in the Devil World and had never lost a battle. Would such an overbearing figure tolerate disobedience? How is he now? Yi Futian asked, "Do you know Yu Sheng's identity?" Mei Ting responded with another question. Yi Futian shook his head. The true identity of Godfather remained a mystery to him even now. He is the nephew of the Devil Emperor. Mei Ting revealed to Yi Futian. Yi Futian's heart trembled violently upon hearing the news. Was Yu Sheng the nephew of the Devil Emperor? Then, wouldn't it mean that Godfather was the brother of the Devil Emperor? Yi Futian never imagined that Godfather and the Devil Emperor were siblings. The Devil Emperor does not have any children, Mei Ting continued. His line seemed to hint at something. The Devil Emperor did not have any children. He only had direct disciples. In that case, Yu Sheng was the only person related to the Devil Emperor by blood. Moreover, Yu Sheng possessed frightening talent in demonic arts. Based on Yu Sheng's former position in the Devil world, Yi Futian could tell that the Devil Emperor emphasized him. From the looks of it, the Devil Emperor might be training Yu Sheng as his successor. However, Mei Ting mentioned Yu Sheng's identity when Yi Futian asked about his current well-being. What did Mei Ting mean by that? The Devil Emperor has been betrayed once, so, Mei Ting said. Now Yu Sheng has been imprisoned by him. Yi Futian's heart skipped a beat. His face turned pale. He understood what Mei Ting meant now. The Devil Emperor had been betrayed once. Was the betrayer Godfather? If that was the case, what would the Devil Emperor think now that Yu Sheng, whom he had devoted his time training, had disobeyed his order? Would he tolerate yet another betrayal? Currently, Yu Sheng was imprisoned. Now, the Devil Emperor might demand more of Yu Sheng than just leading troops into the original realm. Yu Sheng has disobeyed him because of you, Mei Ting explained as he looked at Yi Futian. He sighed and continued, You have a better understanding of Yu Sheng than I do. With his personality, do you think he will agree to the Devil Emperor's demands? He won't. Yi Futian was clear about Yu Sheng's answer. If the Devil Emperor ordered Yu Sheng to attack Yi Futian, would Yu Sheng compromise and agree to obey? He would never do so. I am not supposed to be here today, but I came because I want to let you know about this matter. Farewell, Mei Ting said. Then he waved his hand, removed the boundary, and disappeared from the tavern right away. After Mei Ting left, Yi Futian remained sitting and was in a daze. He looked pale. Master. Worried, Fong Siyuan and the others approached him. They had been with Yi Futian for many years and had never seen him with such a dejected expression. What had happened? What matter did Mei Ting and Master discuss when they were in the sealed space just now? Master, is something wrong? Little Ling couldn't help but ask too. Nothing. I am heading back first. You don't have to worry about me, Yi Futian replied. Then he disappeared without a trace. This caused the others in the tavern to reveal shocked expressions. What happened? Tai, too, mumbled. Fong Siyuan stared at the spot where Yi Futian had been and said, Since Master did not tell us, it probably means that we can't help him with it. Let's hope that everything is fine. Chapter 2602 Submission. In the sleeping quarters of Ziwei Imperial Palace, Yi Futian sat alone, seemingly deep in contemplation. Hua Ju came to his side and sat down quietly behind him, not disturbing him. She could tell that Yi Futian had something on his mind, so she merely sat there silently and kept him company. The news that Mei Ting brought made Yi Futian restless. First of all, he had to determine the truth of the news that the latter had brought. He speculated that the news should be true. There was no need for Mei Ting to lie to him. If this was a scheme by the Devil World against Yi Futian, it was unnecessary. If the Devil Emperor wanted to deal with him, it would be child's play for the former to do so. Moreover, Yi Futian had witnessed Yu Sheng's position in the Devil World before. If no harm had come to Yu Sheng, it was even more unlikely for Mei Ting to use Yu Sheng as an excuse to trick Yi Futian. He hoped that the news was fake, yet he had to fundamentally eliminate this possibility. If so, the next question he needed to ponder was what he would do about it. What Mei Ting said was true. With Yu Sheng's character, he couldn't compromise with the Devil Emperor. Yi Futian did not know what sort of person the latter was for now, but the master who ruled over the devil world would certainly be extremely imposing. The demonic techniques that he cultivated would also be extremely domineering. One could imagine the character of such a person. Would the devil emperor tolerate Yu Sheng not compromising? "Fool!" chided Yi Futian in a low voice. He seemed to have come to a decision. He let out a long breath and then turned to look at Hua Jiu. He saw her smiling sweetly at him. She extended her hand and pushed the white hair in front of his head away. Her eyes shone with gentleness. Yi Futian sensed the tenderness in her actions and felt greatly comforted. He asked softly, "Jeyu, how long have we known each other?" "It has been 137 years since we first met, and this is our 133rd year together," Hua Jiu replied gently. It was now year 10,133 of the Divine Prefecture calendar. They decided to become a couple during the fireworks celebration, which marked the arrival of year 10,000 of the Divine Prefecture calendar. It has been more than 100 years. Yi Futian stared at the beauty in front of him, smiled, and said, "At that time, Yu Sheng and I were both still youths. You were the top beauty of Qingzhou Academy. When you fell in love with me, most likely everyone in the academy thought that you had gone blind." "They were certainly the blind ones," Hua Ji responded with a sweet smile. Yi Futian shook his head. He cupped her face in his hands, declaring, "The luckiest things I have encountered in life are meeting you and becoming brothers with Yu Sheng." Hua Ji's eyes glistened with joy. However, she asked softly, "Did something happen to Yu Sheng?" Yi Futian was momentarily stunned. Then he smiled and said, "I can't hide anything from you. Aside from Yu Sheng, there's no one else who can make you so emotional," Hua Ji explained with a smile. "Are you planning to go to the devil world?" Yi Futian did not dare to look Hua Jiu in the eyes as he replied. "Go ahead," Hua Jiu said directly. Yi Futian was stupefied. He looked at Hua Jiu with puzzlement. They were talking about the devil world now. Moreover, Yu Sheng was imprisoned by the devil emperor. One could imagine how perilous his trip would be. "We're talking about Yu Sheng. Why would I stop you?" said Hua Ji while staring into Yi Futian's eyes. Her gaze was cheerful as before. She assured him, saying, "Don't worry, I will not go with you. I will wait for your return in Ziwei Imperial Palace." She knew very well what Yi Futian was thinking. As she had said, they were talking about Yu Sheng. What could stop Yi Futian from rescuing him? How could she stop him? If she were the one in danger, Yi Futian would do the same for her. Would Yu Sheng stop him? No, he would join Yi Futian in the rescue. However, she knew that Yi Futian would not agree to let her tag along. Hence, she would wait patiently for his return here. Yi Futian's heart felt warm as he stared at her beautiful face. Hua Ji was most likely the person who understood him best in the world. In the Taishan domain of the Divine Prefecture. The Taishan domain was a powerful region in the Divine Prefecture. In terms of ability, Taishan domain chief ranked in the top 3 among the 18 domain chiefs. Moreover, there were 2 giant forces in the domain. One of them was the Jiang Ancient God clan. The other giant force was the Shen clan. The surname of the Shen clan members was Shen. Their ancestors were deity-level figures and great emperors. Unfortunately, their ancestors' inheritances were not passed down. In spite of that, their abilities were formidable. Currently, the Shen clan only minded their own business. Before this, they had been attacked once by Yi Futian. Even up until now, there were still many Shen clan cultivators who were trapped in the Ziwei segmentum. As a result, the Shen clan did not even dare to participate in the series of wars against the Ziwei segmentum. Up until today, the Shen clan was still worried whether or not Yi Futian would choose to settle the score with them. Shen clan lord had been training in seclusion with the intention of becoming stronger. He needed to advance half a step more before he could rest his worries of being defeated. On this day, the Shin clan lord was training in the clan. All of a sudden, terrifying ripples of the great path were stirred up around him. Shin clan lord opened his eyes, and his will scanned the surroundings. Then, a silhouette suddenly appeared in front of him. The visitor had white hair and was dressed in white robes. His temperament was extraordinary. Shin clan lord's expression turned ugly when he saw the visitor. He had finally come here after all. The visitor was none other than Yi Futian. "From the looks of it, it's inevitable for us to fight," Shin clan lord said as he looked at Yi Futian. This figure before him had killed 2 giant-level figures from Celestial Worthy Mountain and Mo clan. His ability went without saying. However, Shin clan lord felt that his own ability would not be weaker than that of the 2 deceased cultivators. Nevertheless, he still did not have much confidence. Being able to put up a fight and kill the opponent were 2 very different concepts. The difference between the 2 was huge. "It depends on you whether or not we will fight," Yi Futian said calmly with his hands behind his back. Shin clan lord frowned and asked, "What do you mean?" Yi Futian said, "The incident in the past resulted in my vendetta against Shin clan of the lower worlds. Even though you joined in later on, I do not have a strong reason to annihilate you. I can give you a choice. Please speak your mind." Shin clan lord could naturally feel Yi Futian's arrogant attitude. Even though the former was annoyed, he did not dare to speak up against the latter because he was weaker. Many things went without saying for Yi Futian to be able to show up in front of him without a sound or trace. If Yi Futian attacked them, the territory of the Shin clan would be reduced to flat ground immediately. "From today onwards, Shin clan will obey my commands," Yi Futian proposed with a domineering tone. He wanted a giant-level force to submit to him and work under his command. Otherwise, why would he spare them? The Shin clan lord's expression was ugly. The Shin clan was the descendant of gods. They had a rich heritage and were one of the overlords. They were one of the forces which stood at the peak among all forces of the divine prefecture. Now, Yi Futian demanded them to submit to him. "This is your way of humiliating Shin clan," Shin clan lord said coldly. "If you can't swallow this humiliation, then do you accept being annihilated?" Yi Futian said as he stared into the eyes of the other party. "It is a simple choice. Would the Shin clan choose submission or destruction?" "You have killed 2 top figures, but you might not necessarily be able to defeat me," said Shin clan lord. "Prior to our fight, Celestial Worthy Mountain Master also thought the same thing. In the end, he died," Yi Futian stated. Shin clan lord's expression turned exceptionally ugly. "Moreover, even if you want to push your luck and take a chance, how about the other members of Shin clan?" Yi Futian continued to pressure the Shin clan lord. The gaze of Shin clan lord was deadly fixed on Yi Futian. The former was struggling fiercely internally. This was indeed a very simple choice to make. However, such a simple choice would decide the fate of all the Shin clan members. Would the Shin clan choose to live at the mercy of Yi Futian, or would they choose to die with dignity? Or perhaps, could they pretend to agree to Yi Futian's request? They would endure the humiliation and kill him when the chance arose in the future. Yi Futian silently stared at Shin clan lord. His deep and dark gaze caused the latter to feel that all his thoughts were exposed in front of Yi Futian. Even though Yi Futian was still young, both his abilities and his schemes were terrifying. "Have you decided?" "I don't have much time to waste here," Yi Futian urged. The muscles on the Shin clan lord's face twitched as he held his fists tightly. He clenched his teeth and said, "I agree. From this moment forth, the Shin clan will submit to your rule. However, if you order Shin clan to go die, I will not do it. Since you agree, you are my subordinates. It's impossible for me to command you to go to your deaths," Yi Futian assured him. "From today onwards, Shin clan is under Ziwei Imperial Palace. However, Do not reveal this news to others for now. Just carry out your day-to-day business as usual." "Yes, sir," Shin Clan Lord responded while lowering his head. It was as though he had accepted his new position. Yi Futian continued to order, "Give me all the teachings of Shin Clan. Besides that, I will lead a group of Shin Clan core members to cultivate in Ziwei Imperial Palace." Shin Clan Lord's expression turned stiff upon hearing his order. This be asterisk starred. Right after he yielded to Yi Futian, the latter immediately asked for the teachings of the Shin Clan from him. Shin Clan's teachings were the foundation of their clan. Furthermore, Yi Futian wanted to hold the core members of the Shin Clan hostage in the Ziwei segmentum. "Palace Lord, you ordered someone to come and take away a group of cultivators last time. Those Shin Clan members are still in the Ziwei segmentum now," Shin Clan Lord said. "I know, but it was quite rushed last time. This time, I will examine whether or not there are still talented core members among you. I will bring them to the Ziwei segmentum for better training," Yi Futian replied. Shin Clan Lord was fuming inside, but he still nodded his head and said, "All right." "Clan Lord, go and prepare what I said," Yi Futian concluded nonchalantly. Before he left for the Devil World, he needed to set up a hidden chess piece in the Divine Prefecture in case of emergencies. Of course, it would be best if he didn't need to use them. However, if any changes were to arise, this hidden chess piece would at least be somewhat useful. Shin Clan Lord was very cooperative in making sure that Yi Futian's request was met. After that, Yi Futian left with the group of selected Shin Clan members. However, he didn't go back to the Ziwei segmentum with them. Instead, he entrusted Blind Tai to lead them back. He had come to the Shin Clan with Blind Tai. Yi Futian himself went to the North Cliff region, the border of the 18 domains of the Divine Prefecture. The North Cliff region was far removed from the other places. It was situated at the far north of the Divine Prefecture. However, currently, the troops of the Divine Prefecture were gathered there. Countless cultivators headed to the region too. The troops of the Devil World invaded the Divine Prefecture through the North Cliff region. Currently, the entire North Cliff region was already thrown into war. Yi Futian made his way north. Along his journey, he saw the troops making their way towards the battlefield. Many cultivators were enlisted too. However, he ignored them and pressed on with celerity. He moved across the battlefield and moved further up north. Yi Futian arrived at a sky river. The water was black in color and was accompanied by terrifying storms. It looked like the river was hanging from the sky. This was the Black River, the border which separated the Divine Prefecture and the Devil World. After one crossed the Black River, they would arrive at the gates, which would lead them to the Devil World. In the past, Yi Futian had no idea about this. After he had a better understanding of the worlds, only then did he know that the Devil World and the Divine Prefecture were neighboring lands. The lands of the two major worlds were connected. Chapter 2603, Devil World. On the edge of the Black River stood an enormous border marker. The steel was already broken, but one could still vaguely recognize the giant word imprinted on it, Cliff. Before it was broken, the steel was carved with the words North Cliff. This was the dividing line between the Devil World and the Divine Prefecture and the end of the North Cliff region. But now, after the steel, atop the Black River, massive troops of the Devil World were appearing. They had traversed over from the other end to invade the Divine Prefecture. What was the grudge between the Divine Prefecture and the Devil World? The empty Divine Realm and the Dark World had been provoking the Divine Prefecture previously. Unexpectedly, now the Devil World was waging war against the Divine Prefecture. However, the human realm and the world of Buddhism seemed to have a decent relationship with the Divine Prefecture. "Who's there?" Just then a yell could be heard. The voice was extremely cold and exuded a freezing aura. Yi Futian looked toward the Black River and saw a pair of demonic eyes glaring at him as though penetrating through space. Yi Futian levitated into the air and appeared atop the Black River. His pure white clothes formed a stark contrast against the Black River. With a thought, he disappeared from where he was standing. A terrifying dark storm raged atop the Black River. Yi Futian's figure traversed across the Black River, and he saw the Grand Devil World Army. Someone has invaded. A figure came from the Black River. He unleashed his terrifying aura, but wasn't able to capture Yi Futian. As Yi Futian continued forward, he was rather surprised by the vastness of the Black River. With his speed, he could travel across an extremely vast area with just a thought. Yet he was still above the darkness, where the sky was dark, and it seemed as though the eyes of darkness atop the celestial skies were devouring everything in its sight. Before him was the end of the Black River, which looked like the end of the world. He could see the Devil World troops marching toward the Divine Prefecture one after another. The Devil World had clearly used its true powers in this war. They weren't just testing things out like they were with the Dark World and empty Divine Realm. Finally, Yi Futian arrived at the end of the darkness. There were terrifying whirlpools on the dark skies. Before him, the celestial worlds turned into a soundlessly large Devil Gate. As the Devil Gate opened, there were troops coming here successively through the door from the other side. "Who's there?" One after another divine consciousness swept toward Yi Futian. There were several sharp, domineering auras among them. Yi Futian completely ignored them and continued to move forward. As he willed it, he appeared directly in front of that Devil Gate and stepped into it. A terrifying aura of space was floating in the air. His body was devoured by the Devil Gate. Moments later, he appeared in another world. Many terrifying auras engulfed him as several voices could be heard. "Someone is invading." Yi Futian disappeared again. Several powerful auras were chasing after him, but they soon lost him and failed to track him down. Behind the Devil Gate, many powerful cultivators assembled. The leading few all had terrifying auras. They were all tribulation plane cultivators. They stared at the figure that was disappearing into the distance. Someone said, "This person's movements are unparalleled. Who in the Divine Prefecture is capable of such movements?" The cultivators shook their heads. No one knew who it was. "There's none in the Divine Prefecture, but there's one in the original realm," a middle-aged cultivator with a slim physique said, looking into the distance. The pupils of the other cultivators constricted upon hearing him. Although they were inside the Devil World, Yi Futian's name was bright as the sun in the sky. He was renowned throughout the Divine Prefecture and the original realm. Even the top figures of the Devil World had heard of him. Furthermore, a massive incident happened at the Devil Imperial Palace recently. It was also related to him. "Why did he come to the Devil World?" someone asked impassively. "Perhaps it's because of him. We need to notify the Devil Imperial Palace. If we want to capture this person, I'm afraid we will need the Demon Sage to do it personally." As they spoke, they notified the Devil Imperial Palace that Yi Futian had arrived. Afterward, they walked out of the Devil Gate and headed toward the Divine Prefecture. They didn't bother paying any more attention to Yi Futian, as other people would deal with him. Yi Futian's figure appeared in the Devil World. He stood in the void and raised his head to look toward the sky. There was no sun in the Devil World. The sky was dark as the night in the world outside. Furthermore, this sky gave people a formless sense of pressure. Yi Futian's senses were sharp, which allowed him to feel this pressure that the world was exerting more. It was as though this pressure was omnipresent. Were the people of the Devil World enduring this divine might all the time? This was a world that was entirely different from the Divine Prefecture. Compared to the Divine Prefecture, the living conditions of the Devil World seemed to be significantly worse. According to legends, the Devil World had 9 skies, 10 continents for oceans, and 8 wildernesses. Yi Futian flew downward and reached the ground. He wanted to find a map and head straight for the Devil City. After landing on the ground, the gazes of the demonic cultivators around all swept toward him. All of them felt a little ominous. Yi Futian's aura did not fit in with the cultivators of the Devil World at all. "Mister," Yi Futian tried to ask someone a question, but that person just glanced at him coldly and walked away straight away. He didn't even pause. Yi Futian was rejected several times in succession. He frowned and roughly understood why. Then his body turned into a whirlpool and started to absorb the demonic currents in the world around him. Soon, the demonic aura flowed through him. At the same time, he changed into a black outfit. With a flash, his figure appeared in front of someone else. Afterward, things went a lot more smoothly. Before long, Yi Futian had obtained the rough map of the Devil World. Yi Futian didn't stay there after getting the map. Instead, he set off straight away for the demonic city of the Devil World. He desperately wanted to find information about Yu Sheng. He didn't know what had happened to him. Yi Futian traversed the Devil World alone. He traveled across the 9 skies and 10 continents. On his way, he found out that the cultivation environment in the Devil World was even harsher than he had imagined. There were even powers of obliteration smiting down from atop the skies occasionally. Yet the cultivators of the Devil World seemed to have gotten used to it. Even really skillful cultivators could use it to their advantage to temper and improve their demonic arts. Yi Futian had never seen such incredible phenomena before. Previously, Yi Futian had gone to the Western world before. The world of Buddhism was also rather different from the divine prefecture. But apart from the thriving of Buddhism and how fantastic Buddhist methods were, the cultivation environment for normal people and the general environment of the world was still somewhat similar to the divine prefecture. On the other hand, the Devil World was greatly different. There was no daylight in the world, and it remained in darkness permanently. Even the faint light coming from atop the celestial skies seemed to be born from the aura of obliteration high up above. He also discovered a peculiar phenomenon. The population of the Devil World wasn't as dense as the divine prefecture. However, the average power level of the Devil World cultivators was far greater than that of the divine prefecture. The divine prefecture was home to many powerful cultivators, but there were exponentially more weaklings there. The pyramid of power was rather clear. The overall power level of the Devil World was several levels higher. This would be caused by the harsh environment of the Devil World. The weaker cultivators couldn't even survive in the environment of the Devil World. Those who managed to survive the process of natural selection were all very adaptable cultivators, which allowed them to reach a much higher level of cultivation. The demonic city, the central city of the Devil World. Yi Futian thought that the cultivation environment here might be better than in other places. However, when he arrived, he found out that the cultivation environment of the demonic city might be the worst across the entire Devil World. Far away atop the celestial skies, he could vaguely see a palace that connected to the skies. That was the Devil Imperial Palace, also known as the Demon God Palace. There was a terrifying storm of obliteration there. Even from such a great distance, Yi Futian could feel the terrifying aura that could suppress the entire world. Yi Futian had never thought that the Devil Imperial Palace would be situated below a turbulent storm of obliteration that seemed like it could destroy the world. The Demon God Palace seemed like it was shrouded by that power of obliteration and was constantly enduring the world-destroying power. What kind of world is this? Yi Futian wondered. The things that he saw right before his eyes contradicted his understanding of the world. As the main city of the Devil World, the demonic city wasn't as bustling as he had imagined. In the divine prefecture, the more powerful a place, the more bustling and lively it would be. But the demonic city was different from the main cities of the divine prefecture. There weren't that many cultivators here. However, their cultivation levels were even more powerful. Yi Futian could see demonic emperor-level cultivators nearly everywhere. As Yi Futian continued to walk forward, his divine consciousness covered a boundless, vast space. Instantly, many sounds in the demonic city were funneled into his eardrums. With a turn of his mind, Yi Futian appeared below one of the demonic buildings. He raised his head and looked at the building, and then walked up and found a place to sit down. The Devil World army is nearly reaching the North Cliff region of the Divine Prefecture, said a voice from upstairs. They were talking about the war between the Devil World and the Divine Prefecture. The Demon Sage is personally leading the Devil World troops on the conquer. The Divine Prefecture cultivators are merely a mob. How will they be able to fend off our army? I wonder if the Devil Emperor will facilitate the charge this time to take down the Divine Prefecture, another person said. Yi Futian realized that when he mentioned the words Devil Emperor, there was a powerful sense of reverence in his eyes. It was a genuine emotion that came from his heart. There are countless powerful cultivators throughout the 18 domains and regions of the Divine Prefecture. Below Donghuang the Great, there are the Imperial Palace cultivators and the 18 domain chiefs' manors. I'm afraid it won't be that easy either to take down the Divine Prefecture, Yi Futian said. He seemed to want to participate in the conversation intentionally to acquire more information. The cultivators of the Divine Prefecture live in such a luxurious environment. How will they be able to stop our Devil World army? The 18 domains wouldn't stand a chance against our attacks, one of the demonic cultivators said. His voice was domineering, and he seemed to be full of confidence regarding the Devil World army's strength. Donghuang the Great is also an unparalleled being in his era. He had harmonized the land of the Divine Prefecture and invigorated the cultivation of power and strength. There are countless cultivators in the Divine Prefecture and a great number of powerful ones. You shouldn't underestimate the enemy, Yi Futian said impassively. Donghuang the Great's reign only lasted for several hundred years. How could he compare to the Devil Emperor? Back in those days, the Devil Emperor's might dominated the entire world. He commanded the 9 skies and 10 continents for oceans and 8 wildernesses. He sits at the Devil Imperial Palace, atop the Devil Abyss. He alone endured the demonic tribulations of the skies and propped up the 9 skies and 10 continents of the Devil World. Such might, how could Donghuang the Great even compare to him? The demonic cultivator's voice turned cold as he heard Yi Futian. He stared at him and said, "Who are you, trying to exaggerate the powers of the enemy?" As he spoke, a faint, threatening aura was unleashed, and his gaze toward Yi Futian turned a little menacing. Yi Futian realized that all of the people in the building were looking toward the Devil Imperial Palace. Their gazes converged onto the storm of obliteration atop the sky as they bowed in that direction. There was great piety in their eyes. The Devil Emperor was a god here. Chapter 2604. Seeking an audience with the Devil Emperor. Yi Futian was somewhat surprised at the respect the cultivators of the Devil World showed the Devil Emperor. In his imagination, the Devil Emperor suppressed the Devil World with his unparalleled domineering ability. Here, where the strongest was king, the demonic cultivators should be terrified of the Devil Emperor. However, when he looked at the demonic cultivators present, they showed the Devil Emperor admiration and respect that stemmed from their very cores. It is not that I wish to be a wet blanket. The Divine Prefecture is vast and endless and has countless top cultivators. If the members of the Devil World act careless and underestimate their opponent, we will only stand to lose out, Yi Futian said indifferently. Leaving aside the other forces, the disciples of Donghuang the Great are all extraordinary people with exceptional talent. I have heard that Donghuang the Great's only daughter, Donghuang Diwen, is also a proud daughter of heaven and is peerless among her generation. It will most likely be difficult to find someone in the Devil World who can contend with her. All the direct disciples of the Devil Emperor have peerless demonic might. As for Donghuang Diwen, the Devil World has claimed that they want to capture her and bring her to the Devil Imperial Palace. A demonic cultivator said indifferently. As for peerless figures, Yi Futian's expression twitched slightly. He continued testing them, saying, "There is one person whom I feel is missing out." When he said this, the others fell silent. They clearly knew who Yi Futian was referring to. One person stood up and walked to the edge of the demon tower. He looked towards the Devil Imperial Palace and said, "He will figure it out." "How is he now?" asked Yi Futian. This was what he truly wanted to know. "He is imprisoned beneath the Devil Abyss on the demon-slaying platform," said a voice. Yi Futian turned to look toward the stairs of the demon tower. A silhouette approached him. It was an elder who appeared to be in his 50s. His messy hair ran down over his loose, long robe. He seemed very unconcerned with his appearance. Yi Futian could not sense the aura of a cultivator from him. However, the more Yi Futian looked, the more he felt that this elder was extraordinary. Yi Futian could also do the same. If he wanted to hide his aura, others would be unable to detect it. The elder walked up to Yi Futian's table. He walked up to the seat across from Yi Futian and then immediately sat down, not seeking Yi Futian's permission to do so. From downstairs, the server in the demon tower brought up a bowl of noodles and placed it in front of the elder. The elder began eating on his own, seemingly out of place with everything here. Yi Futian observed the elder who was eating the noodles. The latter always had his head down, and his movements were neither fast nor slow. The noodles seemed exceptionally tasty, and he appeared like an ordinary person enjoying them very much. After a short while, the elder finished up the noodles. Only then did he look up at Yi Futian, who was sitting across from him, and said, "Do you know about the Devil Abyss and the demon-slaying platform?" Yi Futian stared at the elder. He was uncertain about the background of the other party. Why had this elder immediately sat across from him? Could it be that he could tell that Yi Futian was not a cultivator of the devil world? "Elder, please shed some light on the matter," said Yi Futian. The surrounding people revealed strange looks as they stared at Yi Futian. There was actually someone who did not know about the Devil Abyss and the demon-slaying platform. "All of you, tell him about them," said the elder. He was clearly talking to the others up here. Someone said, "Legend tells that in the ancient world, the Devil Abyss was the second cruelest prison after the Heavenly Path. The collapse of the Heavenly Path formed the Devil World. However, the Devil Abyss still spanned above the lands of the Devil World. It is always creating destructive energy, even causing destructive catastrophes to descend. The cultivators of the Devil World have always been living under the harsh conditions of the Devil Abyss." Someone to the side added, "After the Devil Emperor unified the Devil World, he placed the Devil Imperial Palace at a spot closest to the storm of the Devil Abyss, pacifying it. With his own power, he withstood the various demonic catastrophes and protected the lands of the Devil World, allowing the cultivators here to be spared from disaster. The Devil Emperor also studied demonic methods, created many incredible demonic techniques, and passed them on to the members of the Devil World to cultivate." "You've gone off topic," said the elder indifferently. The person speaking seemed to have gone off the rails and was reciting the achievements of the Devil Emperor. "The demon-slaying platform is beneath the Devil Abyss," said the elder as he looked at Yi Futian. "The Devil Abyss sends down demonic catastrophes, which land on the demon-slaying platform. The cultivators who are imprisoned on the demon-slaying platform will face demonic catastrophes until they die. No demonic cultivator imprisoned on the demon-slaying platform has ever made it out alive. However, not just anyone is qualified to be on the demon-slaying platform. Only those who have committed severe crimes end up there. The last time the demon-slaying platform was opened was more than 400 years ago," someone added. Yi Futian's expression turned somewhat pale. Yu Sheng was imprisoned on the demon-slaying platform beneath the Devil Abyss. He would face endless demonic catastrophes until he died. Although he is imprisoned there, as long as he yields, he will be released. However, he would rather betray the Devil World than yield. "In your opinion, is he doing the right thing?" the elder asked as he looked at Yi Futian. Why did he not yield? Asked Yi Futian. He received an order to invade the original realm. He has a brother there. For his brother, he has forsaken his own identity, said the elder. To his brother, he is naturally not wrong for standing for his brother and valuing their friendship. From the perspective of the devil world, he disobeyed the command of the devil emperor, so he is naturally at fault, replied Yi Futian. He cultivated in the devil imperial palace and will inherit the devil world in the future and rule over these lands. He shoulders a heavy mission. For the sake of his brother, should he give up his duty to the world? Is it right for him to lay down his life? The elder continued asking as he stared at Yi Futian. He is at fault, answered Yi Futian as he locked eyes with the elder. What choice do you think he should have made? The elder asked as he looked Yi Futian in the eye. He should have invaded the original realm, replied Yi Futian. The elder stared at Yi Futian. After a brief moment of silence, he stood up and said, Everyone knew what choice he should have made. Why didn't he? As he mumbled, he turned around and walked down the stairs, disappearing from Yi Futian's sight. Yi Futian stared at the silhouette of the elder disappearing. Then he gazed into the distance where the devil imperial palace was. Everyone knew what to choose. Why did Yu Sheng not know? Yu Sheng was not ignorant. It was just that he prioritized his brotherhood with Yi Futian. Even if Yu Sheng had to turn his back against the whole world, he would still not betray Yi Futian. With a flash, Yi Futian disappeared from his original spot. The cultivators who were in the demon tower revealed shocked expressions when they saw the disappearing figure. Their wills swept out and scanned the surroundings, but they could no longer track Yi Futian's whereabouts. He is so fast, someone commented. Who is this person? His cultivation is unfathomable. He actually did not know about the Devil Abyss and the demon-slaying platform, someone said. Who was the elder? His background must be extraordinary, although there was no aura emanating from him. I actually felt a formless pressure when he spoke, someone said. They all revealed pondering looks and strange expressions. These two figures were both somewhat strange. The crowd could not get a good read on them. What was the meaning behind their conversation? They could not understand. It sounded like rambling, but also seemed to have a deeper, hidden meaning. Did the two of them know each other? Very few people visited the Devil Imperial Palace. A terrifying might pressured down on the space surrounding the palace. One could sense the terror of the domineering might even when they stood outside of the palace. The cultivators of the devil world only dared to observe and worship the palace from a distance. However, right now a figure appeared outside of the Devil Imperial Palace. Yi Futian stood quietly as he gazed at the towering demon god palace. When he looked at the palace from a distance, he thought it was one with the ground. However, now that he was already at the base, he realized that the palace was still very high up and far away from him. He had to make his way vertically up until he reached the heavens before he could arrive at the demon god palace. Even though he was standing at the base of the Devil Imperial Palace, he could already sense a formless might. He could not imagine how terrifying the pressure would be as he ascended to the top. The cultivators of the Devil Imperial Palace had to withstand this might all the time. After the Devil Emperor unified the Devil world, he single-handedly suppressed the Devil Abyss. Then he controlled the entire Devil world and developed all the lands. A troop of devil generals appeared in front of the Heaven's Gate of the Devil Imperial Palace. They stood on both sides of the gates, protecting the palace from any intruders. They looked down on Yi Futian with cold expressions. They exerted terrifying auras directly on Yi Futian. Yi Futian raised his head. His gaze seemed to penetrate the vast space. He loudly declared, Yi Futian from the original realm seeks an audience with the Devil Emperor. Yi Futian from the original realm seeks an audience with the Devil Emperor. His voice reverberated up into the sky. It immediately pierced through the heavens and could be heard throughout the palace. In the distance, many figures looked over towards his direction. They were extremely astonished. Someone had actually come to the Devil Imperial Palace seeking an audience with the Devil Emperor. In the Devil Imperial Palace, various cultivators similarly appeared and looked down at Yi Futian. Yi Futian's name was known to the members of the Devil Imperial Palace. Due to his existence, Yu Sheng had refused to invade the original realm. Yi Futian had actually come to the Devil Imperial Palace in the Devil World, seeking an audience with the Devil Emperor. This person actually had the gall to do so. There was no response from the Devil Imperial Palace. The Devil Emperor would not quickly respond to this. Below the Devil Imperial Palace, it was as quiet as a grave. Yi Futian stood alone down below, appearing very lonely. Before him was the Devil Imperial Palace of the Devil World. It was one of the most terrifying places in the world. After the Devil Emperor unified the Devil World, Yi Futian was the first person from the outside world who came here and declared that he wanted to seek an audience with the Devil Emperor. Yi Futian from the original realm seeks an audience with the Devil Emperor. Yi Futian shouted once again when he saw that nobody from the Devil Imperial Palace gave him any response. His voice reverberated throughout the heavens and echoed in space. The echo of his voice reached even the sky. In the Devil Imperial Palace, a demonic cultivator with disheveled hair stood on the demon-slaying platform, which was right underneath the Devil Abyss. His body was locked down by the heavenly demon clasp. His clothes were in tatters, and he was covered in wounds. However, when he heard the voice from down below, his body shook violently. His jet-black eyes beneath his disheveled head of hair suddenly opened, revealing an astonishing demonic light. Chapter 2605. To the Devil Imperial Palace. More and more cultivators appeared inside the Devil Imperial Palace, but still no one responded. And he had to consider whether or not the Devil Emperor was someone that could be seen by him whenever he wanted. Yi Futian stood in the void as he raised his head to look at the towering Devil Imperial Palace before him. Then he took a step forward and walked higher into the sky. In the world of the Devil Gate, strength was everything. If the Devil Emperor were not going to receive him, he would have to be creative in finding a way to see him. Boom! Before that Devil Gate, the powers of those cultivators on either side were full of horrific demonic prowess, as overbearing demonic shadows appeared, pressing in on Yi Futian's location. Bang! Yi Futian took a sudden and violent step into the sky. When his footstep fell, the divine light of the great path swept out. It contained a terrifying power. Those demonic cultivators blocking in front of the Devil Gate were knocked back. However, they weren't injured, but merely gave way to his advance. He came to the Devil Imperial Palace in hopes of an audience with the Devil Emperor. Still, he was not so arrogant to think that he could penetrate the Devil Imperial Palace so easily. Obviously, he was not here to hurt anyone. His purpose was only to ask for an audience. Yu Sheng had angered the Devil Emperor, and there was nothing Yi Futian could do to save Yu Sheng. The only way to save Yu Sheng was either for the Devil Emperor to change his mind or for Yu Sheng to compromise. After he repelled the cultivators who guarded the Devil Gate, Yi Futian continued to walk high in the sky. He did not attempt to cross using Buddha's celerity. This was the Devil Imperial Palace, and using such a method would not work. He could only hope to win their respect with his true strength. The Devil Imperial Palace towered high in the sky. Its true height was obscured. As he made his way up, he had to cross one chasm after the other. The lower area alone was populated by mighty hordes of demonic cultivators, much like a demonic army serving as the first line of defense. They appeared above Yi Futian, and none of them was weak in their cultivation. They were all in the realm of demonic emperors. And these were just the cultivators at the feet of the Devil Imperial Palace. In the void, the demonic might had overwhelmed this corner of the world. A terrifying aura came swooping down on Yi Futian as many demonic soldiers launched their attacks simultaneously at him. However, Yi Futian was wrapped up in the divine light, and as those attacks landed on his body, they did not affect him at all. His entire person was submerged by the power of the attack, but he didn't move an inch. As he continued upward, all the attacks were shattered. Futian twitched his mind slightly, and the vast space immediately solidified. All the demonic cultivators now felt it was difficult to move their bodies. It was as if they were frozen and that the space they were in was a prison. Futian continued to walk up, passing through this mighty army of the demon emperor. A terrifying divine might swept out, and everyone was pushed back. Futian asks to speak with the demon emperor. A sound rolled in the sky as Futian looked up. The sky was dark and heavy. Cultivators appeared in different locations throughout the Devil Imperial Palace. The higher he went, the more terrifying the cultivators seemed to become. Of course, with his realm today, even in the Devil Imperial Palace, there were not many who could really deter him. After all, he was now able to single-handedly kill someone like the Mountain Master of Celestial Worthy Mountain, who was a cultivator of the Second Tribulation Plane. As Futian continued to move upward into the sky, 72 demon emperors appeared in front of him. Even Futian had felt that monstrous aura from them along with a strong oppressive force. These 72 demonic emperors seemed to form a terrifying battle matrix. As the figure of an incomparable demon appeared above Futian, he made a trampling motion directly towards Futian, and a horrific roar violently rocked the space. However, the divine light surrounded Futian as his figure turned into a flash of light. He raised his hand and attacked with a single finger. His body morphed into a sword as he continued his forward movement and penetrated the giant foot, stomping down on him. The sword continued to penetrate through the body of the demonic shadow and pierced it in an instant, reappearing in the sky above. How strong! In the distance, the cultivators outside the Devil Imperial Palace looked up at the situation above, and they were extremely shocked. Futian of the original realm had come this far, wanting to penetrate the Devil Imperial Palace, all for a chance to see the Devil Emperor. This was far too insane. The group who attempted the interception just now seemed to be from the 72 Tiangang Division within the Devil Imperial Palace, which had several incredibly powerful existences. Nevertheless, they were unable to stop Futian in the least, because his strength had crushed them. Futian asks for an audience with the Devil Emperor. That voice was heard again. It was extremely dreadful and made many cultivators' hearts beat wildly. It was as if he would not stop until the Devil Emperor received him in person. Above the Devil Imperial Palace, many people retreated and did not bother intercepting Futian, who was continuing upward. They knew that unless they were Tribulation Plane cultivators, it was useless to try to stop him. There was simply no way for them to stop Futian from advancing. Futian made his way up, passing by many cultivators. Now that the Devil World was declaring war on the Divine Prefecture, many cultivators had been called out of the Devil Imperial Palace and went to the front to participate in the war. There were not many left behind to guard the Devil Imperial Palace. After all, who would dare to attack the Devil Imperial Palace? Even so, many powerful existences remained. At this time, above Futian, there were two great cultivators of the Tribulation Plane, Imperial Devil General and Crazy Devil General. In the distance on the outside, two powerful demonic cultivators hovered high in the sky, exuding tremendous auras. Everyone's heart was beating wildly. These two great devil generals ranked 2nd and 5th, respectively, and both were in the First Tribulation Plane. Imperial Devil General, especially, was already on his way to the second divine tribulation of the Great Path. Even if it was such a peak force like the Devil Imperial Palace, there were not many cultivators in the Tribulation Plane, including the Imperial Palace in Divine Prefecture. Those who had survived the divine tribulation of the Great Path were already standing at the top of the pyramid. As for those who had survived the second divine tribulation of the Great Path, They were considered giants in all of the worlds. Even when they established their own principalities outside, they would be regarded as giant-level forces. There were hundreds of millions of living souls in the 18 domains of the divine prefecture, but there were very few who had survived the second divine tribulation of the Great Path. On the record, there was only one such person in all of the ancient god clans. In the devil world, cultivators of Tribulation Plane or the devil generals or a personal disciple of the devil emperor himself, or some even more noble characters inside the devil imperial palace, were typically existences who were not out and about in the world, like the old demon who had been protecting Yusheng. The real power within those deity-level principalities, in fact, lay with those little-known existences who were well hidden. Therefore, as far as all the major worlds were concerned, Yi Futian's current strength was already at the very top. Boom! A series of terrifying black lightning emerged, like terrifying demonic tribulation. It carried with it a supremely destructive power. The crazy devil general stood above Yi Futian, some madness in his eyes as he bathed in the light of the demonic tribulation. His appearance was frightening beyond words. Around the imperial devil general, horrific demonic shadows appeared, as if all the demons of this world were under his command with an extremely domineering force. An overpowering divine light bloomed from Yi Futian's body as he swept towards the two great devil generals. Those who once stood high and mighty above the world now appeared common in his eyes. How could the cultivators in the first tribulation plane do anything to stop him? Boom! Hundreds of thousands of demonic tribulations swept down, blasting on Yi Futian's divine body. However, as Yi Futian was bathing in it, he was unmoved. Instead, his body bounding towards the sky above, as a shocking and audible booming was heard from him. His momentum was most audacious as he launched a fist at the crazy devil general. There was a terrible loud noise, and this punch seemed to have all the power that could destroy the Great Path. The demonic tribulation danced wildly, and the crazy devil general flew back. Soon Yi Futian turned around as he dealt another punch at the imperial devil general. It was overpowering and direct. The fist will pierce through the void and shattered all the demons who were summoned. As they lay in a pile of dust, the imperial devil general suffered a similar fate. He was knocked back by a punch that he simply could not have stopped. After he repelled the two great devil generals, Yi Futian continued upward. He looked up at the sky above the devil imperial palace and said again, "Yi Futian asks for an audience with the devil emperor." He was now at the highest point of the devil imperial palace, and many characters with extraordinary temperaments were right in front of him. Their cultivation levels were different. There were upper demonic emperors as well as demonic emperors of Tribulation Plane, but they were all young. They were the disciples of the devil emperor. "Stay back," said a voice from above the sky, asking them to stand down. Everyone in the devil imperial palace understood that unless someone at the giant level were to make a move, no one else could stop Yi Futian. No doubt the devil imperial palace had other ways to prevent Yi Futian from going any further. They could even directly kill him off. But Yi Futian had gotten inside the devil imperial palace with his own strength, so how could the devil imperial palace use other less honorable means? A figure appeared in front of Yi Futian, and it was none other than the one who had spoken before and made the others stop. It was a woman clad in a flaming red garment with flaming red lips. Her long hair was flying wildly in the wind. She appeared quite enchanting to those who beheld her presence. Second Protector. When the cultivators inside the devil imperial palace saw the woman's appearance, their hearts palpitated. Above the 9 devil generals in the devil imperial palace, there were also 4 great protectors under the direct command of the devil emperor. The 8 devil generals defended on the outside, while the 4 great protectors ensure the safety within. Although there was no obvious difference in their ranks, the fact remained that the status of the 4 great protectors was a bit higher. Their cultivation was also much greater. Among them, the first protector and the second protector had both survived the second tribulation of the Great Path. As for the 8 great devil generals, only the first devil general was a cultivator who had survived the second tribulation of the Great Path. In the Devil Imperial Palace, the 3 great demon sages, the 4 great protectors, and the 8 great devil generals were the cultivators of the highest level known in the entire Devil Imperial Palace. Normally, the 4 great protectors did not leave the Devil Imperial Palace. The woman who appeared before them was the second protector of the Devil Imperial Palace. Her cultivation level was monstrous, and she had survived the second divine tribulation of the Great Path. The female protector in red stood in the sky above Yi Futian, and there was an indistinct aura that may or may not have been released from her, releasing an invisible coercion. Even someone as strong as Yi Futian could still feel a trace of pressure from her. This woman was stronger than the Mountain Master of Celestial Worthy Mountain and the clan Lord of Amo, whom he had slain. This was the top cultivator of the Devil Imperial Palace. Normally, she was probably a rare existence, and not many from the outside world would have even known about her. But at this moment, she was standing right in front of him. Chapter 2606, Blood Raiment. The female protector in red was known as Blood Raiment. It was a name that she had given herself after she had achieved success in her cultivation. As for her actual name, no one knew what it was. Blood Raiment was the second protector of the Devil Imperial Palace, someone who had survived the second divine tribulation of the Great Path. From the perspective of those in the divine prefecture, she was a figure on the level of a great demon. Her eyes seemed to have turned into the color of blood. She glanced at Yi Futian, then turned to head higher into the sky. Yi Futian followed her up, but because it was straight up, horizontally speaking, his position was now much further away from the Devil Imperial Palace. Soon, Blood Raiment stopped. The 2 of them stood high above the sky, with all the demonic cultivators in the direction of Devil Imperial Palace, looking at them intently. Could the second protector of the Devil Imperial Palace stop Yi Futian? Blood Raiment lowered her head again and looked at Yi Futian. This was the second time she looked at him, and her eyes had turned the color of blood. In the next moment, a bloody divine light expanded in Yi Futian's eyes, changing the world he was seeing. This was a world awash in the color of blood. It was no longer as dark as the world outside, but an extremely vivid color of bloody red. Above the firmament, the bloody cloud of tribulation roiled, giving birth to a bloody divine matrix that was terrifying to the extreme. Buzz! Moments later, countless bloody divine tribulations fell in this world, flooding the domain space. This bloody divine tribulation was even more terrifying than the power of the divine tribulation of the Great Path. Yi Futian stood amid the domain, his body surrounded by the protection of the divine light. Although his physical body was incomparable and resembled a divine body, he did not dare to be careless before the actual engagement. At this moment, he was facing a supreme cultivator of the devil world. Boom! As the bloody divine tribulation descended, Yi Futian felt that the blood inside his body, too, was roaring madly. It was as if it was about to rush out of his body and explode. At the same time, his spiritual soul was also under attack in an extremely domineering fashion like never before. Upon Yi Futian's body, the light of Buddha was blazing fervently while the sound of Buddha lingered. Ancient Buddhist runes floated all around him as he was incarnated as a Buddha. A massive Buddhist battle form appeared, chanting the 6 syllables of truth. It was believed that Buddhism had a certain restraining effect on the power of the demonic way. He had many Buddhist abilities at his disposal. Naturally, he would want to test this hypothesis. A series of spells were uttered from his mouth, turning into powerful golden Buddhist lightning, colliding with the bloody divine tribulation that crashed down. The 2 then collapsed and shattered together. Yi Futian's battle form was gigantic but motionless, which had a particular effect in shocking the demonic method into submission. Blood Raiment looked down at Yi Futian. She hadn't said a word since the beginning, but at this moment, a slight sense of disturbance was beginning to take hold of her heart. Yi Futian's cultivation appeared to be only at the realm of Renhuang, but he could explode combat effective at the level of Tribulation Plane during battle. In contrast, his overall realm remained at Renhuang. This was an incredibly uncanny phenomenon, but she realized that this man's power of the Great Path was not any weaker than hers. The look in Blood Raiment eyes grew serious as her eyes released the bloody light of tribulation and looked towards Yi Futian. The Devil Emperor himself had created a variety of demonic methods, passing them on to the cultivators of the Devil Imperial Palace. She was once a personal disciple whom the Devil Emperor himself had valued very much. She had followed the Devil Emperor in cultivation for many years and was later named the Great Protector, receiving the true heritage of the Devil Emperor. The bloody divine light flooded the entire world, and the terrifying, bloody divine light melted those golden runes, which also submerged Yi Futian within. The bloody divine light had swallowed everything and swept towards his gigantic Buddhist battle form. Blood refinement. Yi Futian's heart trembled slightly. The Buddhist runes he released had been refined to nothing by the bloody divine light, as they were being incorporated into that bloody domain. This kind of blood refining technique was truly frightening indeed. Both of them controlled the scope of the battle to some extent. If they were on the battlefield, a horrific existence such as Blood Raiment would be able to cover a space 10 of thousands of miles in radius and refine this whole world into a world of blood. She would be able to kill countless cultivators with a single thought. The existence of the second tribulation plane had unimaginable, destructive power on the battlefield. The Buddhist battle form, as transformed by Yi Futian, seemed to be on the verge of being refined under that bloody divine light as well. Blood Raiment stared at Yi Futian. This was her domain world. At their level of cultivation, the domain world was no longer limited to just the power of the great path that they had acquired. Still, their comprehension had also been incorporated into it. A terrible bloody aurora shot out from Blood Raiment's eyes. In the next moment, in that bloody domain world, a terrifying, bloody divine light appeared inside the bloody storm, which instantly shattered the Buddhist battle form. As it disintegrated, it was being eroded and swallowed up little by little. Yi Futian had sensed all that was happening as he clasped his hands together, and the light of Buddha lingered around him. Suddenly, a tremendously sacred aura permeated. With the divine light still protecting him and surrounding the Buddhist battle form, that broken battle form began to repair itself and return to its previous state. That destructive, bloody divine light was unable to continue refining it. This battle form seemed to be in a domain of its own, and it was a domain that belonged to Yi Futian. Yi Futian closed his eyes and clasped his hands again, incarnating as a Buddha. The sound of Buddha was uttered from his mouth, and suddenly the battle form expanded continuously. The light of Buddha was getting stronger, and the area that he occupied in this space continued to increase. What? Blood Raiment stared the sight in front of her. Was this Yi Futian's counterattack? It turned out he was able to suppress her blood refining domain. 1,000 Buddha hands appeared around that ever-increasing battle form, and each arm made the sign of the Buddha. Suddenly, Buddhist swords appeared, cutting through the demonic power like a punishment, containing incomparable sacred brilliance. Along with the astonishing blooming light of Buddha, those many arms reached towards the sky above in unison. While those Buddhist swords slashed outward, breaking open the blood-colored space, they were also aiming towards Blood Raiment, who was above. Hundreds and thousands of sacred Buddhist swords descended in an instant, severing all demonic forces with their unspeakable power of terror. Those many Buddhist swords swung directly at Blood Raiment, but she made no evasive moves. However, when those Buddhist divine swords came down on her, her body directly turned into a bloody light, as if she had been slain. But Yi Futian knew very well that no harm had been suffered by the other party. This was the art of blood transformation. Sure enough, in another direction, a human form emerged from that bloody light, then turned into the figure of Blood Raiment, who had suffered no harm whatsoever. The attack just now did not touch her nor damage her in the slightest. When Yi Futian saw this, he understood that as long as he could not dominate this domain world, he would never be able to defeat Blood Raiment or her art of blood transformation. Until this domain world was destroyed, Blood Raiment could always integrate back into this bloody world at any time. He would never have the upper hand in defeating his opponent unless he could control her domain world. In the sky above, the endless bloody light turned into a bloody divine matrix and gave birth to a terrifying, bloody divine halberd. There seemed to be a bloody storm of destruction hovering as Blood Raiment stretched out her hand, suddenly holding one end of the bloody halberd and slowly pulling it out. A destructive might swept out, and that bloody halberd seemed to be an extremely powerful subdivine arm. In fact, it was conceived by nothing other than the realm of the Great Path. The moment Blood Raiment held the bloody divine halberd in her hand, she became extremely overbearing, as if she had transformed into an incredibly dominant empress. Buzz! Blood Raiment disappeared right from where she was as countless bloody divine tribulations descended, smashing on the Buddhist battle form. At the same time, Blood Raiment's bloody halberd also came at him, and the bloody light of destruction penetrated this corner of the sky. Boom! Cracks began to appear in the Buddhist battle form itself. The breath and blood tossed and roared inside of Yi Futian as his body was knocked back. The attack of Blood Raiment, just by power alone, was shocking enough. The Devil Emperor had created his own super demonic form, and the cultivators from the Devil Imperial Palace had derived various other types of powerful demonic forms from it. Blood Raiment was a disciple of the Devil Emperor, so it was no surprise that she had received a lot of his power. Just her physique and strength had surpassed some of her equals. The Buddhist battle form collapsed and shattered with a loud bang, revealing Yi Futian's true form as he retreated to reappear in another location. His body was surrounded by the divine light so that he was not corroded by the bloody power. His eyes continued to fasten on Blood Raiment. It took a great deal of strength to shatter his Buddhist battle form. She deserved her reputation as a supreme cultivator of the Devil Imperial Palace. Although the elder's cultivation was monstrous, you can't keep me from making my way up. Yi Futian looked at Blood Raiment and continued, I'm hoping the elder will let me pass and seek an audience with the Devil Emperor. Presumptuous creature. The bloody halberd in Blood Raiment's hand pointed at Yi Futian as she spoke coldly. Did he really think she was unable to stop him from moving forward? Yi Futian was just too arrogant. However, she had felt Yi Futian's strength in this battle. Yi Futian glanced at Blood Raiment. Then a divine light of the Great Path spread towards the surroundings, above his body. With him in the center, his domain world was expanding. Blood Raiment frowned as the sea of blood roared, swallowing and refining everything, and went towards Yi Futian. However, Yi Futian's domain space directly swallowed up the sea of blood and ingested it into his domain. Blood Raiment's expression suddenly changed. Soon, that domain space swallowed everything, including the entire bloody domain. At this moment, the domain world of the two seemed to become one, and no one couldn't tell whose domain was under whose control. It was something that only the two of them could feel. Blood Raiment stared at Yi Futian in disbelief. She could hardly believe that the other had gained control so late in the exchange, and his domain of the Great Path had overwhelmed and superimposed her domain world. This was the suppression of domain space. She was a cultivator of the second tribulation plane, and it was simply unimaginable that she was being suppressed by someone who was only in the Renhuang realm. Yi Futian's thought moved, and the whole world seemed to slow down. The rules were affected while Blood Raiment could perceive that her blood refining space was being suppressed and that everything was grinding to a halt. The sound of Buddha lingered in Yi Futian's mouth. Suddenly, an infinite and massive ancient Buddha appeared between heaven and earth, blocking out the sun and the sky, sheltering the entire domain world. A face of the Buddha appeared in the domain. Yi Futian's hands made a sign of Buddha as he continued to utter the sound of Buddha, which turned into a terrible Vajra mantra. At the same time, the ancient Buddha who dominated this entire domain space was reciting the sound of Buddha. Same as Yi Futian. Blood Raiment suddenly looked terrible. The sound of Buddha had made her irritable. Enough! The bloody light dissipated as she retracted her own domain space. Obviously, she realized that she had been defeated. When her domain was suppressed, she was soundly beaten. "Thank you for your concession," Yi Futian said as he continued to move higher into the sky above the Devil Imperial Palace. He said loudly, "Yi Futian asks for an audience with the Devil Emperor." His figure was moving higher and higher, heading toward the peak of the Devil Imperial Palace. The second protector, Blood Raiment, had been beaten. In all of the Devil Imperial Palace, who could stop Yi Futian now? Chapter 2607, The Devil Emperor. As Yi Futian continued toward the sky above the Devil Imperial Palace, the terrifying coercion above the sky became more and more frightening, suppressing his body and soul. The suppression was making him extremely uncomfortable. The people in the Devil Imperial Palace had long been accustomed to this particular type of suppression, but it was the first time for him at the Devil Imperial Palace. Fortunately, both his physical body and spiritual soul were powerful enough that he was not affected too much. Just as Yi Futian continued to walk up, a figure in black appeared above him. This man's eyes were terrifying. At first glance, Yi Futian could feel that monstrous demonic might. It was as if the entire world had transformed into the power of the demonic way. He stopped involuntarily as he raised his head to look up at the figure above the firmament. Demon Sage. Below the Devil Imperial Palace, many people bowed and worshipped, looking with reverence at the man who had appeared. The three great demon sages in the Devil Imperial Palace were known to be incredibly tyrannical. Their strength was above that of the protectors, and they were in fact the Devil Emperor's right-hand men. Besides the Devil Emperor, the three great demon sages were the highest commanders of the Devil world. Despite the fact that there were hidden cultivators of supreme prowess, these cultivators were not usually in control of the daily affairs in the Devil world. The demon sage who appeared looked down to scrutinize Yi Futian's presence. His eyes were as overpowering as his stalwart physique. It was as if he possessed infinite power. Earth Demon Sage. This demon sage in black ranked last among all three of the great demon sages and was named the Earth Demon Sage. However, even as the weakest demon sage of the three, his strength was considerably horrific. The Earth Demon Sage was once a disciple of the Devil Emperor as well. He had followed the Devil Emperor in many conquests over the years, and there was blood on his hands. The Devil Emperor had always favored and valued this particular disciple of his, keeping him close by his side in cultivation. Even with other foreign conquests, he had always dispatched the other demon sages and kept Earth Demon Sage by his side. Just standing there, it was enough for Yi Futian to feel a great sense of pressure. At this moment, the Earth Demon Sage violently stomped towards the space below, and a monstrous divine power immediately blasted down and slammed on Yi Futian. Accompanied by a loud boom, Yi Futian was knocked down by the shock waves. What a powerful force! Yi Futian stopped his downward momentum and looked up at the Earth Demon Sage in the void. This force was filled with unimaginable aggression. The divine light of the great path circulated around his body, and Yi Futian's physical body was comparable to that of a divine body, emitting extreme brilliance once again. He resumed his course towards the sky above. Bang! The earth demon sage stomped again in the void, and as his footstep landed, it was as if he had stepped directly on Yi Futian. Yi Futian felt as if there was a great piece of earth lying right on top of him, hindering his movement so that he was unable to take another step forward. Yi Futian raised his arm and blasted a punch toward the void. The divine light radiated as that punch shattered the void, blasting above that invisible power and causing a dull and violent thud above the firmament. Even the space shuddered violently. Buzz! After Yi Futian repelled that force, his figure flashed away. He disappeared directly from where he was and reappeared in front of the earth demon sage. He raised his hand to attack with one finger. As soon as this finger fell, the sword will menaced in the space to tear everything apart. The earth demon sage stared at him without wavering and raised his hand to launch a counterstrike that blocked the attack from that one finger. The two were now engaged in close-quarter combat. In an instant, the terrifying storm of devastating sword chi covered the body of the earth demon sage as the incomparable sword will attacked his body. It was the kind of attack sufficient to destroy powerful existence, such as the mountain master of celestial worthy mountain. However, this terrifying attack landed on his opponent's body, but did not manage to move the earth demon sage one bit. That unparalleled strength even repelled Yi Futian and forced him back. The cultivators inside the Devil Imperial Palace watched everything calmly. This was the earth demon sage. Did Yi Futian think he could break through his defense? Although the earth demon sage ranked last among all three of the great demon sages, he was extremely powerful in his own right. By physical strength alone, even the other two demon sages may not be able to best him. The Devil Emperor had unprecedented talent and had created many demonic methods by himself. Because he taught in accordance with the aptitudes of his disciples, he tailored his teachings based on the talent specific to each demonic cultivator differently. The earth demon sage was a disciple that the Devil Emperor favored very much and had spent a lot of time cultivating him carefully. The Devil Emperor had guided him to create an indestructible demonic body. Under the Great Emperor, not many could shatter this demonic body of his. Yi Futian wanted to walk over the earth demon sage. It was easier said than done. At this time, Yi Futian clearly felt the physical force wielded by the earth demon sage as well, and it was the strongest physical body he had encountered so far. Of course, his strength was also unquestionable. After all, there were not many giant figureheads who had fought against him. An even stronger aura exploded from Yi Futian as the divine light circulated inside his body. A destructive power permeated from him, destroying everything. For a moment, Yi Futian was standing in the void like some descendant of the gods, as his light showered all over this world. The earth demon sage looked down and didn't seem any different. He stomped again, violently rocking the void. But at this same moment, a wave of supreme heavenly might came over the Devil Imperial Palace, which surprised the earth demon sage. He then retracted his aura and became subdued immediately. "Let him through!" After the heavenly might fell, a voice was heard in a commanding tone. Suddenly, everyone in the Devil Imperial Palace became extremely pious as they began to bow in worship. This was the voice of the Devil Emperor. The earth demon sage looked very respectful and stepped aside like a well-behaved disciple. The domineering spirit that he had exhibited just now was nowhere to be found. "Bring him here," the voice commanded once again. "Yes, master," the earth demon sage replied and glanced at Yi Futian with his pitch-black eyes, then turned to walk away. Yi Futian took a deep breath, then followed earth demon sage, moving forward. They continued to move diagonally all the way upward. As they made their way up, there was already a patch of dark, demonic cloud tossing about. However, this demonic cloud was not too heavy, and they had not yet arrived at the demon god palace that was towering into the clouds. It seemed closer than it actually was. They shuttled inside the Devil Imperial Palace, passing through many places until they entered the sky above that was surrounded by demonic clouds. It was then that they saw a demon god palace above the demonic clouds, and above the demon god palace, the devastating devil abyss hovered. The coercion from it made Yi Futian feel difficult to breathe. A series of pitch-black lightning and devastating storms gestated continuously and fell upon the demon god palace. It was hard to imagine that the Devil Emperor could be cultivating in such a harsh environment. It seemed to confirm what the outsiders had always believed, that the Devil Emperor had suppressed the Devil Abyss under his own power and took charge of the entire Devil world. The Earth Demon Sage and Yi Futian landed on the ground as if they were stepping on demonic clouds. In front of them, there were stone pillars that traversed into the firmament, extremely dark with demonic light lingering about them. There was also a vast cultivation court that was behind the demon god palace, along with many buildings. That was where the Devil Emperor preached and taught his disciples. The Earth Demon Sage stood at the bottom of the stairs, bowing and saluting. When Yi Futian saw this, he too bowed. Yi Futian of the original realm greets the Demon Emperor. A wave of demonic might descended, like a real heavenly might, and Yi Futian found it difficult to move his body. No matter how strong his cultivation was, at this moment, the Devil Emperor who was standing in front of him was in existence at the top of the world. In front of characters like this, he was no more than an insect. You come from the original realm and trespass on the land of the Devil Imperial Palace. You are very reckless. Aren't you afraid of dying? An authoritative voice came from inside the Demon God Palace. Yi Futian had, in fact, risked his own life by coming to the Devil Imperial Palace. If the Devil Emperor changed his mind, he may very well perish here. Your Majesty the Devil Emperor is known throughout the world. Would he, who had unified the Devil realm and held up the 9 heavens, kill me so needlessly? Furthermore, I came to the Devil Imperial Palace to present a gift, said Yi Futian. What kind of gift? The Devil Emperor asked. The original realm, Yi Futian replied. If your Majesty wants the original realm, I am willing to work with the Devil world to unify the original realm and yield its main control to the Devil world. As soon as his voice fell, there was a moment of silence in the Demon God Palace. It seemed that Yi Futian's words had surprised everyone. Why? After a moment of silence, the voice piped up again, sounded a little puzzled. After I came to the Devil world, I discovered that all the cultivators of the Devil world were extremely respectful of your Majesty. Your Majesty had suppressed the Devil Abyss on behalf of everyone in the Devil world. If your Majesty were to rule the original realm, the land of the original realm would also belong to your Majesty, which no doubt your Majesty will treat all beings in the original realm the same way. Previously, when I took over the original realm and expelled the cultivators from the divine prefecture, I was hoping to spare the people of the original realm from the disturbance of the chaotic world, so that they can cultivate freely and promote the culture of martial arts. Even if the Devil world rules the original realm, the same end could be achieved for the original realm, and its chaotic situation could be resolved, Yi Futian responded. There was another silence. Then the doors to the Demon God Palace opened, and on that deep throne inside Demon God Palace, a figure that seemed to be sitting there was slowly moving toward him. A monstrous demonic might enveloped his body. Yi Futian bowed his head and did not look around. In his perception, the demonic shadow was massive and tremendous, a real demon god. He felt his breathing quicken. When the other man walked outside, the demonic might that was pressing down on him was getting stronger as well. What did he teach you? A cold and domineering voice came from inside, which compelled Yi Futian's heart to beat wildly. Who? Yi Futian said. You know who? The Devil Emperor continued. Suddenly, Yi Futian knew who the Devil Emperor was referring to. His foster father. Only his foster father was the link between him and the Devil Emperor. My foster father didn't teach me anything, Yi Futian said. I can see that you did not cultivate in demonic methods, so he can't really teach you anything. The Devil Emperor had walked out of the demon god palace and stood in front of the hall. Yi Futian raised his head slightly to look at the Devil Emperor. He took a deep breath, and his heart was greatly shocked. The man in front of him was dressed simply, and his appearance was not outstanding in any way. However, just by standing there, he was like the ruler of heaven and earth, and that everyone in the world could only look up and worship, and dared not look at him directly. This was the powerful presence of the Devil Emperor. Yi Futian had never seen anyone with such a powerful presence. He did not release any aura outward, but one could feel the oppression tangibly. This was the oppression from the demon god. Moreover, he had seen the Devil Emperor once. At the time, he was an old man who was sitting opposite him and eating noodles on the demon tower. There was nothing detectable from him, as if he was some common person without cultivation. But at this moment, he was the most aggressive and domineering demon lord in the world. "Did he ever tell you who you really are?" the Devil Emperor asked, staring at Yi Futian. Chapter 2608 Death of Emperor Yi Qing. Yi Futian raised his head, looking at the Devil Emperor in astonishment. He asked, "No, will your Majesty tell me?" He had always wanted to know who he really was. The Devil Emperor looked at Yi Futian with those deep eyes of his, and he whispered, "It is said that the ignorant have no fear. I heard that he asked Yu Sheng to follow you, addressing you as the young master, and he as your manservant. I am a little curious about your true identity." The Devil Emperor assessed Yi Futian. This was the reason why he had gone to the demon tower, previously to see Futian for himself. He wanted to know just what kind of person Yi Futian was, and if he was worthy of his assistance. What exactly was his relationship with Emperor Yi Qing? Was he really a descendant of Emperor Yi Qing? Could this be true? Except for Yi Futian and Yu Sheng, the Devil Emperor was probably the one other person who knew the most about the situation. He knew his younger brother better than anyone. He knew how Yi Futian and Yu Sheng had been raised and educated. These were things that no one else knew just yet. The doubts inside Yi Futian's heart grew. Even the Devil Emperor had no idea of his origin. Who was he? Do you know why Emperor Yi Qing died? The Devil Emperor continued to press him. His eyes never left Yi Futian. All I know was that the two emperors fought, and Emperor Yi Qing perished because of Dong Huang the Great, Yi Futian responded. You don't know anything, yet you are in such a rush to come to the devil world to die. As the Devil Emperor's voice fell, a monstrous demonic might press down on Yi Futian. He let out a muffled groan, and his legs trembled. There were goosebumps all over his body. He found it difficult for him to remain standing. The great path roared in his body as he was surrounded by divine light, resisting this terrifying sense of oppression. In the sky above him, there was an extreme degree of demonic might that was beyond his ability to endure. Was there something else behind Emperor Yi Qing's death? Why would the Devil Emperor say that he didn't know anything and that he was coming to the devil world simply to die? Like him, the only things your two have are courage and stupidity, the Devil Emperor continued, and the terrifying demonic might continue to suppress Yi Futian. He took a step forward, and Yi Futian could feel his body trembling more severely. It was as if he was about to burst. He could feel a trace of murderous intent from the Devil Emperor. At this time, the Devil Emperor raised his brows slightly. Although he was in front of the demon god palace, he saw the dark figure on the demon-slaying platform under the devil abyss. That dark figure was on his knees, facing him as if bowing his head in repentance. Boom! There was a raging flame burning on the Devil Emperor. At this moment, the demonic clouds above his head were tossing and roaring, and even the devil abyss above the firmament was howling. A coercion of destruction sheltered the entire Devil Imperial Palace. At this moment, the many cultivators inside the Devil Imperial Palace lowered their heads. They had all felt the Devil Emperor's rage, and none of them dared to breathe too hard. Who was it that angered the Devil Emperor to this degree? You betrayed the Devil world without a second thought, and now, for one man, you are willing to bend your knees and beg. A cold, angry voice washed over the demon-slaying platform, resounding in Yu Sheng's ears. However, Yu Sheng continued kneeling, his hair scattered upon his shoulders. He did not speak, merely enduring the anger of the Devil Emperor and that terrifying demonic might. In front of the demon god palace, Yi Futian also heard the angry voice of the Devil Emperor. His face suddenly turned pale. He bowed to the Devil Emperor and said, "Your Majesty, please be merciful. You can't even protect yourself. What right do you have to intercede on his behalf?" The Devil Emperor merely glanced at Yi Futian with a terrifying might. He took another step forward again, and Yi Futian's legs could hardly hold him up, but he pleaded, "Your Majesty asked Yu Sheng to attack the original realm, but I voluntarily surrendered the control of the original realm. Why does Your Majesty still insist? What if I want to destroy the original realm? Are you then still willing to hand it over?" The devil said coldly, and Yi Futian's face suddenly paled. He was caught by this unexpected rebuke. "If the original realm is under the control of Your Majesty, they're the people of the Devil world. So why would Your Majesty want to destroy it?" Yi Futian couldn't help but ask. He was puzzled. "Only the people of the Devil world are my people. What does the death of beings from other worlds have anything to do with me? Why do I need them to be my people?" The Devil Emperor questioned Yi Futian relentlessly. Yi Futian was speechless. Indeed, he had nothing for a comeback. The Devil Emperor was the commander of the Devil world. He was the god of the Devil world, but did he really need more people? Just as he said, what did he need more people for? If there was no need, then why should he be responsible for people from the outside worlds? He was the god of the Devil world, and he only ever cared about all those who resided in the Devil world and their well-being. You don't understand anything. The Devil Emperor stared at Yi Futian. How he failed to educate these two idiots! Your Majesty, the Devil Emperor, carries the Devil Abyss on behalf of every living being in the Devil world and suffered the demonic tribulations from the heavens. I don't believe Your Majesty is a merciless killer who will slaughter all beings and let them burn. Yi Futian was quiet for a moment before he spoke again to the Devil Emperor. The Devil Emperor looked at Yi Futian in the eyes as he mocked. This line of thought is very similar to his. You are both idealists. After that, he turned away and looked into the distance. He said, "That's enough of you." He looked cold and seemed to be enraged at this moment. As the god of the Devil world, there was not be many who could make him angry. However, Yu Sheng could affect his emotions and pushed his buttons. This was a testament of the importance that the Devil Emperor had attached to Yu Sheng from the depth of his heart, and it was different from how he treated everyone else. "Very well. Since you are begging because of him, let him keep you company," the Devil Emperor said indifferently. Then he turned his head and glanced at Yi Futian, saying, "Take him to the demon-slaying platform." "Yes, master." The Earth Demon Sage bowed to acknowledge the order. The Devil Emperor then turned to walk towards the Demon God Palace. "You came to the Devil world for the express purpose of saving him. If so, on account of your brotherhood, I will let you go to the demon-slaying platform together. If you are still alive after 49 days, I will allow you to live." As the voice faded, the door to the Demon God Palace closed, and the figure disappeared from Yi Futian's view. His eyes had a changing expression as he bowed in the direction of the Demon God Palace and said, "Thank you, Your Majesty." The Earth Demon Sage walked to Yi Futian. His eyes were indifferent. He looked at him and said, "Thank him? Save yourself first." As he spoke, he turned around and ordered, "Come with me." Yi Futian followed behind the Earth Demon Sage. They walked away from this area and head towards the rear of the Demon God Palace. In that vast area, the demonic clouds rolled and roared, and a destructive demonic might was brewing. The demonic clouds here were extremely terrifying. They continued forward. In the place surrounded by the demonic cloud, there was a platform hanging high in the sky, surrounded by stone pillars that reached deep into the firmament. Looking up along those stone pillars, a hole could be seen that was in the sky, where the heaven was torn apart. In there, an incomparable destructive power was brewing. It was as if an apocalyptic tribulation was hidden within it. That flowing destructive power descended along the stone pillars and fell upon the demon, slaying platform. That was a corner of the devil abyss. This destructive force was pouring out of the devil abyss. On the demon slaying platform, there was a black shadow being imprisoned on the stone pillar. Like a madman, his long hair was unkempt. As he raised his head at this moment and looked at Yi Futian, he asked, "Why are you here?" This was the devil world. Yi Futian didn't understand the devil world. He had more chance of dying than living by coming here. But Yi Futian merely smiled and said, "You are suffering. How can I not be here?" Yu Sheng clenched his fists tightly and made a crunching sound. The earth demon sage said, "Get up there." Yi Futian glanced in the front, and he could clearly feel the destructive power on the demon slaying platform. But he continued walking forward without hesitation. "I know I was wrong. I am willing to lead the troops to the original realm." Yu Sheng raised his head and looked in the distance, roaring at the void. He knew that the Devil Emperor could hear him. Only he knew just how dangerous the demon-slaying platform was. If Yi Futian got on the demon-slaying platform, only death awaited him. There was no response. Yu Sheng's eyes were fiery red, burning with anger. "If you know of today, you wouldn't bother to disobey the master in the first place. Yu Sheng, you know very well how the master treated you, and you are such a disappointment," the earth demon sage said in an indifferent voice. Yu Sheng bowed his head as if he couldn't muster the energy to retort. Yi Futian walked towards the demon-slaying platform. In an instant, the demonic clouds under his feet wrapped his body up and spread to his body. The light of tribulation turned into terrible chains and imprisoned Yi Futian's hands and legs. Like Yu Sheng, he was also imprisoned on the demon-slaying platform. A frightening power engulfed Yi Futian's body in an instant, sending a shudder through his body. He didn't use this destructive power for the time being, but he could feel that the trembling in his soul. In an instant, the great path in his body roared and the divine light was shining. He turned into a divine body, blocking that invading destructive power. Even so, he was suffering an extreme discomfort, and this was just when he first stepped onto the demon-slaying platform. The real horror of it was unimaginable. "This is the power of the devil abyss," Yu Sheng said to Yi Futian. "There are endless demonic tribulations contained within it. The power of the devil abyss is sufficient to destroy the entire devil world. It doesn't matter. We have been through a lot over the years, and this devil abyss cannot possibly deter you and me." Yi Futian laughed loudly. He appeared not to have a care in the world. Although he was under great duress, he still maintained an extremely resilient will. Yu Sheng nodded his head emphatically. As matters had evolved to this stage, there was no choice but to defeat the devil abyss. "Why is the devil emperor acting like this?" Yi Futian asked Yu Sheng. He didn't understand how the whole thing went south so quickly. He knew it was a risk coming to the devil imperial palace, and he had already planned for the worst-case scenario. However, he was here to make an alliance with the devil world, and he was willing to hand over the control of the original realm. He thought that there was a great chance for success. But the devil emperor didn't bother to pay attention to him at all. He even wanted to kill him. The devil world was a prison in ancient times. All living beings in the devil world always endured the harshest environment because of the devil abyss. He has always wanted to break out of this prison. Yu Sheng said, "The death of Emperor Yi Qing was not just because of Dong Huang the Great. The two emperors of Divine Prefecture wanted to stand side by side. but the other worlds disagreed. It was the same with the devil world. There could only be one emperor between the two of them. Futian was shocked to the core. No wonder the devil emperor said that he didn't understand anything. Then, this meant that Dong Huang the Great had no choice but to go against Emperor Yiqing. The rulers of the other worlds, in truth, were the indirect murderers. Chapter 2609. Capturing Dong Huang Diyuan. There were such grudges involved behind the death of Emperor Yiqing. Speaking of which, if Yi Futian was the descendant of Emperor Yiqing, or if he was related to Emperor Yiqing, wouldn't it make him the enemy of the Devil Emperor? Hence, the Devil Emperor said that Yi Futian had come here seeking his death. Yi Futian said, "Before this, both the Dark World and the empty divine realm intended to ally with me. They wished to support me in standing up against the divine prefecture. If that's the case, the Devil Emperor could do the same. After all, the murderer who was directly involved was Dong Huang the Great." Yi Futian was still somewhat skeptical of the whole story as he said this. Yu Sheng explained, "The Devil World is covered by the Devil Abyss and has been suffering because of it for countless years. 400 years ago, when the worlds were in chaos, the troops of the Devil World invaded the outer realms. However, they were stopped by Dong Huang the Great and Emperor Yiqing. Aside from these two emperors, most likely human ancestor and the Buddha did not agree to the invasion by the Devil World as well. The Devil World is both a prison and a seal. None of them wished for the population of the Devil World to escape from here. In the end, the turmoil ended with the death of Emperor Yiqing. The Devil World also stopped invading the outer realms, until recently." Yi Futian frowned as he listened to Yu Sheng's explanation. The grudges among the few top figures were even more complicated than he had imagined. All the forces were involved in it. Human ancestors from the human realm and the Buddha from the world of Buddhism were also involved. Even though the Devil Emperor had heaven-defying abilities, he could not fight against the will of the majority. The Devil World acknowledged Dong Huang the Great's ruling over the divine prefecture and ceased attacking. This might be a balance achieved through the agreement of all the major worlds. Yi Futian was certain that in the past the empty divine realm and the dark world had their stance on this issue as well. They would not have observed idly. Only those top figures knew exactly what happened then. Nevertheless, one thing was certain. Emperor Yiqing died in exchange for 400 years of peace. The worlds were no longer in chaos and the war ended. The peace lasted until a prophecy was made known from the world of Buddhism. The changes of the worlds would begin with the original realm. Then, huge changes occurred to the original realm, and chaos once again surfaced. All the major worlds were eager to extend their influences. The forces from the empty divine realm and the dark world appeared in the divine prefecture. The Devil Emperor also gave the order to invade the divine prefecture. Just as the Devil Emperor said, he invaded the divine prefecture and the original realm not just to rule over more people. The Devil Emperor wishes to invade the divine prefecture to be freed from the Devil Abyss, asked Yi Futian. Yes, Yu Sheng nodded. The Devil World only joined the fight due to the preceding conflict between the empty divine realm and the dark world against the divine prefecture. In terms of their attitudes towards the Devil World, the Buddha, human ancestor, as well as Dong Huang the Great are the same. Hence, the Devil World suffered many years of suppression. It might be due to this that the divine prefecture could not have two emperors. That means that between the two emperors, one of them had to die. Back then, human ancestor and the Buddha might have had a different opinion with the divine prefecture, said Yi Futian as he thought of this. In the past, if human ancestor and the Buddha had sided with the divine prefecture, there would have been 4 great emperors. They must have done so to preserve the balance of power, said Yu Sheng. For the Devil Emperor, his lifelong goal is to break free from the prison of the Devil Abyss and allow the Devil World to descend upon the other worlds. With such harsh environments in the Devil World, why haven't the cultivators of the Devil World moved to other worlds to cultivate? Asked Yi Futian. The faith of the cultivators of the devil world is stronger than that of the cultivators of the divine prefecture, as well as the other worlds. I believe that the faith of the people here is the strongest among all the worlds. When the devil world declared war on the other worlds, everyone here participated. With a single command, billions of demonic sects across the lands became warriors of the devil world, explained Yusheng. He had been cultivating in the devil world for the past decades and came to know more and more about the place. An intense sense of belonging also grew inside of him. The devil world was different from the divine prefecture. Hence, he had never thought of betraying the devil world. If it weren't for the existence of Yi Futian, he would have certainly joined the war. Even for Yi Futian's sake, he had no intention of deceiving the devil emperor, instead choosing to come clean. He would rather be imprisoned here and withstand the catastrophes of the devil abyss. Yi Futian's heart wavered. The lifelong ambition of the devil emperor was to break out of this prison and free the members of the devil world from their plight. Yi Futian had also seen the adoration the members of the devil world had for the devil emperor. All of them had strong faith. At the same time, for the people here, the devil emperor held up the devil abyss with his power. Yi Futian had previously ventured to the Western world of Buddhism, although the latter was slightly different from the divine prefecture, and their faith in Buddha was more zealous. The faith of the members of the devil world was even stronger. The divine prefecture was the place that lacked faith the most. Although all the members of the divine prefecture admired Donghuang the Great and made martial arts prosper, the top forces all had their own agendas. The more powerful the cultivator or the force, the more they lacked respect and faith. What exactly is the devil abyss? Yi Futian raised his head and glanced at the sky. A destructive storm gathered above. It was akin to the eye of the devil abyss, staring down on them. According to legends, it is the catastrophe of the heavenly path. It was used to punish heinous sinners during ancient times. The entire devil abyss was a prison for sinners who offended the heavenly path. Yusheng raised his head, glanced at the sky, and continued, "The power of the devil abyss that we experience now is but an insignificant fraction of its former might. He has been bearing the most terrifying power of the devil abyss alone." Sinners. Prison, Yi Futian mumbled. So, this devil abyss was the prison of the heavenly path from ancient times, and it could produce catastrophes of the heavenly path. If that were the case, ordinary people would be reduced to dust if they encountered the catastrophe. Even Yi Futian and Yusheng suffered great pain. As the two of them were talking, the destructive power flooded their bodies. Since they were both locked in place by the clasp, they could only endure the invasion of the power. The power intended to corrode both their flesh and their spiritual souls. 49 days. Can we make it through? Yi Futian asked as he looked at Yusheng. Right now, the power of the devil abyss is still relatively weak. Every day, the devil abyss will send down a catastrophe from 11 p.m. to 1 a.m. 49 days means 49 catastrophes. Together, they form a catastrophe of samsara. Yusheng spoke with a low voice. He seemed to lack confidence. Even Yusheng, who was so powerful, did not think he could survive this catastrophe of samsara. So what? Yi Futian said as he stared at Yusheng. We have been through many life and death situations. We walked through the cycle of reincarnation. Now, we stand at the peak of the cultivation world. We are only a step away from reaching the highest level. Even if the catastrophe of the heavenly path can destroy everyone, it will not destroy you and me. Don't you forget about Godfather's words. Yusheng raised his head and looked at Yi Futian. Their eyes met, and they said in unison, "Born to be emperors." Existences who were born to be emperors were destined to be able to withstand all tribulations. Even the devil abyss could not do anything to them. As they said this, divine light flowed over Yi Futian's body. The light of Buddha burned brightly and was unmovable. Before the demon god palace, a jet-black figure appeared. He appeared ethereal and did not seem to be the figure's true body. This illusory figure bowed in the direction of the demon god palace. Then the doors opened. The illusory figure walked in and headed straight towards the god seat. The god seat appeared somewhat blurry. This place was the seat of the highest authority in the devil world. The most powerful existence and the most authoritative figure of the devil world was seated here. He sat high and mighty as he was worshipped by the members of the devil world. The illusory figure kept approaching. He could already see the god seat. To everyone's surprise, an ordinary elder was seated on the god seat instead of the peerless, domineering devil emperor like what one would imagine. The elder was crouched over, and his aura appeared somewhat feeble. He was even coughing. The elder on the god seat seemed frail and ordinary. He did not resemble a peerless demon. "Your Highness," greeted the illusory figure as he bowed. Even though the elder appeared this way, the figure was still pious and respectful. He did not dare to dally. "How are things?" asked the elder. "Half of the North Cliff region has been conquered. The Divine Prefecture has sent their armies to provide aid. Dong Huangdian is personally supervising the battle. She intends to intercept the advance of our armies," the illusory figure reported. "The daughter of Dong Huang the Great!" exclaimed the old man as he raised his head and stared into the distance. Suddenly his gaze turned sharp, and he ordered, "Here's a mission for you. Capture the daughter of Dong Huang the Great and bring her to the Devil Imperial Palace. Sacrifice anything if needed." "Yes, Your Highness," said the illusory figure as he bowed. Dismissed. The Devil Emperor's voice turned weak again. "Your Highness," worried, the illusory figure looked at the Devil Emperor. "I'm fine." The Devil Emperor waved his hand and said, "The power of the Devil Abyss is growing stronger and stronger. The prophecy from the world of Buddhism is right. Huge changes are about to happen." Chapter 2610. The Punishment of the Heavenly Path. On the demon-slaying platform, Yi Futian and Yu Sheng were both locked in place by the clasps. From the devil abyss above, destructive currents continuously flowed down along the stone pillar and drizzled on them. Even the currents alone were difficult to deal with. Both Yi Futian and Yu Sheng turned serious as they were withstanding it. Yu Sheng was garbed in demonic armor, while Yi Futian was surrounded by divine light. The light of Buddha shone brilliantly and relentlessly canceled out the power surging into Yi Futian's body. Yi Futian could sense many different colors mixed in the power which was charging into his body. There was crimson destructive power, purple light of catastrophe, and dark corrosive power. It was as though all forms of destructive power in the world surged into his body at the same time. Not only could the power destroy and corrode his flesh, but it could also cause significant damage to his spiritual soul. The light of Buddha contained strong purifying power. At the same time, the aura of the world tree circulated in his body. The inside of his body seemed to transform into a tree with a rich aura of life. This aura even overflowed towards Yusheng's body. "There's no need to help me," Yusheng said. "I can handle this." "All right." Yi Futian did not insist on helping Yusheng. He retracted the aura and focused on withstanding the catastrophe. Yu Sheng had been in the devil world for so many years, and he received personal guidance from the Devil Emperor. Surely he would have many formidable tricks up his sleeve. The Devil Emperor trained Yu Sheng, intending to make him the successor of the devil world. Since the former wanted Yu Sheng to lead the troops of the devil world, he would surely give his all when teaching him. Therefore, Yu Sheng's ability went without saying. This power is but a foretaste. The catastrophe that will descend from 11 p.m.m. to 1 a.m.m. contains the destructive powers combined from all the previous attacks. It will pose a threat to us. "Be careful," Yu Sheng warned. He raised his head to look at the sky and said, "It's coming soon." Yi Futian nodded as he got ready to face the catastrophe. In the sky, A terrifying power was brewing deep within the devil abyss. It was like a pair of eyes. Its might was shocking. Crimson clouds of catastrophe, purple thunder raid, and dark, demonic light. They coalesced as they were produced, forming an unparalleled might above the heads of Yi Futian and Yu Sheng. Yi Futian sensed everything quietly. This power seemed to be the most rudimentary catastrophe of the heavenly path. Yi Futian felt that the aura emanating from it was somewhat familiar. It was similar to a type of power. However, he could not pinpoint exactly which part was familiar to him. This catastrophe was more menacing than the divine tribulations that he had experienced before. Naturally, its aura was also stronger than that of the divine tribulations he witnessed others going through. The catastrophes that he experienced were unique, to begin with. "The punishment of the heavenly path!" exclaimed Yi Futian internally. The devil abyss was a prison designed by the heavenly path for heinous sinners. Therefore, the catastrophes of the devil abyss were the punishments for the sinners. What exactly was the heavenly path? Did the heavenly path have its own conscience during ancient times? If that was the case, why did it collapse? For Yi Futian, all these were still mysteries that were out of his reach currently. However, he was slowly coming in contact with some truths of the world. For example, he had already figured out the identity of Godfather, the background of Yu Sheng, and the cause of Emperor Yi Qing's death. He could already come in contact with things that happened in the past. When his cultivation reached a certain state, he would naturally get the answers he sought. If he became an emperor, all the secrets in the world would become known to him. Horrifying light of destruction descended from the eyes of the devil abyss. It actually transformed into crimson swords of catastrophe. Then they charged downwards, heading straight towards Yi Futian and Yu Sheng. Rumble. Yu Sheng and Yi Futian's bodies were unparalleled. Their divine body and demonic figure roared and rumbled. Frightening crimson swords of destruction shot straight down and pierced through them. It seemed as though no power on earth could withstand its might. Sizzle. Destructive power rampaged in their bodies. Yi Futian felt a destructive divine sword stab through his body. It was destroying all the power within him. Assuming that his body had become the divine tree and his limbs were the branches, the swords of destruction were frenziedly destroying the ancient tree and branches, shattering them into pieces. Yi Futian felt his bones and muscles tearing apart. His limbs were attacked by the destructive power, and his organs were also destroyed. The terrifying power caused Yi Futian to instantly collapse and feel weak. His body lost strength, but he was tied up in chains. He could not even collapse to the ground. Huff! Yi Futian exhaled a long breath. He felt extreme pain. What was even more frightening was that the destructive power from before continued to eat away at him after the attack. It seemed to want to completely consume him, not leaving behind even a scrap. The punishment of the heavenly path. A thought surfaced in Yi Futian's mind. This power was too terrifying. Even a person as strong as him was already reduced to this, yet alone others. If the Devil Emperor had not suppressed the Devil Abyss, what would the Devil World be like? What sort of pain would the members of the Devil World need to suffer? Was the Devil Abyss of the Devil World really just a prison of the heavenly path that had remained until now? The catastrophe dissipated. The power of life circulated in Yi Futian's body and repaired his injured parts. After he regained a bit of energy, he raised his head to look over towards Yu Sheng. Yu Sheng was not better off than him. Yu Sheng was also suffering from agonizing pain. His body drooped from the clasp lifelessly. If the clasp were not holding him in place, he would be flat on his stomach. "Are you all right?" asked Yi Futian. His voice sounded hoarse, as though he was out of breath. "I'm fine," replied Yu Sheng with his head down. "Okay." Yi Futian did not say any more. He closed his eyes and began to heal his injuries, quietly. His recovery ability had always been very powerful. He hoped that before 11 p.m. tomorrow his body would be back in peak condition. On the demon-slaying platform, it was exceptionally quiet. Only the devil abyss in the sky was still constantly generating destructive energy. After a long while, Futian was gradually able to withstand the corrosion of the destructive power. He had also recovered much of his strength. Once again, he raised his head and looked at Yusheng. Futian appeared somewhat pathetic, and his hair was disheveled. However, he revealed a smile and said, "This catastrophe is more useful than the divine tribulation of the great path in tempering the body and spirit." "You sure are daring to imagine such things," Yusheng replied with his head lowered. His hair covered his face. "Why wouldn't I dare to do so?" asked Futian. "What doesn't kill us makes us stronger. It is the same for the devil abyss." Yusheng clenched his fists tightly, causing the chains to clank. What didn't kill them would only make them stronger. His demon form would be refined once again by these 49 catastrophes. In the distance, a figure stood in the space above the demon god palace. His eyes pierced through space and looked in the direction of the demon-slaying platform. Everything that happened on the platform was under his surveillance. "This is only the beginning," the silhouette said in a low voice. There were 49 catastrophes. This was merely the first. He wanted to see how many catastrophes they could withstand and whether they would manage to survive all of them. If they could truly withstand 49 catastrophes, they would indeed become more powerful. Could they pull it off? The days slowly passed. On the demon-slaying platform, Futian and Yusheng experienced life-or-death struggles every day. Chapter 26:11. A respectable opponent. Futian and Yusheng had been suffering on the demon-slaying platform for a whole month. On the demon-slaying platform, they looked exhausted, their clothes in tatters. Futian became like Yusheng. His hair was disheveled, his face was pale, and his body was covered in injuries. Even though Futian had rapid recovery speed, the power of the devil abyss invaded him constantly, causing him not to have a chance to recover fully. As days passed, both his flesh and his spiritual soul became more and more tired. The reason they could still hang on was that both he and Yusheng were monstrous existences with powerful abilities. If others were here instead, they would most likely have already died on this platform. Nobody had ever left the demon-slaying platform alive. Just when the two of them were being tormented on the platform, a shocking occurrence took place in the Devil Imperial Palace, causing all the cultivators of the Devil Imperial Palace to be very excited. When the troops of the Devil World were fighting against the troops of the Divine Prefecture, Demon Sage captured Donghuan Duan, the princess of the Divine Prefecture and the only daughter of Donghuang the Great. Moreover, he brought her to the Devil World. Everyone in the Devil Imperial Palace was thrilled by this incident. Right then, in front of the Demon God Palace, the silhouette of Donghuang Duan appeared. Behind her, there stood several other cultivators who were all devil overlords. Among them, there was Demon Sage, a protector, and a devil general, who was also the top general at that. It was apparent how much importance was placed on Donghuang Duan. Capturing her this time was no easy feat. The gates of the Demon God Palace opened, and a voice called out from inside, "Enter." Donghuang Duan glanced inside. The look in her eyes appeared exceptionally calm, not showing any signs of panic due to her capture. Donghuang Duan stepped forward. Her red dress fluttered in the wind with peerless elegance. The few demonic cultivators did not follow her. Instead, they waited outside. Donghuang Duan entered the Demon God Palace. Her gaze turned towards the elder on the divine throne. She bowed and said, "Greetings, Devil Emperor. I am Donghuang Duan, as expected of the daughter of Donghuang." "You actually show no fear after seeing me," commented the Devil Emperor as he looked at Donghuang Duan. However, he did not release any pressure. As the dignified Devil Emperor, he naturally did not need to bully the daughter of Donghuang. Are you not afraid of me? He asked. Dong Huang Diuan replied, I have heard Father mentioning your Highness many times. Your Highness is an unparalleled figure. Father once said that among all the emperors, he respects you the most. Hence, I have always respected your Highness instead of being afraid of you. The old man scoffed. I did not expect the daughter of Dong Huang to flatter me. But do you think that I will let you go because of your sweet words? Dong Huang Diuan said, Even though I am just a junior, I am the princess of the divine prefecture. I will not resort to lies. Father has indeed told me about you before. Human ancestor has been a benevolent, great emperor since ancient times. The Buddha is a merciful great emperor who has compassion towards all living beings. Father dislikes the evil emperor because he is temperamental. Father also looks down on the leader of the dark court. As for your Highness, you draw a clear line between your likes and dislikes, and you stay true to your heart. Father respects you the most. I draw a clear line between my likes and dislikes, and I stay true to my heart. The Devil Emperor burst into laughter as he repeated her words. Dong Huang's opinion about me is interesting. When the troops of the devil world invade the divine prefecture, the demons will descend upon the world, and the catastrophes of the devil abyss will sweep over all the lands. I wonder, will Dong Huang still respect me then? Dong Huang Diuan replied, Father said that both your Highness and him have beliefs that you want to protect. There is no right or wrong. There is only success or failure. The old man's gaze was fixed on Dong Huang Dian, seemingly wanting to see through her. He smiled and continued, Why didn't Dong Huang show up when my men captured you? According to their agreement, by right, the great emperors would not be involved in the war between the two troops. However, the person that Demon Sage had captured was Dong Huang Diuan. She was the only daughter of Dong Huang the Great, after all. If Dong Huang the Great had intervened, it would be impossible for Demon Sage to bring Dong Huang Diuan to the Demon God Palace. Dong Huang Diuan said, Your Highness, I admire you to begin with. There's nothing wrong with me coming here to pay you a visit. Moreover, Father knows that you will not harm me. The Devil Emperor mocked. You are rather confident. Prior to you, another person thought the same about me. He is currently on the demon-slaying platform beneath the Devil Abyss. Who is he? Asked Dong Huang Diuan. Let me show you, said the elder as he got up. With a shift of his will, both of them immediately disappeared from the Demon God Palace and appeared in the sky above the demon-slaying platform. Up ahead, the destructive power of the Devil Abyss kept flowing down nonstop. Yu Sheng and Yi Futian were chained on the demon-slaying platform. They were exhausted, but they were still trying hard to recover. Do you recognize these two figures? The Devil Emperor asked Dong Huang Diuan. I do, she replied. Do they have any connections to you? The Devil Emperor continued asking. It is all in the past. Father has put it all behind him, said Dong Huang Diuan. Doesn't Dong Huang feel guilty? The Devil Emperor asked as he looked at her. He was somewhat curious. Legitimacy belongs to the victors. When we were in the original realm last time, Father had promised not to touch him for old time's sake, replied Dong Huang Diuan. Her expression was calm as usual, not revealing any emotion. That means that he is the orphan of Emperor Yi Qing? Asked the Devil Emperor as he looked Dong Huang Diuan in the eye. Your Highness, you already know the answer. Why bother asking me? Replied Dong Huang Diuan. The Devil Emperor smiled. He turned his gaze towards Yi Futian. He still had his doubts. Back when Dong Huang the Great killed Emperor Yi Qing, he had been very thorough. Countless people and demonic beasts lost their lives. That storm was still fresh in the memories of the members of the various worlds. How could Emperor Yi Qing have possibly left behind an orphan? Had his brother taken the child away? Then where was his brother now? I placed them on the demon-slaying platform to withstand the catastrophe of samsara. They seem to be at their limits now. However, there are still around 20 days left. since Dong Huang was so merciful to them and could not bring himself to kill them. Why don't I resolve this future trouble for Dong Huang? Asked the Devil Emperor. I am not qualified to interfere in your highness' affairs, replied Dong Huang Diyuan. Speaking of which, I don't really want to kill him. If the two of them become emperors in the future, they will certainly head over to Dong Huang Imperial Palace to seek out your father and settle the grudge. I wonder what will happen then. Your Highness, do you think that father is concerned about these two juniors? Dong Huang Diyuan retorted as she looked at the Devil Emperor. The Devil Emperor grinned when he heard her words. He admitted, even I have to admire Dong Huang for his ability. I wonder whether he has improved after more than 400 years of training. As he said this, he turned to Dong Huang Diyuan and challenged. If I attacked you, Dong Huang would most likely come to the Devil Imperial Palace to meet me personally, right? The Devil Emperor was certain about this. Dong Huang was rather confident. He actually did not make any move after his only daughter was captured. Was he so sure that the Devil Emperor would not harm Dong Huang Diyuan? Of course, the Devil Emperor was well aware that if he really attacked her, Dong Huang the Great would definitely directly descend upon the Devil Imperial Palace from the Divine Prefecture. Seeing that Dong Huang Diyuan refused to answer his question, the Devil Emperor ordered, You will stay here and watch whether the two of them will perish under the catastrophes. After he issued the order, he vanished and left Dong Huang Diyuan behind. The Devil Emperor disappeared from the sky and returned to his throne in the Demon God Palace. He gazed into the distance. His eyes were menacing as he was immersed in his thoughts. In the past, the two emperors in the Divine Prefecture turned against each other, and Dong Huang the Great killed Emperor Yi Qing and the subordinates of the latter. Countless people, including many top cultivators, died tragically. The forces of the Divine Prefecture were significantly weakened following the death of Emperor Yi Qing. Then, Dong Huang the Great wiped out everything that was related to Emperor Yi Qing. Nobody in the Divine Prefecture dared to mention the latter's name. It was as though he had never existed. This shocking event was witnessed by everyone, including the few great emperors from other major worlds. After Emperor Yi Qing died, the few parties came to a consensus and peace was restored. Despite that, the Devil Emperor still had his doubts. After all, Dong Huang was not an ordinary figure. Dong Huang Diyuan claimed that her father had great respect for him. That being said, among all the remaining great emperors, the person that the Devil Emperor respected the most was actually Dong Huang as well. Dong Huang was unfathomable. Chapter 2612. How to Choose. On the demon-slaying platform, Yi Futian and Yu Sheng had already experienced 48 catastrophes. Today was the day of the final catastrophe. After today, the Devil Emperor promised to let them go free. Right now, on the demon-slaying platform, both of them were on the verge of collapsing. They appeared extremely frail. Yu Sheng's demonic armor was in tatters, and the aura on Yi Futian's body was weak. Their bodies were perforated. Nearby in the sky above, Dong Huang Diyuan quietly watched the two of them. These past few days, Dong Huang Diyuan had always been here. The Devil Emperor left her here to watch them, so she naturally remained here and did not leave. After seeing their miserable state these past few days, she was visibly moved. Each day, these two teetered on the brink of life and death. Yet they had always managed to survive until the end. Even now, they were still holding on for dear life. She had seen many prominent figures. She had also encountered many top-level monstrous figures. However, she could not help but acknowledge that if anyone else were in their predicament, they would have perished without fail. "This is the final catastrophe," said Yi Futian with his head lowered. His hair was disheveled, and it covered his face. His voice sounded weak and feeble. Yu Sheng replied. Both of them had been through many life and death situations. After they made it through this final catastrophe, they would be able to survive. "Hang in there," Yi Futian whispered. "Okay." Yu Sheng nodded. After briefly conversing, the two did not continue talking. It was as silent as a grave on the demon-slaying platform. The destructive power continued to trickle down into their bodies. Both Yu Sheng and Yi Futian did not resist it, or it could be said that they had no energy left to withstand it. They allowed the destructive power to invade and rampage their bodies, corroding their flesh and spiritual souls. Time passed slowly. In the sky, terrifying crimson light gathered in the eye of the devil abyss. Dong Wangdian looked in that direction. Even though she was standing away from the demon-slaying platform, she was still shocked by the destructive power brewing within the abyss. The destructive power that gathered seemed capable of eradicating all existences. Yi Futian and Yu Sheng felt it too. Their bodies squirmed. Divine light and demonic light surrounded them. Both of them mustered up all their strength for this moment. They stood straight up while looking at the sky. Yi Futian chanted the 6 syllables of truth. Immediately, a gigantic Buddha appeared on the demon-slaying platform and enveloped the entire space, shielding both of them within it. "You don't have to worry about me," said Yu Sheng. He did not want Yi Futian to waste his energy protecting him. "Shut up. Stay focused," Yi Futian chided. Then he looked at the sky and didn't say more. Yu Sheng stared at him and noticed his determined gaze. He understood that there was no use for him to say anything. Yi Futian was resolved to protect both of them this time. The light of Buddha coalesced, while the Buddha that Yi Futian summoned protected the space they were in. The golden Buddha was akin to an eternal and indestructible Buddha. Many runes surfaced on the body of the Buddha. As the light of Buddha surrounded it, it transformed into 1,000 armed Buddha. The arms of the Buddha were ready to send out sword seals. Dong Wangdian narrowed her eyes in shock when she saw this scene. Her gaze was fixed on Yi Futian. He actually planned to attack the Devil Abyss. He was a lunatic. "He has guts!" exclaimed the Devil Emperor as he stood in the sky above the Demon God Palace and observed the happenings on the demon-slaying platform. He admired Yi Futian's gallantry. It was a waste that Yi Futian had not become a demonic cultivator. Rumble. Yu Sheng's dark long hair danced in the wind. They seemed to become the sharpest blades in the world as they were covered by demonic light. Boom, boom, boom. Demons suddenly descended around Yu Sheng and Yi Futian. It was the heavenly demon, godly advent. Yu Sheng himself seemed to have transformed into a domineering demon. He raised his head and looked straight ahead. He wanted to see for himself exactly how powerful this 49th catastrophe was. Buzz! Starlight shone all around them. The constitution of stars materialized and stood guard all around the demon-slaying platform. Then, sword chi weaved to form a razor-sharp shield of swordsmanship. They had set up many layers of defenses to withstand this final catastrophe. In the sky, streaks of crimson, destructive divine, light charged downwards. The next moment, harmful light of catastrophe poured down like the wrath of God. The attack no longer came down one by one. Instead, 49 streaks of lightning blasted down simultaneously, destroying everything in their way. "Kill!" Yi Futian bellowed. All the arms of the Buddha waved, and the divine swords slashed upwards. At the same time, their palms sent out seals that charged towards the devil abyss above. Almost concurrently, destructive divine light rained down, and the catastrophe befell them. Crimson light of catastrophe flooded the space completely. In the middle of the 49 streaks of lightning, a crimson light pillar descended and tore everything apart. Instantly, the demon-slaying platform was buried in the crimson, destructive light of catastrophe. Everything turned to dust and void. It was as though nothing could withstand this ultimate attack. In the distance, Dong Wangdian's heart quivered as she observed the scene. If she was put on the platform, could she survive this destructive attack? She watched as the light of catastrophe overwhelmed everything on the demon-slaying platform and terrifying storms rampaged all around it. After a long while, everything dissipated. Dong Huang Duen saw the bodies of Yi Futian and Yu Sheng lying on the platform lifelessly. Even their chains were shattered. They lay on the platform quietly with wounds all over their bodies. Blood oozed out from their injuries. It was a tragic scene to behold. Even their auras could not be detected. Were they dead? Dong Huang Duen wondered as she looked at them. Her eyes twitched, but she still remained motionless on her spot. I have helped Dong Huang to eliminate his opponents. What do you think? A voice asked Dong Huang Duen. Father has never thought of these two juniors as his opponents, Dong Huang Duen responded. However, this is your Highness' decision. I am not qualified to comment on it. The Devil Emperor did not say anything. Right at this moment, a hint of aura appeared on the demon slaying platform. Life aura could be faintly sensed circulating in Yi Futian's body. On top of that, there seemed to be strands of life current flowing between his body and Yu Sheng's. The two of them were tightly connected through the current, causing the life aura to rejuvenate in Yu Sheng's body. Were they still alive? Dong Huang Duen looked towards the platform. This strand of life aura was like candlelight in the dark. It was a strand of hope. Gradually, the life aura rejuvenated inside of Yi Futian's body. At the same time, Yu Sheng's heartbeat was resuscitated. Dong Huang Duen felt as though she could hear the intense thumping sound of his heart beating. Thump, thump. The sound of his heartbeat intensified. The life auras of demons, especially powerful demons like Yu Sheng, were indomitable. When Dong Huang Duen saw this scene, she asked, Your Highness, you promised to let them go if they were still alive after 49 catastrophes. Now, what do you plan to do with them? They are lucky, the Devil Emperor said. Since I have made a promise to them, I will surely keep my word. However, if they continue to stay on the demon-slaying platform, their survival is not certain. I will leave them to you. The Devil Emperor was curious. What would Dong Huang Duen choose to do with the two of them? Chapter 26:13. The True Body of Devil Emperor. Above the Demon God Palace, the Devil Emperor looked in the direction of the demon-slaying platform. Yi Futian and Yu Sheng were on the verge of death as Dong Huang Duen stood outside. The Devil Emperor handed control over to Dong Huang Duen so that she could decide on the fate of Yi Futian and Yu Sheng. The Devil Emperor did so because he wanted to see what choice would Dong Huang Duen make. If Yi Futian was really descended from Emperor Yi Qing, then Dong Huang Duen, Yi Futian, and Yu Sheng were inextricably linked even before their births. They had grown up together and had been good friends since childhood, but now they were sworn enemies. However, the Devil Emperor still had some doubts, so he wanted to see for himself. There, Dong Huang Duen glanced at the two of them, then turned to leave as she said, I have already made it clear that I will not be interfering in any matters concerning the Devil Imperial Palace, so everything is left to your Majesty to decide. With that, she left the demon-slaying platform, ignoring the suffering of Yi Futian and Yu Sheng. The two were left lying there to die. They were unable to struggle against the force that befell them, even though they had since recovered a breath of life. They appeared to be greatly weakened, and there was no telling whether or not they would be able to survive their ordeal. After all, they were still on the demon-slaying platform, and that force of destruction was constantly attacking them. The Devil Emperor glanced at the location that had just been vacated by Dong Huang Duen. If she wanted to, saving Yi Futian and Yu Sheng would be as easy as a simple raise of her hand. However, Dong Huang Duen did not do that. Was Dong Huang Duen also desirous of the demise of these two enemy descendants? Bring both of them out. After they have recovered, bring them to see me, said a voice from the Demon God Palace as he disappeared. Yes, master. After hearing his words, someone took the order and went to the demon-slaying platform to bring Yu Sheng and Yi Futian out of the demon-slaying platform. The Devil Emperor had said that if the two of them could last 49 days, they would be released. Now 49 days had already gone by. Yi Futian and Yu Xing fell into a deep coma and had forgotten about the passage of time. No one knew how long it had been, but Yi Futian was the first to wake up from the coma. When he woke up, he was wrapped in a cocoon of life, which was incredibly persistent, rendering his body immortal and indestructible. He turned sideways to look at Yu Sheng, who was next to him, and saw his heart was beating vibrantly. It seemed as he had almost fully recovered from all of his injuries as well. The vitality of the great demon was extremely stubborn. Once they had left the demon-slaying platform, it was unlikely for them to die, given their realms, as long as there was still a trace of breath within them. Strands of the divine light of life showered upon Yu Sheng and penetrated his body. Gradually, Yu Sheng's heartbeat grew more fierce. Finally, a pair of pitch-dark eyes suddenly opened, emitting a terrifying demonic light. After that, Yu Sheng sat up abruptly and looked at Yi Futian next to him. Their eyes met, and there was a moment of initial silence. Then they were all smiles. It was as if it was the smile for having survived such a major disaster and trial. They had survived. They had managed to live despite the demon-slaying platform. They were still alive after this great trial. Yu Sheng, where are we? Yi Futian asked. He found himself in a palace inside the Devil Imperial Palace. This palace was extremely spacious, and they were presently inside the cultivation court of this palace. This is my cultivation court, and this is the palace where I live, Yu Sheng explained. He then got up and walked outside. After these two woke up from their coma, they seemed to have completely recovered. When he arrived in the courtyard outside the palace, Yu Sheng suddenly stopped. He heard footsteps, and that meant someone was here. By nature, Yu Sheng loathed being disturbed. His manner was cold and aggressive, so much so that he was close to unreasonable. Therefore, in the palace where he resided, there was no other person besides himself. There were not even maids who were assigned here. But at this moment, there was someone here in the courtyard. However, when they saw this intruder, both Yi Futian and Yu Sheng were stunned. Yi Futian especially looked rather awkward. The person in front of them was covered with a phoenix robe, and though the tail of the phoenix hung behind her on the ground, it remained pristine. With her tall and slender physique, she appeared extremely elegant and noble. Moreover, she had an indescribably beautiful face. Her face and temperament seemed to blend perfectly and complemented each other. This was definitely a woman who would grab anyone's heart with just one glance. Her face and temperament alone were enough to leave a permanent imprint on any beholder's heart. Donghuang Diyuan. It was not the first time that Yi Futian had seen Princess Donghuang, but he had never seen her at such a close distance. When he was young, Donghuang Diyuan was a goddess in the heavens, high above him and out of reach. She was a deity, and he was a mere mortal who could only look up to her. Even after he had achieved something of himself in cultivation, Donghuang Diyuan, as the only daughter of Donghuang the Great, was still unattainable. Every time she appeared, she had always been high in the sky. Divine light showered around her, and the mortals of the world could only bath in her divine glory. But at this moment, Donghuang Diyuan, like any other lady of a noble family, simply stood quietly in the courtyard. This was the first time that Yi Futian was so close to Donghuang Diyuan, the noblest princess in all of the divine prefecture. She was destined to be the proud daughter of heaven. His Majesty the Devil Emperor placed me here, Donghuang Diyuan said lightly, as if she was not aware that anything was out of place. Why is the princess here in the devil world? Yi Futian asked without knowing that Donghuang Diyuan had been captured. From his perspective, the status of Donghuang Diyuan was unquestionable, and capture was an inconceivable improbability. I want to come to the devil world to have a look, so here I am, Donghuang Diyuan responded. Clearly, She would not divulge the fact that she had been captured. Yi Futian knew that she was not telling him the truth, but he did not press on. At this time, the Earth Demon Sage appeared in the sky outside, looking at Yi Futian and Yu Sheng. "Come with me," she said. "Very well." Yu Sheng nodded and was the first one to step forward to meet him. Although he had almost perished on the demon-slaying platform, he didn't seem to harbor any hostility toward the Devil Emperor. The two of them left with the Earth Demon Sage, leaving Dong Huang Diyuan there by herself. After a moment, Yi Futian and Yu Sheng appeared outside the Demon God Palace. "Come in." In the Demon God Palace, an old and hoarse voice called to them. The door was open, so Yu Sheng and Yi Futian walked straight inside. Inside the Demon God Palace, both of them felt a sense of great solemnity, and where they were heading seemed a little obscure. They kept moving forward until they came to a place not too far from the divine throne. "Your Majesty." "Greetings, Your Majesty," Yu Sheng and Yi Futian both said as they bowed to pay their respect. "You don't hate me?" the Devil Emperor asked. His voice sounded ancient and weak, as if there was no power behind it. This caused the curious look on both Yu Sheng's and Yi Futian's faces. They looked up at the divine throne and saw that instead of the majestic Devil Emperor as they had expected to see, there was an ordinary old man there. What they saw in front of them shocked Yi Futian to no end. Was this the Devil Emperor he knew? Yu Sheng shook his head. Obviously, the question that was posed just now was not meant for Yi Futian. "What is happening to Your Majesty?" Yu Sheng asked with some concern. He had never seen the Devil Emperor like this before. "It's nothing. You have never seen the truth for all this time. Today, I will take you to see it." As soon as the Devil Emperor's voice fell, Yu Sheng and Yi Futian felt that the world in front of them was changing. They appeared in another space. An unimaginably terrifying force of destruction enveloped the two of them, as Yi Futian's heart was beating violently. They stood upon a terrifying blood-red cloud of tribulation, and above them was the real tribulation of doomsday. Infinite destructive power was flowing, covering the entire sky and extending into the distance. This is the Devil Abyss. Likewise, Yu Sheng was shocked to his core as he raised his head to look at the image in front of him. He could have never imagined such a horrific scene was hovering above the Devil Imperial Palace. However, what was even more shocking to both of them was that above this devastating sky, there was a boundless and massive figure. This figure was a true deity that was as stalwart as the heavens. In other words, heaven was transformed by his physical body, which kept the destructive power in the sky at bay. The Devil Emperor, Yi Futian, watched the phantom that blended with the sky, and the imagery in front of him was akin to when Ziwei the Great himself had integrated into the stars in heaven, and countless stars formed the face of Ziwei. But what he was seeing before him now was more shocking than that, because the Devil Emperor, who had morphed into the heavens, was overpowering the Devil Abyss with his own body of flesh and blood. The tribulation of destruction was endless and infinite, constantly bombarding that figure. It was as if he was suffering those apocalyptic tribulations all the time. Only then did Yi Futian understand what the people of the Devil World had told him. The Devil Emperor had suppressed the Devil Abyss with his own power and held up the 9 heavens. Was that the reason why he was so weak? Chapter 26:14. The Wicked Thoughts of the Devil Emperor. The elderly figure of the Devil Emperor appeared in front of the two of them, standing under that storm of destruction. It was impossible to distinguish the real Devil Emperor between the demon shadow in heaven and the weak old man in front of them. Or rather, they were both the Devil Emperor in some ways. "Did you see it?" The Devil Emperor looked at Yu Sheng poignantly while pointing to the sky and saying, "This is your destiny." Yu Sheng was speechless as he stared at the imagery of total destruction up in the sky, while Yi Futian's heart palpitated and his face paled. Would this be a glimpse into Yu Sheng's future? Yi Futian looked at the Devil Emperor, but saw that the Devil Emperor was looking at him as well at this time. He sneered, "Are you thinking that as long as Yu Shang leaves the Devil World, he will be spared of all this, and that I will have to continue to carry the Devil Abyss?" Yi Futian's eyes sharpened before he looked at the Devil Emperor and replied, "Everyone is only looking out for themselves." Although the Devil Emperor had suffered for many years, if Yi Futian were to choose between him and Yu Shang, Yi Futian would choose the Devil Emperor to bear the burden without any hesitation. This was not a hard decision to make. "That's right. People are selfish." The Devil Emperor nodded and continued. "So, while they enjoy the Pure Land, they have sealed the Devil World under the Devil Abyss forever and locked us in this prison. Each of the worlds, be it the world of Buddhism, the Divine Prefecture, or the human realm, each has its own version of heaven except the Devil World. What do we have? Why do they insist on hindering the Devil World like this? Why let the Devil World bear all this? Who gave them the right to make that decision?" Yi Futian was silent because he couldn't refute it. If the Devil Emperor wanted to step out of the Devil World with his demonic cultivators, he was certain that none of the worlds in Buddhism, the Divine Prefecture, or the human realm would agree to it. Therefore, they were trapped in this prison, enduring the ravages of the tribulations from the Devil Abyss forever. As for him, the Devil Emperor looked at Yu Shang and continued, "You wanted him to achieve the Imperial Realm, and yet leave the Devil World. Do you think it possible? The world will not allow the birth of another Devil Emperor. If a new Devil Emperor were to be born, then it is inevitable that the other must perish. Yet the destiny of the Devil World must be borne by someone." Yi Futian's heart trembled. He finally understood what the Devil Emperor was saying. There was a system of checks and balances between the great emperors of this world. Just as the Divine Prefecture did not allow the coexistence of the two emperors in the past, the Devil World, likewise, will not allow the coexistence of two Devil Emperors. If he wants to inherit the position of the Devil Emperor, then he must shoulder the responsibility of the Devil World. It is his mission and responsibility to protect the Devil World. The Devil Emperor continued. "If there is the need, I will do it," Yu Shang said while raising his head to look into the sky. His eyes were full of determination. The Devil Emperor glanced at Yu Shang and Yi Futian. This exchange had made him aware of one thing, and that was never to ask Yu Shang to choose between the Devil World or Yi Futian. Otherwise, he would choose to sacrifice himself. "I'm getting old, and the future of the Devil World is yours." The Devil Emperor spoke to Yu Shang, then looked at Yi Futian. "I don't expect you to do anything for the Devil World, but I hope you won't be there to stop us." "I can leave the land of the original realm alone," said the Devil Emperor. In the previous era, there was yet another great emperor who was one of the strongest in the world. Many thought that he might even be the greatest of them all. He was the closest person to the heavenly path. "Heaven Realm, Heavenly Emperor," said Yi Futian. "Yes, the Heavenly Emperor." The Devil Emperor nodded. Yi Futian was a little puzzled. If the Heavenly Emperor was hailed as the most powerful emperor, why did he perish? They will not allow the existence of two emperors, but the original realm may still have a place for a great emperor, especially one who could stand up against Dong Huang the Great, the Devil Emperor continued. Yi Futian thought that Dark Court and empty Divine Realm wanted to support him so they could challenge the Divine Prefecture. But did that mean they would allow him to step onto the throne? Maybe not necessarily. Dong Huang the Great had an established relationship with the Buddha of the world of Buddhism, and the Divine Prefecture and the Western Heaven of Buddha also enjoyed a good relationship while maintaining a workable one with the human realm at the same time. It was possible that they could be in the same camp, but judging from the death of Emperor Yi Qing, this camp, in some respects, might be more tenuous than not. Empty Divine Realm and the Dark Court seemed to be in cahoots together, while the Devil World was independent from everyone else, doing whatever it wished. Dong Huang the Great did say that he would not care if a great emperor emerged from the original realm, who did not lean towards any one side of any camp. He had expressed this stance way back while still at the Heavenly Mandate Academy. Currently, the empty divine realm and the dark court did not appear to be hostile toward him, but there was no telling about that in the future. Now, even the Devil Emperor seemed to be accepting him. In addition, he also had a relationship with Buddhism, as he had gone to the Western heaven of Buddhism to seek instruction. At present, it seemed that the resistance facing him was not as great. What are your thoughts about that little princess of Donghuang? The Devil Emperor suddenly asked, looking at Yu Sheng and Yi Futian both. I don't have much contact with her, but Donghuang Diwen is the only daughter of Donghuang the Great, so she must be very outstanding, Yi Futian responded. I don't know anything about her, Yu Sheng said plainly and directly. Daughter of Donghuang must not lack in talents. In addition to her talents, her beauty is also peerless. If I were you as her peer, I would definitely not back off. The Devil Emperor said it so nonchalantly, it gave Yi Futian a rather strange feeling. Just what was the Devil Emperor implying? Then, a descendant may be produced who has the gift of becoming a great emperor. The Devil Emperor continued, There is nothing concerning you here now. You may go back. Yu Sheng nodded, and Yi Futian, too, saluted slightly. Thank you, Your Majesty. After that, the Devil Emperor waved his hand, and suddenly a storm swept towards the two of them. They disappeared directly from the place where they were and reappeared in front of the Demon God Palace. After they left, the Devil Emperor looked down at the space below. His gaze penetrated the space and fell on Yi Futian and Yu Sheng. His dark eyes were profound and unfathomable. His younger brother had kept the two of them all these years, raised them to be such exceptional characters, and had meant for Yu Sheng to assist Yi Futian. What was he trying to do? Let them become emperors and join hands with him to slay Donghuang. That didn't seem to be the case. Back then, he was thoroughly impressed by the fervor of Donghuang the Great and Emperor Yi Qing, so he decided to follow them. But later, the two emperors turned against each other, ending with the death of Emperor Yi Qing. It was understandable for him to seek revenge, but what exactly happened back then, and were there still any secrets that were not revealed? He was curious to find out. After Yi Futian and Yu Sheng left the Demon God Palace, they returned to the palace where Yu Sheng resided and found that Donghuang Diwen was still there. Seeing the return of these two, Donghuang Diwen appeared rather calm as she glanced at the two of them. It seems that His Majesty the Devil Emperor had decided to let the two of you live, Donghuang Diwen commented. Is the princess disappointed? Yi Futian asked. He was remembering the parting comment of the Devil Emperor, and his expression was a little awkward. Was the Devil Emperor harboring some dishonorable intent? It was a little unseemly for him, actually, to have thoughts like that. Except Donghuang the Great probably would not be sitting by idly without killing him. In the past few years, you have stirred up the Divine Prefecture quite a bit. In your hands, the Divine Prefecture has lost a lot of people, and it is quite enough. Donghuang Diwen's voice was indifferent, coated with haughtiness. Those beautiful eyes of hers assessed Yi Futian judiciously. Every move that she made had done nothing but to accentuate her noble status. Chapter 26:15. So, you think you are very strong. For the holy land of Taichu and the celestial Worthy Mountain, both of these two major principalities had suffered the fate of extinction. The Sun God Mountain and the Shin clan, too, were attacked, while the clan Lord of Mo perished at the hands of Yi Futian. In the battle at Tianyan City, Yi Futian had slaughtered many people as well. The power of the 6 ancient god clans in the original realm had been greatly reduced. Yi Futian's existence indeed had worried many authorities in the Divine Prefecture, and many cultivators had died at his hands. However, should all these faults be attributed to Yi Futian? Would Yi Futian think that he had done anything wrong? If these people didn't die, it would be the Heavenly Mandate Academy, Zue Segmentum, and himself that would have been destroyed. Wang Xiao of Tianyan City, with the help of the imperial arms, tried to sack Ziwei Segmentum, and many innocent people had perished because of it. Did your Royal Highness ever say a word on behalf of those innocent people in Ziwei Segmentum? Yi Futian looked at Dong Huang Diyuan. His tone was slightly cool as he continued, Heavenly Mandate City has been destroyed many times, and the same thing happened to the 9 realms that preceded the original realm. How many people have died through no fault of their own? Has your Royal Highness ever chastised the savage acts committed by the people of the Divine Prefecture? The original realm once belonged to the Divine Prefecture, but the Divine Prefecture had allowed the 9 realms to be ravaged. They were incapable of stopping the invasion of the Dark World and the empty Divine Realm. And I, as someone who was born in the original realm, have sentiment for the original realm that you cannot possibly understand. The Divine Prefecture cannot protect the original realm, so I can only do all I can possibly do. If the force of the Divine Prefecture intends to wreak havoc in the original realm, I will destroy them with certainty. Yi Futian continued, Years ago, the princess was kind to me and lent me an item to save my life. However, it was a reward for what I had done in the battle against the Dark Court and the empty Divine Realm. In truth, I owe you nothing. My father, on account of the past, spared you because the teacher had spoken on your behalf. However, it is not intended for you to cause chaos however you please. Dong Huang Diyuan did not seem to have heard a word that Yi Futian had said, but continued to speak her thoughts. You are now in charge of Ziwei Segmentum, protected by Ziwei so that the others could not invade. You ought to mind your own business and cultivate within your bounds. Yi Futian frowned. Was Dong Huang Diyuan lecturing him? I am addressing you as princess because of our history. The land of the original realm is no longer under the rule of the Divine Prefecture, and I am not your subordinate. What I have done is not for you to comment on, Yi Futian replied indifferently. He thought he was giving her a way out, but Dong Huang Diyuan didn't seem to take the hint at all. Her attitude was haughty, arrogant, and high-handed as if he was hers to command. Dong Huang Diyuan fixed her eyes on Yi Futian when she heard Yi Futian's insolent retort. A breathtaking majesty surged from those unbelievably beautiful eyes, making those who beheld it to surrender involuntarily. She was the only princess in all of the Divine Prefecture, and a naturally powerful aura emerged from her. Yi Futian had seen it once when he was still a youth. Even if she was surrounded by all the divine generals of Divine Prefecture, she was the absolute, undeniable center of attention. At this moment, it was the first time Yi Futian was in such close contact with her and experienced that reality, which was becoming more and more evident. It was a majestic power that was meant to make everyone bow down at her feet, for she could only be revered. However, Yi Futian was not someone who had not seen much of the world. He had his fair share of interactions with many great emperors. Moreover, he was now the palace lord of Ziwei Imperial Palace, the ruler of Ziwei Segmentum. He had killed many top cultivators himself, so how could he be easily unnerved by Dong Huang Diyuan? He stared right into the eyes of the other. His deep-set eyes were as bright as the stars. He and Dong Huang Diyuan stared at one another. There was an invisible coercion that effused from him. His momentum was no less than hers. The two sets of eyes challenged each other. Suddenly, Yi Futian heard the long cry of the most radiant phoenix divine bird and felt it rush directly into his eyes. The phoenix divine bird was bathed in an extremely brilliant divine flames capable of incinerating one's will and spiritual soul. At the same time, the phoenix robe that was draped upon the body of Dong Huang Diyuan seemed to be caught on fire, turning into golden feathers. An incredibly fiery and terrifying current swept out, and everything seemed to be on the verge of turning into dust and smoke. At this moment, Yi Futian felt a strong sense of threat. A Buddhist statue appeared in his mind, guarding and protecting his will from imminent destruction. Buzz, an incomparably fiery current swept over, and it was the phoenix bathing in the divine flame. It did not appear to be an ordinary phoenix, as each feather on its wing was a divine feather, burning with golden divine flames. Its eyes were even more domineering, like a king among all phoenixes, noble and untouchable. Along with that sustained cry, the terrifying claws of the phoenix suddenly slammed down and blasted on the Buddhist statue. The Buddhist statue collapsed and shattered under that sudden attack of the divine flame and its terrifying force. Yi Futian's mind suffered a violent and abrupt blow. Bang! Yi Futian slid backward and smashed a stone table somewhere. Between his and Dong Huang Diyuan's eyes, an extremely bright golden light did not dissipate. Do you think you are powerful? Even Dong Huang Diyuan's eyes had released brilliant divine flames. She was bathed fully in the power of the divine might. At this moment, she was dazzling, a proud empress blooming with incomparable divine might, more arrogant and haughtier than ever. Yi Futian's eyes sharpened slightly as he looked up at the figure. It was then that he seemed to have realized something. The woman who was standing in front of him was not some weakling with a pretty face. If she were underestimated simply because of her looks, then someone would be paying a great price, as he did just now. The daughter of Dong Huang the Great was the only princess in the divine prefecture who had inherited from Dong Huang the Great. The extent of Dong Huang Diyuan's strength could not really be imagined. Dong Huang the Great must have devoted every resource available in training her. The likes of Wang Xiao, because of their unparalleled talents such as in armoring, had some right to ask for the hand of Dong Huang Diyuan. Still, this was nothing more than an idiotic dream. They seemed to only focus on her identity as Dong Huang Diyuan, but never considered just how powerful she really was. Perhaps it was because of Dong Huang Diyuan's identity as a woman, or perhaps she had never truly revealed her full strength in front of the outside world that there was no need to consider such things. The second tribulation. Yi Futian was a little surprised at the strength of Dong Huang Diyuan. She was so strong, so who in the devil world had captured her? Yu Xing took a step toward Dong Huang Diyuan, and an overbearing demonic might bloomed from him. Yu Sheng! Yi Futian called out to him. Yu Sheng stopped immediately as he looked at Yi Futian behind him. At this moment, divine light was lingering upon Yi Futian's body as a violent roar of the great path emerged from within him. For a while, a brilliant divine light continued to erupt from him. At this moment, Yi Futian was surrounded by a powerful intent of battle. He had previously slaughtered existences who had survived the second divine tribulation of the great path. When he was trespassing into the Devil Imperial Palace, he had also defeated several cultivators at this level. It was not until the appearance of the Earth Demon Sage that he really felt the sense of coercion. Now, from Dong Huang Diyuan, he felt a strong sense of pressure. What kind of talent did this princess from the divine prefecture possess? Just how strong was she? Yi Futian was very curious. And he was not the only one that was curious. At this moment, the Demon Emperor was standing over the Demon God Palace as he was looking this way. The exchange between these two was of great interest to him. Chapter 26:16. Dong Huang Diyuan. Dong Huang Diyuan glanced at Yi Futian, then raised her head as she soared upward, heading higher into the sky. This was not the Dong Huang Imperial Palace, and she would not want to destroy any of it unnecessarily. Yi Futian saw the movements of Dong Huang's Diyuan, so he, too, followed her higher into the sky. The two continued going up until they came to the area just below the Devil Abyss. Above the firmament, a pitch-black, dark aura of destruction circulated. But under that ominous dark clouds, there were two figures surrounded by dazzling divine light. Buzz, a blazing wild wind blew, and Dong Huang Diyuan seemed to bathe in the shadow of a divine phoenix. The divine phoenix was akin to the demon monarch in the days of yore, incomparably noble. Even the divine wings that appeared behind Dong Huang Diyuan were covered in brilliant golden feathers, shining with the dazzling brilliance of divine glory. In an instant, the dark clouds of tribulation overhead were illuminated, and a red glow appeared in the pitch-black sky. Many demonic cultivators in the Devil Imperial Palace looked up in the sky and had a look of shock on their faces. When they saw that gigantic divine phoenix, there was a disturbance in all of their hearts. This imagery was too incredible. Who was there? Many figures levitated into the sky, standing on top of many demonic halls, looking up at the sky. There were also great demons heading higher into the sky, but they felt an intense pressure of might as they went further up. Whoever was able to reach this far above the sky must be someone of great cultivation. Who could be fighting over there? It's the divine phoenix. Yi Futian looked at Dong Huang Diyuan and felt pressure coming from the phoenix's phantom. He could feel a strong sense of coercion. This feeling of oppression seemed quite familiar. Once he had a similar feeling when he was facing the corpse of the peacock demon monarch. That was the aura of the demon monarch. What was happening in front of him seemed to remind him once again that the one standing in front of him was the only daughter of Dong Huang the Great. Along the way in his cultivation, he had obtained the inheritance of several great emperors. Would someone like Dong Huang Diyuan have any fewer opportunities than him? Dong Huang the Great must have given her all the very best. Just from this aura alone, he knew that Dong Huang Diyuan must have received the power of the demon monarchess's divine phoenix. Yi Futian had primarily been invincible on the path of cultivation, but self-reflection was sometimes necessary. He seemed to have been a little overconfident, so he had overlooked what Dong Huang Diyuan was capable of. Before the battle, he did not recognize Dong Huang Diyuan's true strength, but at this moment there was no denying it. His eyes were grave and solemn, and he became quite serious. You have comprehended the divine body from the body of Xinjiao the Great Emperor, a physique that is powerful and unparalleled, so let me experience its power for myself. Dong Huang Diyuan was extremely arrogant and exuded a noble temperament that she was born with. The world only saw her nobility, status, and that unparalleled beauty, but forgot all about her talent and strength. When Wang Shao had thoughts about courting Dong Huang Diyuan, Spear Emperor Di was dismissive of him. As the direct disciple of Dong Huang the Great, Di would know just how good and powerful Dong Huang Diyuan was. However, she had never shown the world any of it. Even before this moment, Yi Futian hadn't known her true strength and realm. Have it your way. Behind Yi Futian, a phantom of the peacock demon god appeared, domineering to the extreme. An aggressive and unparalleled divine light flowed from him. His figure flashed, then turned into an astonishing streak of lightning, rushing towards Dong Huang Diyuan. Since his realization of the divine body, he had not used the way of the physical body on any opponent. He had since survived several tribulations, so that this physical body was now many times stronger. Dong Huang Diyuan knew very well that his physical body was massively powerful, but she wanted to compete with him in physical strength. A streamer of light sailed across that turned out to be Yi Futian. He came down in front of Dong Huang Diyuan in a blink of an eye. He unleashed a strike with his fist without any fancy frills, except fist aurora that was meant to shatter everything in its path. The divine light lingered and covered the fist. That punch had enough force to make heaven and earth tremble. It seemed that with this blow alone, he could punch through the delicate body of Dong Huang Diyuan. A radiant golden figure rushed toward Yi Futian, and a punch was also unleashed. Two massive phantoms appeared in the void, and it was the phantoms of the divine phoenix and the peacock demon god. Bang! Above the firmament, the silence that covered the area was deafening as a most brilliant light swept out, sheltering the entire sky above the Devil Imperial Palace. Even in the capital, outside the Devil Imperial Palace, had gathered countless bystanders to witness the scene unfolding before them. The sky was stained a different color, and even from far away, the gigantic divine phoenix, and the peacock could be seen. Top figures were fighting in the sky above the Devil Imperial Palace. The two streamers of light collided time and again, which seemed to shatter even the clouds of tribulation in the sky. There was a terrible divine light of destruction that shot down from the firmament as the halo of collision radiated outward. Muffled sounds of collisions were heard continuously, which drove the heart of everyone in the Devil Imperial Palace to beat wildly. It was a frightening great battle. This kind of fight was only possible with characters on the level of the demon sage. Finally, as a divine light swept out, the two finally separated. Futian was carrying the phantom of the peacock demon god on his back, as the divine light of the great path circling his body endlessly. He stared at the peerless figure opposite of him. He did not expect that in their physical confrontation, he had not been able to suppress her. The princess's beautiful eyes, likewise, were fixed upon Futian as well. It was hard to imagine that her delicate body was capable of unleashing such terrifying energy. Only she knew how she managed to cultivate such a powerful physique. Her cultivation environment was not something that Futian could have ever dreamed of. No matter how many wonderful chances Futian had encountered, they could never be compared with what was made available to her. From an early age, Dong Huang the Great had been tempering her in the best of conditions. No matter the time or realm, the most suitable resource for cultivation had always been at her disposal. What she experienced was different from all the other worlds. No one was competing with her for cultivational resources because everything belonged to her and her alone. Moreover, only she knew how much effort her father had poured into her. Futian had once comprehended the body of Xinjiao the Great Emperor and possessed the inheritance of the peacock demon monarch. But she had bathed in the true, sacred blood of the demon monarch's phoenix, refined by the sacred blood, and had integrated as part of her body. This was just one part of it. She had also endured the tribulation of the divine flames with her flesh and blood, and now her divine body was sharper and more deadly than any divine arms. She had never wasted any bit of strength on her journey in cultivation. She had enjoyed nothing but the cream of the crop in resources and the most powerful cultivational methods. Not bad. Dong Huang Diuen's phoenix robe fluttered as her eyes drifted once again to Futian. She said, "I heard that you are also an expert in swordsmanship. Show me how far along is your sword." Buzz. As soon as Dong Huang Diuen's voice fell, rays of divine light swept out. Above the firmament, a terrifying domain of the great path seemed to manifest. Above Futian, endless, brilliant golden runes appear. They were filled with an aura that was incredibly horrific and sharp. Those radiant golden runes gathered together and turned into a divine sword as the sword light flooded the space. In an instant, it had enveloped the area below and swallowed up Futian's body within that sword domain. Under this sword intent, the entire space seemed to be on the verge of destruction, as invisible sword shadows rained down and flowed freely in this sword domain. Futian looked up and wondered if Dong Huang Diuen meant to challenge all the areas in which he was an expert. Chapter 2617 Differences in Status. The sword will above the firmament was getting stronger, and the light of the demonic tribulation was overwhelmed by that most destructive sword will. What was even more terrifying was that the aura of the great path and those clouds of tribulations between heavens and earth were also converging into that divine light. Buzz. Divine swords were suspended above the sword domain, and each divine sword released an apocalyptic divine light. It seemed as if they were the most powerful swords of punishment in the world. The area around Futian was surrounded by the divine light emitted from those swords. This terrifying sword light continued to descend, aiming in the direction of the Devil Imperial Palace below. The Earth Demon Sage emerged from the Devil Imperial Palace to guard it from above, creating a massive and powerful shield that blocked the light from those falling divine swords. the dark eyes of the earth demon sage fixed at the sky above him. He had felt a force of punishment. It seemed as if it was a punishment from heaven itself. This was even more apparent to Yi Futian. This sword domain had turned into a penalizing prison, and the area in which it covered would be nothing but total destruction. Tianqing divine sword, the Devil Emperor murmured when he saw the scene unfolding. He didn't think that he would be able to witness the Tianqing divine sword in action again. Watching it being wielded by Donghuang Duan reminded him of too many things. Donghuang the Great had been the undisputed #1 figure for the past 1,000 years. He achieved fame out of nowhere and ascended to the throne simply by his incredible and unbelievable talents. The most terrifying thing about Donghuang the Great was that there was nothing that he was incapable of. He had cultivated all sorts of methods throughout the world and had cultivated each of them to a great degree. He was the true epitome of genius talent. Tianqing divine sword was a technique for punishment. It was meant to impose sword punishment in a specific area of the world and spare no one within that sword domain. This technique first came from the wife of Donghuang the Great. 1. Yi Futian felt the power of destruction, and his expression was solemn. The divine light in this space had extinguished all other existences. Everything was destroyed within the sword domain. The flesh, the spiritual soul, and everything else had turned into nothingness. This destruction was invisible, and even the will that exuded from Yi Futian was destroyed as well. More importantly, the divine brilliance contained within the Tianqing divine sword was the true imperial will. It was obvious that Donghuang Duan had the inheritance from more than just one great emperor. With a thought, a starry field suddenly appeared around him, surrounded by all the stars in the heavens. With Yi Futian's body as the center, an independent space of the starry field was formed. Donghuang Duan's eyes glanced over the starry domain, and divine light bloomed. Tianqing divine swords fell all of a sudden as they flew towards the starry field. Bang, bang, bang. The terrifying sounds of collision were heard. When Tianqing divine swords came in for the kill, the stars began to crack upon impact, then shattered. The divine swords rushed in among the stars, and even the terrifying stars of the great path were collapsing. The imagery of destruction was akin to the end of the world. But when all the divine swords entered deep within, their power was weakened considerably. Divine swords around Yi Futian attacked without hesitation and blocked off the incoming Tianqing divine swords. Donghuang Duan stood below the runes of the Tianqing divine swords that were hanging in the sky, and her body bloomed with radiant divine glory. The divine swords were endless as they continued to rain down like a blanket of destruction. The sky above the Devil Imperial Palace was full of shocking explosions as the cultivators from the Devil Imperial Palace watched on, their hearts beating violently. Donghuang Duan stretched out her hand and made a gesture to press down to the area below. Suddenly, an infinitely gigantic Tianqing divine sword blasted downward. It came down in an instant, broke through every defense, and destroyed all great paths. All the divine swords in the vicinity went with it to become one. An entire sword domain was filled with incomparable destructive power. Boom! This sword directly went for the space above Yi Futian, but was blocked by a brilliant starry light screen. Immediately after, however, the starry light screen was torn apart little by little as the divine sword continued its way down. But from the inside, a starry divine sword appeared, as the starry light from the heavens gathered together. An awful rumbling sound was heard as the starry divine sword emerged from the firmament above and blasted down at that Tianqing divine sword. At the time when Yi Futian slew the mountain master of celestial Worthy Mountain, once his divine sword was unleashed, there was no stopping him. But the mountain master of celestial Worthy Mountain was obviously not Donghuang Duan, and the combat effectiveness of Donghuang Duan far surpassed the other, on more levels than one. Indeed, no matter the realm, there was always a gap between different cultivators. Yi Futian raised his head to take a look at Dong Huangduan. His body turned into the divine body of the great path as divine light lingered. All his methods had now unified into one. His whole body was radiant like a divine sword, sharp to the extreme. Buzz! A stream of light sailed through the void and penetrated everything. None of the Tianqing swords that rained down was able to block this extremely brilliant streamer of light. Dong Huangduan exercised extremely quick reflex as she reacted. The phantom of the divine phoenix appeared, sheltering the sky and obscuring the sun. With a long cry, her body turned into a fiery red ancestral phoenix, dominant beyond words. She smashed down with both of her hands, colliding with the incoming streamers of swordsmanship. Bang! A loud sound came out, and the body of Dong Huangduan was repelled backward by the attacks from the light streamers. However, the light streamers were unable to penetrate her hand. There was another violent and long cry, and the surrounding area turned into the domain of the phoenix, a world of flames. The terrifying phoenix divine flames covered that streamer divine soared in an instant, wanting to incinerate it into nothing. The two figures separated, and the streamer of light retreated. A divine flame seemed to have ignited his body, and the power of Een surged from inside his body. Even so, the divine flame was not yet extinguished. It did not dissipate until the power of Een grew much stronger. Yi Futian had also received Phoenix's Wudong divine flame, but it was not as powerful as the other's Phoenix divine flame. Dong Huangduan bathed in the Phoenix divine flame, haughtier than ever. What she inherited was the power of the ancestral Phoenix, Devil Monarch, and she had refined her body with the blood of the Phoenix's divine blood and inherited the immortal fire of the Phoenix. This divine flame of the Devil Monarch had been immortal since time immemorial. It even possessed the power of nirvana and was definitely no weaker than Yi Futian's divine fire of the sun. Yi Futian sighed in his heart. Naturally, Dong Huang the Great had given all his best resources to his only daughter. Her starting point was the goal that most people in the world could only hope for. It seems that the power of Een that you inherited once upon a time was effective in extinguishing my ancestral phoenix, divine flame, Dong Huangduan said with a proud look in her eyes. She knew that Yi Futian had obtained the power of Een, but in her position, she was loathing to fight over it with Yi Futian. "Thanks to you, Your Royal Highness," Yi Futian responded coldly. Regarding the opportunities back then, if it were not because of Dong Huangduan, he would never have participated in the war, and he would not have gone to the center of the earth to obtain the power of Een. "You don't need to thank me. The opportunity that you have gotten by risking your life is something I already had since birth." Dong Huangduan responded nonchalantly, still so cold, arrogant, and above everyone else. Yi Futian couldn't help but twitch inside his heart, and his eyes remained icy cold. What she said was true enough. He had used his own life time and time again, risking hardships and danger to exchange all those opportunities in cultivation. However, these were all things that Dong Huangduan already had at birth. And all this could have been his at birth as well. But he was deprived of them all. Chapter 26:18 Fateful Duel. Yi Futian was straight-backed as he looked at Dong Huangduan, bathing in divine glory like the imperial ruler of the world. Both of them had the wills of the great emperors on them, and it was more than the inheritance of just one great emperor. Because he was facing was Dong Huangduan, Yi Futian did not have any advantage. Dong Huangduan was right when she said that the resources he had fought for with his life were things Dong Huangduan was entitled to by birth. However, in those trials between life and death, the willpower that he had forged was not something that Dong Huangduan could claim to possess. Buzz, the streamer of swordsmanship, circled him, and his whole body was radiant. All the will in his body seemed to have turned into swordsmanship, flowing upon the divine body. An extremely sharp aura bloomed as if there was nothing in the world that it could not break. Boundless. With a thought, Yi Futian disappeared directly. At this moment, Dong Huang Diwen also released an equally unparalleled divine glory. Her divine body seemed to be engraved with divine marks within, as well as the marks of the great path. The terrifying divine light circulated on the surface of that invincible body of the phoenix. Her palms slammed forward, and the countless marks of the great path gathered to form the Tianqing divine sword, which bloomed with the divine body of the ancestral phoenix and blasted forward. The divine light bloomed, accompanied by a loud bang, sweeping across the vast space. The dark clouds of tribulation shook the sky and were pierced by the divine glory of the sword Qi. However, Yi Futian had disappeared right after that blow of attack, and he was completely invisible. At this time, Dong Huang Diwen closed her eyes as her will enveloped the boundless space. She raised her hand once again to strike out to the left. Her speed was incredible. When she raised her hand and attacked, an incomparable divine light of swordsmanship descended, and it was yet another extremely violent collision. There was only a collision, and no one was seen except for that divine light of destruction. There were no signs of Yi Futian. The Buddha's celerity was invisible, untraceable, and unpredictable. In the area below, all the cultivators inside the Devil Imperial Palace were looking up at the shocking battle in the firmament. This battle was a rare sight even for the cultivators in the Devil Imperial Palace. Even the Earth Demon Sage, one of the 3 great demon sages, was looking rather grave at the moment. His attention had been focused on the battlefield, and he could not catch the slightest glimpse of Yi Futian. But apparently Dong Huang Diwen did. He thought if he was in Dong Huang Diwen's position, could he be as invincible as she under such violent attacks? This was probably a little difficult. These 2 were no weaker than him, but he was one of the 3 great demon sages in the devil world. Yi Futian's attacks were getting faster and faster, and all the Earth Demon Sage could see were just rays of light and a storm of destruction that was making the sky tremble. The clouds of tribulation were dancing wildly, and in just a short moment, Yi Futian had launched an unknown number of attacks. They were like countless bolts of lightning that struck one after the other. But the scary thing was that Dong Huang Diwen was able to withstand them all. Another violent sound of collision was heard. Then, the divine light was shining as Yi Futian's figure reappeared. He stood in front of Dong Huang Diwen. "How did you do it?" Yi Futian asked Dong Huang Diwen. Dong Huang Diwen had detected his Buddha celerity, and there was nowhere for him to hide. All his attacks were being blocked. Dong Huang Diwen opened her eyes and looked at Yi Futian. "Hundreds of years ago, long before you went to the western heaven of Buddhism, someone in the divine prefecture had already gone to the Spirit Mountain. You are not the only one who is an expert in the ways of Buddhism." When those words were spoken, the light of Buddha lingered all around her, and she was akin to a female Buddha. Her entire body was radiant and sacred. Dong Huang the Great! Of course, Yi Futian knew who Dong Huang Diwen was referring to. While he was cultivating in Spirit Mountain, he had heard that Dong Huang the Great was already proficient in Buddhism before he even entered the western heaven of Buddhism. Therefore, he was able to defeat all the Buddhas at the battle in Spirit Mountain. The Buddhas at Spirit Mountain had told him that had Dong Huang the Great focused on cultivating Buddhism, and he would have been a mighty Buddha that was not possible to find in 1,000 years. Like him, Dong Huang the Great was well versed in all things. So, was it another kind of superpower? Those who could recognize Buddha's celerity possessed extremely advanced Buddhist techniques. Dong Huang the Great once had cultivated one of the 6 superpowers himself. It might have been another of the 6 Buddhist superpowers. Of course, it may also be some other Buddhist techniques that required a great sense of comprehension. After all, Dong Huang Diwen had been standing there without moving, and she might be sensing and predicting where the attack would come from. Methods of Buddhism were infinite and curious, and it was not impossible that such an ability existed. When he saw the light of Buddha blooming from Donghuang Diwen, Yi Futian clasped his hands together. Suddenly, his whole body burned bright with the light of Buddha. It seemed that Donghuang Diwen intended to see all of his various abilities. In that case, he, too, would like to see just how strong Donghuang Diwen was in these various fields. As the light of Buddha covered the sky, and auspicious clouds shrouded the space, the pitch-black clouds of tribulation were dispelled. Between heaven and earth, gigantic figures of Buddha appeared. At the same time, a massive shadow of Buddha appeared above the firmament formed by the light of Buddha. Like him, Donghuang Diwen had clasped her hands together as well. A look of holiness and peace replaced the previous look of dominant arrogance and cold indifference. There was a little more tranquility about her, as her body was surrounded by many massive golden lotus flowers. She trod lightly into the void, and with every step she took, a lotus flower appeared. This was a very profound vision of Buddhist methods, known as lotus in every step. At the same time, high above the sky, a massive phantom of Guanyin Buddha appeared, vying with the giant Buddha summoned by Yi Futian. A terrifying aura of attack came into being, and the light of Buddha on Yi Futian soared into the sky. The Buddhas in heaven blasted the seal of Mahavajrana simultaneously, launching their attacks downward to destroy everything as they fired towards Donghuang Diwen. The Guanyin Buddha behind Donghuang Diwen had 1,000 arms, and all of them made the gesture of the seal of Buddha. Immediately, a sacred Buddhist divine sword appeared in each of those 1,000 hands, blasting at the seal of Mahavajrana. This was the divine sword of cleansing, which collided with the seal blasting down, and a sacred light of Buddha erupted. Soon after, it was purified as it dissipated and disappeared into nothing. Yi Futian did not stop, and the Buddhas in all the heavens continued to resonate. Above the firmament, that gigantic and massive ancient Buddha had condensed into a tangible existence. The light of Buddha illuminated the space as the 6 syllables of truth continued to pour out of Yi Futian's mouth, and the power of Buddhism began to increase by leaps and bounds. The power of all the Buddhas in the sky converged upon the ancient Buddha, and a mighty Buddha's prestige rained down. The massive ancient Buddha stretched out his arm and pressed down his hand to oppress the space below. The light of Buddha filled the heavens, and it was a golden Buddha's handprint. Endless Buddhist seals and the symbol of Wan were engraved on that massive and boundless handprint. Suddenly, the gigantic and incomparable Buddhist seal turned into a giant symbol of Wan. Donghuang Diwen and Yi Futian had similar reactions. Numerous Buddhist lotuses grew upward, reaching into the sky. Among those lotus flowers, a most brilliant Buddhist glory was released, gathered upon the statue of Guanyin. Thousands of hands were making the signs of the seals simultaneously, converging into the divine sword of cleansing. At this time, the right arm of the Guanyin Buddha stretched out, the thumb and forefinger in a circle, while the other 3 fingers pointed to the sky. The divine sword of cleansing gathered, as the light of Buddha shining in the sky, colliding with the symbol of Wan. A horrific light of Buddha swept through the space as the clouds of tribulation above the firmament were cleared away and turned into clouds of sacred auspice, giving out an incredible glow. The 2 attacks seemed to stand still for a while, then collapsed and pulverized at the same time. The horrific storm repelled Yi Futian as well as Donghuang Diwen, and even the light of Buddha was forcibly dispersed by its power. The Devil Emperor above the Demon God Palace watched this battle with demonic light shining in his eyes. This was indeed a fateful duel. The descendants nurtured by Donghuang the Great were this outstanding. Chapter 2619. The world's #1 all-rounder. "They are too powerful!" exclaimed the cultivators. The battle between the 2 of them covered a huge area. Inside and outside the Devil Imperial Palace, countless cultivators witnessed the huge battle in the sky. On the battlefield, colorful lights filled the sky and appeared extremely divine. The destructive currents beneath the devil abyss were scattered by the shock waves. Right now, the various demonic cultivators already knew who were battling each other. One side was the only daughter of Dong Huang the Great, Dong Huang Duan. The other was Yi Futian, the current most famous monstrous figure in the divine prefecture and the top proud son of heaven of the original realm, who led the Ziwei segmentum against the 6 major ancient god clans. These 2 figures were now battling in the sky above the Devil Imperial Palace. The members of the Devil Imperial Palace knew that Yi Futian and Yu Sheng were brothers. The former had come to the Devil world for Yu Sheng. On the other hand, Dong Huang Duan was captured and brought here, who was so mighty to be able to bring the powerful princess Dong Huang to the Devil world. It was the first demon sage. Rumor has it that the first demon sage's cultivation was deep and unfathomable. He had long been in a state of transformation and was already in existence akin to a demigod. He was rarely seen in public. It was difficult even for the cultivators of the Devil Imperial Palace to catch a glimpse of him. However, aside from the several super-existences in the Devil Imperial Palace, Dong Huang Duan and Yi Futian's combatability were already at the level of the demon sage too. No wonder even the blood raiment of the guardian of the Devil Imperial Palace could not stop Yi Futian. Who would win this fight? From the looks of it now, they seemed to be on equal footing. The members of the Devil Imperial Palace could not help but sigh. This proud son of heaven of the original realm was indeed as the rumors had said. He actually could go toe-to-toe with the daughter of Dong Huang the Great. After the symbol of Wan and the divine sort of cleansing collided in the heavens above, both sides did not continue to attack. There was a brief moment of silence. Up until now, both of them had failed to gain the upper hand. Both sides were very powerful in all aspects. However, was this their limit? Only they knew for sure. "What other abilities do you possess?" asked Dong Huang Duan as she looked at Yi Futian. "I still have many. I fear you won't be able to handle them," replied Yi Futian indifferently. "Outrageous," said Dong Huang Duan as she swept a glance at Yi Futian. "Do you know who is the most all-round cultivator currently in the world? Was it Dong Huang the Great?" Yi Futian thought to himself. However, he did not answer her directly. He had also heard that Dong Huang the Great's talents were all-round. "It is my father," said Dong Huang Duan. "Even His Highness, the Devil Emperor, cannot deny this. No matter what sort of ability you use, I will be able to match it with a corresponding ability." Before this, she had already proved that she possessed indestructible flesh, skillful swordsmanship, and Buddhist techniques, and that she was also one of the most proficient in the world. She could be considered an existence whose combat ability was cultivated to the utmost limit. Even Yi Futian had to acknowledge this. This was the first time he had encountered such an incredible person. She could match him in almost every aspect. He did not use his will to attack. When they first began to clash, the divine phoenix that surged into his mind made him realize that Dong Huang Duan was similarly powerful in this area. Dong Huang the Great would not have allowed Dong Huang Duan to have an obvious weakness. Her spiritual will and soul were certainly tempered with training. "She is truly proud," exclaimed the cultivators of the Devil Imperial Palace. However, the only daughter of Dong Huang the Great was an existence whose talent and beauty were all top tier. It was difficult for anyone to be a match for her, so she certainly was qualified to be proud. Yi Futian was from the same generation as she was. For him to be able to fight with her to this extent was already very commendable. Everyone said that Yi Futian was the descendant of Emperor Yi Qing, but the latter had died long ago after all. Yi Futian did not receive any training from the great emperor. Instead, he acquired his skills throughout his adventures. So, she was the world's #1 all-rounder? Yi Futian thought. Dong Huang Duan seemed to be hinting that Donghuang the Great used to be the world's #1 all-rounder, and now she had taken over this title. Yi Futian looked at Donghuang Diyuan. A formless aura rippled outwards from his body. Music rang in the sky. The formless music waves enveloped the vast space. It was as though countless guqin strings of the great path vibrated in the heavens and the earth at the same time. The guqin strings were everywhere. At the same time, a myriad of brilliant illusory figures split out from Yi Futian's body. They actually looked exactly like him and seemed to be formed from his spiritual soul. His spiritual soul transformed into phantasms of the great path and appeared in their surroundings along with the formless ripples. The entire space turned into Yi Futian's dominion of music. The phantasms of the great path stood at different locations in the dominion. The light of Buddha shone and veiled all the phantasms in divine light. Then, terrifying sound waves which shook the surroundings swept out as Yi Futian chanted. He was chanting the Vajra spell. As his lips moved, the surrounding phantasms turned into Buddhas, and they joined in the chant as well. The horrifying Vajra spell was unleashed and charged in the direction of Donghuang Diyuan. Donghuang Diyuan swept a glance at the surroundings. Then she sat cross-legged directly where she was, and with a wave of her hand, a fiery red guqin appeared in front of her. She placed her dainty hands on the guqin, and as her slender fingers caressed the strings, melody flowed, and imperial glory permeated the space. A divine halo shrouded her. Yi Futian felt somewhat emotional as he heard her play a familiar song. She was playing the Ukiyo song composed by Donghuang the Great. All techniques in the world paled into insignificance before the Ukiyo song. In the past, the Ukiyo song that Yi Futian obtained was actually flawed. Hence, he had never played it. More often, he played the Song of the Lost Divine and the Divine Requiem. However, the Ukiyo song that Donghuang Diyuan was playing now was a complete version. Divine imperial glory circled Donghuang Diyuan as she sat in the sky, adorned with her fiery red robes. She was fully immersed in the artistic conception of the song. The Vajra spell was domineering and indestructible as it blasted towards Donghuang Diyuan. However, all techniques in the world paled into insignificance before the Ukiyo song. The song would destroy all techniques and great paths. The Vajra spell failed to penetrate through her musical storm. All the phantasms of the great path returned to Yi Futian's body. Then he also sat cross-legged with a guqin appearing in front of him. He put both his hands on the strings and played a song. This time he played the Song of the Lost Divine, which was also a divine melody. As the Song of the Lost Divine was played, great path flowed against the current. Musical storms enveloped the vast space as their songs were played. In the sky above, the power of the great path in the heavens and the earth flowed frenziedly. The terrifying musical storms fought to be in control of the space. However, as they twisted and twined together, neither could suppress each other. Their music could not invade the other party's dominion. When Yi Futian was playing, sharp swords charged out along with the melody. The swords carried the power to disrupt others' great paths as they traversed across space. However, the swords were crushed into dust when they entered Donghuang Diyuan's dominion. No great path or attack could come close to her. Was it difficult for them to decide who was better, even with music? The cultivators were shocked. This was a battle between two divine melodies. Right at this moment, Yi Futian's hand swept across the guqin, and the melody changed. This time, there was no more powerful attack. Instead, the listeners were drawn into an endless picture. As soon as the melody sounded, the cultivators in the Devil Imperial Palace actually felt a pang of sadness. The world grieved when the divine requiem was played. The eyes of Donghuang Diyuan, who was sitting cross-legged, twitched slightly. Chapter 2620, A Weak Point. In the sky, The musical storms enveloped the vast space. There was a will that nullified all the techniques in the world, as well as a will that permeated with extreme sorrow. The melody reached the Devil Imperial Palace, and even the cultivators there felt an inexplicable sadness well up inside of them. The divine requiem was a divine melody that affected the emotions of the listeners. It could cause the listeners to dwell uncontrollably in extreme grief. It was not a melody that attacked its opponents up front. Its attack was elusive. The opponents could not even defend against it directly. They could only rely on their strong will to not be affected by the melody. Right now, the storm of the Yukio song surged towards Yi Futian, intending to forcefully stop him from playing the divine requiem. There was even a streak of fiery red attacks in the midst of the storm. The musical storm transformed into a phantasm of the divine phoenix and pounced towards Yi Futian. Yi Futian's figure disappeared from his spot and reappeared in another location. However, the melody continued uninterrupted. Was she affected by the music? Yi Futian noticed Donghuang Diuan squirming a little. This was something that had never happened before. He shifted his will, and immediately, many illusory figures of himself appeared all around. The illusory figures played the same song in different locations simultaneously. The melody filled every corner of the heavens and the earth. The will of the divine requiem intensified. Donghuang Diuan's attacks suddenly turned frantic. The attacks of the melody burst forth and slashed towards different directions. Concurrently, the storm directly crushed all the musical notes that came near to her. Buzz! A figure appeared near Donghuang Diuan. It was the actual Yi Futian. He no longer needed to play the song as his phantasms continued playing the tune for him. He took a step forward. His figure was shrouded by a terrifying sword that flowed against the current of the great path. His body shone brilliantly as he activated his sword body. With a step forward, Yi Futian entered into Donghuang Diuan's musical storm. An extremely horrifying sword will burst forth from his divine body, forming a reverse current of swordsmanship all around him. Then the current plowed towards Donghuang Diuan. She naturally did not dare to belittle his attack. A dazzling phantasm of the divine phoenix appeared above her and encircled her. She continued to play her song without stopping. Her menacing musical storm swept towards Yi Futian to shackle and destroy his great path. The two powers clashed together violently. Terrifying rumbling sounds could be heard. Destructive storms covered Yi Futian's figure, yet his divine body remained. Terrifying currents of swordsmanship circled and formed a domain around him as he continued to advance towards Donghuang Diuan. The musical storm obliterated his defenses and invaded his body, attempting to destroy his divine body and his body of flesh. However, Yi Futian's flesh was extraordinary. Divine light flowed over the surface of his body, rendering him indestructible. His divine body was attacking, but the rhythmic sorcery did not end. The various cultivators looked up into the sky. Yi Futian's phantasm was playing the divine requiem, while his divine body was attacking and attempting to subdue Donghuang Diuan. Would this work? Right now, Yi Futian was withstanding extremely menacing pressure in the musical storm. Every step he took was very difficult. However, his figure was similarly cloaked in monstrous, murderous swordsmanship. Against him, Donghuang Diuan did not dare to relax at all. At the same time, the will of the divine requiem invaded. Donghuang Diuan's hands played faster and faster. One could sense her haste from the Yukio song. Bang! Yi Futian took a step forward, allowing the astonishing musical storm to sweep over his body. Sonorous sounds of the guqin swept out. The storm was intense. Yi Futian stared at Donghuang Diuan's figure as he stopped in his tracks. On his body, vast sword will flowed. Right now, he was already close to her. If it wasn't for her musical storm getting in his way, he could kill her in an instant. A powerful attack coalesced, and sword will flowed over him. Yi Futian's divine body became a sword and traversed the space, causing the power of the great path to surge backward. Even the musical storm could not destroy him. In front of him, the gigantic phantasm of the divine phoenix behind Donghuang Duan took form. It was as though the ancient phoenix had resurrected. Its gaze was frightening, and its body was cloaked in astonishing destructive power. The fiery red divine flames were accompanied by the sounds of the guqin as they swept towards Yi Futian. A light shroud of sword will appeared around Yi Futian, blocking off all attacks. His body did not continue to move. Instead, he kept staring ahead. He was still posing a threat to her, and he could unleash an astonishing attack at any given moment. However, the cost was that he also had to withstand this terrifying attack from her. Yi Futian's gaze was fixed on Donghuang Duan. She continued playing with her head lowered, so he could not see her eyes. However, he could sense her music. A musician's current emotion was reflected in their music. With Yi Futian's extraordinary attainment in music, he could tell her current status based on her song. He knew that she was perturbed by the divine requiem. Time and space seemed to halt in the sky. Only the musical storms continued rampaging the space. Both divine melodies were proficient in different territories, but Yi Futian could utilize his phantasms to intensify the tune. Judging from this point, he seemed to be better than Donghuang Duan in this aspect. Donghuang Duan had been playing with her head lowered. An intense sorrow glistened in her eyes. As she continued playing, there was actually a tint of sadness mixed in the tune of the Yukio song. Right at this moment, a shocking aura pierced through the music and swept towards her. She sensed the aura. Suddenly, she raised her head and looked at Yi Futian. Her gaze turned resolute. Then, she continued playing the divine melody with her head lowered. Yi Futian moved forward in a flash, and he pointed a finger at her. It turned into a divine sword that penetrated through the musical storm and charged towards Donghuang Duan. Her divine phoenix let out a long cry and pounced towards Yi Futian, accompanied by terrifying musical notes. It collided with Yi Futian's divine body, resulting in a destructive storm breaking loose. Yi Futian was pushed back by the power of the storm. He then stood in midair. After that, the divine requiem also gradually stopped. All his phantasms returned to his body. When Donghuang Duan saw this scene, she also stopped playing and her guqin vanished. She stood up and looked at Yi Futian. "You have lost," Yi Futian announced as he stared at her. "Is it so?" Donghuang Duan cast a glance at him. "Your weak point has been exposed," Yi Futian said. "Even though it only lasted for a split second, you still showed it." Donghuang Duan frowned. She did not deny it. "You're the noble princess of the divine prefecture. You are born with everything others desire. You enjoy high status and are adored by all," Yi Futian mocked as he looked at her. "Everything about you is so perfect. There's not even a speck of shortcoming. However, why would you, the only daughter of Donghuang the Great and the noblest woman in the world, feel sad when listening to the divine requiem?" Yi Futian's gaze was piercing as he stared at Donghuang Duan intently. He did not expect that the weakness of Donghuang Duan would be revealed by the divine requiem. Yi Futian naturally understood what this meant. "You're so full of yourself," Donghuang Duan chided coldly. Her tone was emotionless. She did not admit it. Yi Futian expounded. "The divine requiem will awaken the sadness hidden in the listeners' hearts. Someone who has never been through grief will not be affected much by the song. On a similar note, the greater the sorrow one has experienced, the more obvious their weakness will be when listening to the divine requiem. The despair hidden deep within their souls will be awakened and magnified. Given your cultivation and your will, you are surely a very strong cultivator, but you are still affected by the divine requiem. This can only mean one thing. Yi Futian stared at Dong Huang Diwen and continued, "The high and mighty princess of the divine prefecture is not as tough as you make yourself to be. You also have an intense sorrow deep inside your heart. What have you experienced?" As he had said, the will of Dong Huang Diwen was certainly very strong. However, she was perturbed by the divine requiem and showed her weakness. It was surely because she had experienced something very sad. Given her identity, why would she have such a tragic experience? She was born high and mighty. Her starting point in life was already a goal countless people would never achieve in their lives. She was adored by many. What else could make her so grievous? Nonsense. Dong Huang Diwen's gaze was cold as she said, "My experiences are not something that you can understand." "Is that so?" Yi Futian smiled mockingly. From the looks of it, nobody was special in the world. Even Dong Huang Diwen, who stood at the peak, was no different from commoners. Her arrogance might be a facade that she put on. Smiling, Yi Futian said, "Sadness is a collective experience among all humans. Everyone needs to let their emotions out. Since Princess said, I know nothing about your experiences, why don't you tell me about them? Perhaps I can relieve you from your grief." "Presumptuous!" said Dong Huang Diwen as a terrifying aura emanated from her and surged towards Yi Futian. Her gaze was extremely cold. Yi Futian actually dared to speak such frivolous words. "Presumptuous!" Yi Futian smiled as he said, "Your words are much presumptuous than mine. We are in the Devil Imperial Palace now, not Dongwang Imperial Palace. You should tone down your arrogance." Yi Futian teased, "My cultivation is indeed not worth mentioning. However, as the princess of the divine prefecture who has access to the best training resources, your cultivation is no different from mine. It is lackluster. Judging from their performances in the battle, none of them had a significant advantage. They couldn't directly suppress each other in any aspect. They were both top existences who were proficient in all aspects. Both their combat abilities were astonishing. However, just a moment ago, Dong Huang Diwen revealed a weak point. Her emotions were perturbed by the divine requiem, and she showed her sorrow. Buzz! A scorching gale was stirred up. Dong Huang Diwen seemed to be enraged by Yi Futian. Divine light flowed around Yi Futian. He looked straight into Dong Huang Diwen's eyes and declared, "If we were in an actual battle, I would remain undefeated due to celerity. I would not be able to do much to you, but the person who would lose in the end would certainly be you." Dong Huang Diwen could predict his attacks even when he was using celerity. However, what could she do to him if he didn't attack? If they could only restrict each other, who would win in the long run? "You would die if we were in an actual battle," Dong Huang Diwen retorted. Fascinating! Right at this moment, a voice was transmitted to them from afar. The speaker was none other than the Devil Emperor. He was in the Demon God Palace. His voice rang beside them. "The two of you go way back. In the past, Dong Huang the Great and Emperor Yi Qing were comrades, and were the two emperors of the divine prefecture. Now, your encounter with each other might be destiny. Stop trying to decide on a winner here. If you want to defeat each other, go and do so in a secluded place." Chapter 26-21. Still lacking. When the members of the Devil Imperial Palace heard the Devil Emperor's words, they were shocked. Their god, who they held in high regard, was actually making a joke. However, existences such as Dong Huang Diwen and Yi Futian were indeed strong enough to catch the Devil Emperor's eye. They were the most outstanding figures of the next generation. Yi Futian did not find this strange. Before this, the Devil Emperor had already revealed such sinister ideas. Yi Futian did not know what the Devil Emperor's thought process was like. He wanted Yi Futian and Dong Huang Diwen to get a room. If that happened, what would Dong Huang the Great's stance be? Yi Futian did not dare to do so. Now, regardless of what reason Dong Huang the Great had, he had promised publicly not to touch Yi Futian. However, if Yi Futian slept with Dong Huang Diwen, it was hard to say whether Dong Huang the Great would slaughter him in a fit of rage. What His Highness says is true. Princess, what do you say? Said Yi Futian. His lips uttered words contrary to what he was thinking. He looked at Dong Huang Diwen and smiled as he said this. This woman was cold, arrogant, and noble. She spoke without tact and was extremely rude. He did not mind teasing her a little. Dong Huang Diwen saw that Yi Futian actually dared to respond to the words of the Devil Emperor. She swept an extremely cold glance at Yi Futian, even spewing out murderous aura. She stared at Yi Futian and said, "Although my father promised not to kill you, don't think for a second that you need not worry. In the future, you'd best not get caught by me." As she said this, she immediately turned around and flew down. She had no intention of continuing to fight. After their battle, both sides understood that it was very difficult for either side to completely defeat the other. They were equal in almost every aspect. Of course, they had not truly gone all out and used their strongest skills. If this was a real battlefield, no one knew what the outcome would be. "Princess, why don't you share your sorrows with me? I might be able to comfort you," said Yi Futian casually, ignoring Dong Huang Diwen's threats. Since her words were sharp, he wanted to see whose words would be more damaging to the other. The light of the golden divine flame flowed over Dong Huang Diwen's body. She did not turn around and continued heading down, returning to the palace. Yi Futian's expression was indifferent. He similarly headed towards the palace. Weren't they staying under the same roof? This was still the Devil Imperial Palace. The Devil Emperor arranged Dong Huang Diwen to be grouped with Yi Futian and Yu Sheng. Dong Huang Diwen naturally would not wander about on her own. Although she knew the Devil Emperor would not touch her, she was also aware of her current status. She was a captive of the Devil Imperial Palace, not a guest. After she returned to the palace, Dong Huang Diwen walked over to a secluded corner. She then sat down cross-legged, closed her eyes, and began to cultivate. After Yi Futian landed, he came to Yu Sheng's side. He then glanced at Dong Huang Diwen. Yi Futian had gained a lot of insights from this battle. He learned Dong Huang Diwen's true combat ability. At the same time, he had a better understanding of his own ability. In terms of combat ability, he was most likely at 2 Tribulation Plane. This would put him among the very top figures. However, he was not invincible. There were many other strong cultivators in this plane. An example would be the person who captured Dong Huang Diwen. Feng Ru, whom Yi Futian met in the past, was also a super cultivator who was akin to a demigod. All the great Emperor-level forces surely did not lack cultivators who were at the same level as him. The leaders of the top forces, like Celestial Worthy Mountain Master, were not a match for Yi Futian. However, the abilities of those giant-level figures from the ancient god clans still remained a mystery to him. For them to be able to command the ancient god clans, their abilities would surely not be any weaker than that of Yi Futian. He wondered whether their abilities were on par with Feng Ru's. He would need to test them out before he could tell for sure. Yu Sheng, Yi Futian looked at Yu Sheng and said, "We have successfully endured all the catastrophes. His Highness will most likely stop targeting us now. It's time for us to train." After they experienced 49 catastrophes on the demon-slaying platform, their flesh and spiritual souls were refined, and they had grown more powerful. They should train harder now to fortify their cultivation. Yu Sheng nodded in agreement. They were lucky to be able to survive the catastrophes. After this experience, he had a deeper understanding of demonic power. Yi Futian patted Yu Sheng on the shoulder. He wanted to say something, but in the end he held his tongue. The things that the Devil Emperor had shown them and the conversation he had with them still had a great impact on Yi Futian. Cultivators in the world sought to reach the pinnacle of martial arts. They trained frenziedly and attempted to prove their way at the highest level. not knowing that even if they managed to reach that step with exceptional talent, they would still have to undergo another tribulation. The last tribulation would be to get the recognition of all the great emperors alive today. There were currently 6 great emperors in the world. Their relationships with each other were complex and formed a delicate balance. The birth of a new emperor might disrupt the world's balance. Only by preserving this delicate equilibrium of power could one remain on their throne securely. Yi Futian had a vendetta with Dong Huang the Great. Being born in the original realm, the Devil Emperor claimed that Yi Futian might become an emperor. However, it was merely a possibility. After all, Yi Futian's identity was still a very sensitive issue. Yu Shang was similarly a dangerous individual due to him being one with the Devil Emperor. It was certainly the same for Dong Huang Diyuan. There was the prior example of Emperor Yi Qing. Although all the cultivators of the various major imperial palaces sought the path of the emperor, if they truly managed to reach the imperial realm, they would most likely be in danger. Even so, the path of the great emperor was still the life goal of all cultivators. Countless cultivators attempted to seek this path. On the contrary, cultivators who were not with the major imperial palaces, such as those from the ancient god clans or other top forces, were safe even if they became great emperors. They would not offset the balance. Hence, their existences as great emperors were fine. After all, if a great emperor really emerged from the ancient god clans, they would surely not be of one mind with Dong Huang the Great. Instead, they would form their own world and no longer obey Dong Huang the Great's command. The other great emperors would most likely go against Yu Shang if he became a great emperor. Only one could exist between Yu Shang and the Devil Emperor. Judging from what the Devil Emperor said before, he would most likely hand over the throne to Yu Shang. However, in return, Yu Sheng needed to be responsible for the welfare of the entire Devil world and withstand the catastrophes of the Devil Abyss. Obviously, Yi Futian did not wish to see Yu Sheng shoulder the catastrophes of the Devil Abyss and suffer from endless pain. Nevertheless, it was too early to consider all these now. In the next few days, Yi Futian and Yu Sheng cultivated quietly in the Devil Imperial Palace. Dong Huang Diyuan also cultivated under the same roof as them, but she spoke very little. She was immersed in her meditation. She seemed to be well aware of her identity as a hostage. On this day, divine light suddenly lit up the sky above the Devil Imperial Palace. Dazzling light illuminated the entire palace. In the heavens above, divine light shone down, causing the cultivators in the palace to all look up in awe. Who had come to pay a visit? The Devil Emperor appeared above the Demon God Palace. With his hands behind his back, he raised his head and looked at the sky. His black robes fluttered in the wind, and he appeared domineering. His figure emanated the aura of a ruler of the heavens and the earth. A silhouette showed up in front of the Devil Emperor. Sensing his arrival, both Yi Futian and Yu Sheng shifted their attention towards the sky. Their hearts trembled. Dong Huang Diyuan also paused her cultivation. She stood up and looked in the direction of the visitor. Dong Huang the Great is here, Yi Futian exclaimed. This was his second time encountering the king of the Divine Prefecture. It's been many years since we last met. Devil Emperor, how are you doing? Greeted Dong Huang the Great as he stood in the sky and looked at the figure on top of the Demon God Palace. His voice was calm, as though he was greeting an old friend. Dong Huang, what brings you to my Devil Imperial Palace? The Devil Emperor asked deliberately. My daughter has stayed here for quite a while. Thank you for taking care of her. But I think it's time for me to bring her back so that she doesn't disturb your cultivation. Dong Huang the Great responded. He was obviously here to bring his daughter back. She is a prisoner of war. I did not mistreat her out of my respect for you. But do you think you can leave this place with her by just uttering a few words? The Devil Emperor questioned. I owe you a favor. In the future, when the opportunity arises, I'll return the favor, Dong Huang the Great said. At their level, they would not act recklessly even though they were opponents. If they killed the other party's descendant, They would have gone too far, and it would have triggered a massacre. Hence, both the great emperors were very cautious not to act hastily. "How will you return the favor?" the Devil Emperor said. "Devil Emperor, feel free to state your request if you have one," Dong Huang the Great said. "I have not decided on one now. I will inform you when I have made up my mind," the Devil Emperor replied. "All right." Dong Huang the Great nodded. "You may bring your daughter back," the Devil Emperor said right away. He accepted Dong Huang the Great's promise readily, not worrying that the latter would go against his own word. Even though they were enemies, they were very familiar with each other. They also trusted each other. "Many thanks." Dong Huang the Great nodded. Then he looked towards Dong Huang Diwen. She rose to the sky and came to where Dong Huang the Great was. "Father," Dong Huang Diwen greeted. "Let's go home," Dong Huang the Great said. Dong Huang Diwen nodded in agreement. Before she left, she turned around and cast a glance at the palace. At this moment, Yi Futian, who was in the Devil Imperial Palace, could clearly sense that she was looking at him. From the looks of it, this woman was the type that would keep score in a relationship. Dong Huang the Great and Dong Huang Diwen disappeared in the blink of an eye and left the Devil Imperial Palace. After they left, the Devil Emperor appeared in the palace where Yu Shang and Yi Futian were. He cast an indifferent glance at them and said, "Even after spending so much time together, you did not manage to win the maiden's heart. It seems like you guys are still lacking." Stupefied, Yi Futian stared at the Devil Emperor. He felt that he had been insulted. The Devil Emperor said to Yi Futian, "Since she has left, you should leave too. The troops of the Devil World will not touch the original realm." Chapter 26-22. Dong Huang the Great's initial resolution. Upon hearing the Devil Emperor's promise, Yi Futian bowed and said, "Many thanks, Your Highness. The Ziwei segmentum is not the only force in the original realm currently. Forces from the various worlds are there too. However, the Ziwei segmentum is the largest force that is in charge of the realm. I can't say the same for the other forces, but the forces of the Ziwei segmentum will surely not become enemies with the Devil World. The two parties would not interfere in each other's business. As for allying with the Devil World to invade the Divine Prefecture together, Yi Futian dared not bring up this suggestion since the Ziwei segmentum had yet to build up the necessary strength. The Devil Emperor commanded the entire Devil World. The cultivators of the Devil World were far fewer in number than the cultivators of the Divine Prefecture. However, everyone in the Devil World was willing to join the war upon receiving the command of the Devil Emperor. In terms of unity, the Divine Prefecture was no match for the Devil World. Moreover, many top-level demonic cultivators had emerged over the years. Before this, the Ziwei segmentum was sealed away, and the cultivators who resided inside the segmentum were complacent with their achievements. They were also restricted in terms of their cultivation. The Ziwei segmentum was the last region protected by the great Emperor Ziwei, and the cultivators had been improving since Yi Futian became their palace lord. However, they were still far behind the other major worlds. The local forces of the original realm were even weaker. What would happen if Yi Futian commanded them to fight a war against the troops of the Divine Prefecture? It would be no different from sending them to die. If a world war were to erupt among the various major worlds, the forces of the Ziwei segmentum would seize the opportunity to cultivate and improve their abilities. This would be the best outcome. The Devil Emperor did not say anything else. Yi Futian was uncertain of the former's attitude towards this matter. "Your Highness, I still have one thing which I wish to ask you," Yi Futian probed. "What is it?" the Devil Emperor asked. "My godfather. Do not mention him in front of me." A terrifying pressure descended on Yi Futian instantaneously and stopped him from speaking. Yi Futian was curious to find out what happened in the past. The Devil Emperor was a heroic figure who had exceptional cultivation and charisma. This was proven based on the attitude of the cultivators of the Devil Imperial Palace and the Devil World towards him. He single-handedly sustained the lives of everyone here. Under such circumstances, why would Yi Futian's godfather betray the devil world and choose to join the divine prefecture? What else happened after that? Seeing the devil emperor's reaction, Yi Futian knew that he couldn't get answers from the former. Yi Futian's godfather seemed to be a taboo for the devil emperor. His name could not even be mentioned in front of the latter. "Leave," ordered the devil emperor. Yi Futian was evicted. "Yes, sir." Yi Futian nodded helplessly. He cast a glance at Yu Sheng. Yu Sheng said, "I will see him out. Then I will go join the battle against the troops of the divine prefecture." "You don't need to go. After witnessing Dong Huang Diyuan's ability, I think your cultivation needs to be fortified. For the time being, you will stay out of the war." The devil emperor rejected Yu Sheng's idea right away. "You will train in seclusion with me for a period of time. I want you to be the commander of the troops of the devil world in the future." The devil emperor continued, "You should know that in the devil world is not powerful enough. They are unqualified to command the armies of the devil world with authority. Due to being trapped under the devil abyss, the cultivators of the devil world lived under harsh conditions, and they held great power and higher regard than cultivators of other worlds. They respected power and not status." Yu Sheng fell silent for a moment and then nodded his head. He had already accepted his calling. He would bear the heavy burden of the devil world. Yi Futian watched all of this without saying anything. He felt emotional inside. Back, when Godfather was raising Yu Sheng and him, was he planning for such a day? As for what the devil emperor did to Yu Sheng, did he allow Yu Sheng to build his own beliefs? It was very hard for one to change their beliefs. In that case, would Yu Sheng be going against Godfather's expectations? Even Yi Futian could not tell for sure. Most likely, only his godfather would know the answer. Even though Yi Futian had discovered his godfather's identity, everything about the latter remained a mystery to him. In fact, the past of his godfather appeared even more mysterious now. What exactly did his godfather experience in the past? "I will take my leave now," Yi Futian said while bowing. Then he nodded at Yu Sheng, turned around and left. The devil emperor turned his back against Yi Futian and did not watch as he left. He was wondering what the future would hold for Yu Sheng and Yi Futian. Exactly what plan did that person have in mind when he raised Yu Sheng and Yi Futian together? Yi Futian was not the only one speculating about what happened in the past. The devil emperor was guessing too. His younger brother was not simple. However, due to the difference in their beliefs, the two of them did not get along. In the end, his younger brother betrayed the devil world and sought another path. Yi Futian left the devil world. At the border of the devil world and the divine prefecture, he saw the troops of the devil world surging into the divine prefecture. A lot of demonic cultivators rushed to the gates of the devil world daily. There were also troops stationed at the Black River. Many lands in the North Cliff region had been conquered by the troops of the devil world. Clearly, the devil emperor was serious with his ambition this time. His troops started a war and would invade the divine prefecture little by little. Their first step would be seizing control of the North Cliff region, which was part of the 18 domains of the divine prefecture. Yi Futian traversed across the sky above the North Cliff region. Along his way, he witnessed many lands being rampaged by the demonic cultivators. Many locals who lived in the North Cliff region had migrated and left the place. Many people perished in the process too. Yi Futian witnessed many demonic cultivators killing the cultivators of the divine prefecture and looting their treasures. As he observed, he wondered who was right and who was wrong. Or rather, what was right and what was wrong. Was the devil emperor at fault? The residents of the devil world suffered from the horrible environment of their world, and their lands were treated as prisons for sinners. Naturally, they bore intense grudges, and this resulted in them killing the other cultivators. The devil emperor did everything for the good of the devil world. However, Were Dong Huang the Great and the other cultivators at fault for stopping the troops of the Devil World from invading their lands? If the troops of the Devil World seized control of the entire divine prefecture, the demons would descend upon the world, and the power of the Devil Abyss would corrode all the lands. How would things be then? How many people would die because of that? Each of them had their stance. All of them had beliefs that they wanted to protect. Even though Yi Futian felt compelled to interfere in the battle, he resisted the urge. He was very powerful currently, but he was still lacking if he wanted to intervene in global affairs. Only the great emperors were qualified to decide the fate of all living beings. Yi Futian's power was insignificant. He was not capable of making any difference. Now he could only do all he could to protect the Z-Way segmentum as well as the forces of the original realm. Yi Futian came to Four Corner Village in the Shangqing domain with complicated feelings. For Corner Village had already revealed itself to the world and was now very prosperous. Countless cultivators came from everywhere to Four Corner Continent. They wanted to seek the path in Four Corner Village and ask Master for guidance. However, Master was someone who did not involve himself with the world. No one managed to see him. Yet, Yi Futian could directly meet with Master. Now he came to Master. He bowed before him and greeted Master. "What is on your mind?" asked Master. His figure still felt somewhat ethereal, as though he was not real but merely an illusion. Responded Yi Futian as he nodded his head. "I just came back from a trip to the Devil World, and now I have some doubts on my mind." "Let's hear them," said Master. "All right," said Yi Futian as he told Master all that had transpired in the Devil World. Yi Futian had absolute trust in Master and did not hide anything from him, including the matters regarding his godfather. Moreover, Yi Futian's identity was no longer a secret. After he finished, Yi Futian said, "Master, you have met Dong Huang the Great before. What sort of person is he?" Dong Huang the Great had previously come to Four Corner Village to seek the path. Back then, he had yet to become an emperor. "He is an idealist and is heroic," said Master as he looked at Yi Futian. "What ideals does he aspire to?" asked Yi Futian. "He wishes for martial arts to prosper and for all lives to be equal. He hopes that all may possess the most optimum environment for cultivation. That way, everyone can become powerful cultivators and seek the path to immortality. He desires no conflict and no loss of life," replied Master. "So, Dong Huang the Great wishes for everyone in the world to attain the path. He won't mind even if others break through to the imperial realm?" Yi Futian summarized. "That is most likely his ideal. At least it was," Master said. Yi Futian wondered. Back then, Dong Huang the Great had yet to become a great emperor. He had also yet to unite the divine prefecture and become its ruler. After he became the co-ruler of the divine prefecture together with Emperor Yiqing, he was worshipped by the crowd. Since his identity has changed, and the things that he needs to take into consideration have also changed, did he desert his ideal and forget his initial resolution? Judging from Dong Huang the Great's response towards Emperor Yiqing, the two of them surely had a complicated past. Dong Huang the Great and Emperor Yiqing were both great emperors of the divine prefecture, and their heroic tales were praised by many. They were legends. However, Dong Huang the Great later betrayed Emperor Yiqing and removed his name from the annals of history, making him a taboo. Yi Futian was still brooding on this. "I don't know," Master replied while shaking his head. Did his actions demonstrate this possibility? Yi Futian continued to push for an answer. "Yes, but it can be a no too," Master said. "I will not speculate what I do not know." Yi Futian nodded in agreement. What Master said was definitely right. Prejudice and subjective opinion were often mixed in one's guesses. Yi Futian sighed and said, "Currently the world is undergoing huge changes. What beliefs should I hold on to? What actions should I take?" Master advised, "If you have any doubts, go and seek the truth." However, what you choose in the end still depends on you. As you have said, everyone has their own stance and beliefs that they hold on to. It is the same for you. No matter what decision you make, as long as your conscience is clear and you do not regret it, then it's good. Yi Futian fell silent. He then nodded and bowed, saying, "Many thanks, Master." Chapter 26-23. Ziwei moving forward. Meanwhile, in the Ziwei segmentum, Yi Futian had returned to Ziwei Imperial Palace. The war between the Devil World and the Divine Prefecture had attracted the attention of the Seven Realms, including the original realm, so that the world no longer paid as much attention to the original realm. In addition, the truce they had made with the 6 ancient god clans had ensured that all was peaceful and quiet during the time Yi Futian was away in the Devil World. The cultivators in Ziwei Imperial Palace were cultivating assiduously to better themselves. As soon as they learned that Yi Futian had returned, his 4 major disciples rushed over, and Feng Xiyuan was the first to arrive. Master, Masteress. At the palace where Yi Futian resided and cultivated, Feng Xiyuan and the others came to pay their respect to Yi Futian and Huajiu. Yi Futian took a look at the 4 of them, then smiled as he focused on Feng Xiyuan and said, "Are you here to show off to your master?" Feng Xiyuan wanted to show off, but now that Yi Futian had put him on the spot, he was a little embarrassed. He said with a smile, "No, I just want to come and report to the master." Yi Futian nodded. "It's very good for you to be able to pass the test of the divine tribulation of the Great Path so quickly." It turned out that it was Feng Xiyuan who had survived the divine tribulation of the Great Path and came here as soon as he knew that Yi Futian had returned, so he could show his master all that he had achieved. "It's all because of Master's teachings." Feng Xiyuan smiled. Master had asked Uncle Tai to bring some cultivational methods from the Shin clan when he was at the Divine Prefecture, which helped me a lot in the breakthrough this time. Later, I asked the Supreme Elder to take me to the Shen clan to cultivate their inherited method. It was indeed very powerful and was very suitable for me. It must have been inherited from someone at the level of the great emperor. "You are pretty bold." Yi Futian looked at him and said, "You actually troubled the Supreme Elder to do your bidding." He knew the boy had always been pretty tenacious, but because it was his direct disciple, Lord Qin would not likely refuse his requests. "Master," Feng Xiyuan harassed the Supreme Elder multiple times already. The Supreme Elder wanted to wait for Master's return first, but he gave in and took him there, Little Ling said. Feng Xiyuan scratched his head before he glared at Little Ling and mumbled, "The spinster is busy telling on me." "In front of the master, I am always a kid," Little Ling shot back. Watching the 2 quarrel, Yi Futian could only smile and shake his head. "Show me, then," Yi Futian said. Before he went to the Devil World, he had taken Blind Tai to the Shin clan in the Divine Prefecture and brought back some of their core cultivational methods and some of the direct descendants of the Shin clan as a way of keeping the Shin clan under control. The Shen clan was originally rumored to be the descendants of a great emperor, but unlike the ancient god clan, the great emperor no longer existed to reign. But the method that he passed down as inheritance was incredibly powerful. It was indeed inherited from the great emperor since ancient times. "Yes, master." Feng Xiyuan's figure flashed and reappeared in the void. Suddenly, a sacred divine glory bloomed from him that shrouded the boundless space, causing all the cultivators from Ziwei Imperial Palace to turn their attention that way. Behind Feng Xiyuan, a most sacred phantom seemed to emerge, like a deity. Under the powerful divine glory, it seemed that all methods would be turned into dust and smoke. "Tianqin divine halo," Feng Xiyuan said in a low voice. At this moment, he was beaming with brilliant light, and he was looking quite invincible. Then, a terrifying storm of spatial destruction seemed to be on the verge of being unleashed. However, he took one quick look at Yi Futian before retracting it again and did not dare release it fully. "Master, there is also Tianqin cleave, a major attack technique that can directly cleave spiritual souls. It was not any less than the divine technique from our village. Yi Futian nodded as he watched Fang Xiyuan retract his aura. He said, "You know how to take from others' strengths to shore up your own shortcomings and comprehend other divine methods to improve yourself. This is no doubt a good thing. There are too many methods of cultivation in the world stronger than ours. So, if by chance you have the good fortune to encounter some of them and they prove useful, you should always cultivate them and integrate them into your own comprehension." As he was speaking, he looked at the other three again. "Fang Xiyuan is but a few years older than you, and he has already gone through the trial of the tribulation. You three must work harder so as not to waste the natural way that you were born with, and also the teacher's guidance to you." "Yes, master." The three of them nodded simultaneously. "You may go now." Yi Futian dismissed them with a smile, and so the four bid their goodbyes and left. Watching them leave, Yi Futian smiled and mused, "They are already top Renhuang cultivators, and one of them even entered the tribulation plane. Yet they still behave like children. When you were away, they were not like this at all. They are only like this when they are in front of you," Huajiu said with a smile. They behaved like children in front of Yi Futian because Yi Futian was the master who watched them grow up. In front of him, they had always retained a bit of childishness. But to the outside world, they were extremely impressive figures themselves. "That's true," Yi Futian nodded. But the truth was he was very pleased having watched these four progress to this point. Everything was moving positively, and he hoped to buy the Ziwei segmentum some more time. "Palace Lord, Murong Yu has something to report." Fang Xiyuan and the others were Yi Futian students, so they could afford to be a little more casual. However, Murong Yu, as a subordinate of Yi Futian's, must observe the proper protocols. "Please come in," Yi Futian said as a man walking in from outside, and it was Murong Yu. "Sit," said Yi Futian. "No, I'm just here to make a report, and I won't be staying long," said Murong Yu. According to outside sources, there are now more channels in the land of the original realm, and more cultivators from the dark world and the empty divine realm are arriving in the original realm daily. It is as if they are getting ready for the potential entry of an army. It may have something to do with the war that erupted in the divine prefecture. In addition, there is also news from Wangshan Palace that there are signs of cultivators appearing in the land of the divine prefecture from the human realm and the world of Buddhism. "Are the effects of the war growing?" Yi Futian whispered. "It seems to be the case for the moment. Once the devil world and the divine prefecture are at war, the dark world and the empty divine realm may participate in the fight against the divine prefecture, while the human realm and the world of Buddhism may end up in the same camp with the divine prefecture," Murong Yu said. "However, it's not clear for the time being whatever the future might hold. Our people are watching the outside world closely." "Very well," Yi Futian nodded. "Let's see what happens next, and not take any action for now." "Understood," Murong Yu nodded. After Murong Yu left, Yi Futian said, "I'm going out." "I'll come with you," Huajiu said. Yi Futian nodded, and the two left together. They went around the Ziwei Imperial Palace and visited some of the elders. In the starry cultivation court, everyone continued to work diligently. Everyone was focusing on their cultivation. "How is Heavenly Mandate Academy?" Yi Futian asked Huajiu. "Everything is fine. There is nothing serious going on right now. The third senior brother had asked Qin Yi to look after Heavenly Mandate Academy and be in charge for now," Huajiu said. "The third senior brother isn't there?" Yi Futian asked curiously. "The third senior brother went to the secret zone in the original realm that was first discovered by the Haotian clan. There is the divine seal left by the great emperor. The third senior brother is over there comprehending, and according to the second senior sister, he had made considerable progress. It has been very beneficial to his cultivation," said Huajiu. Yi Futian nodded with a smile on his face. The sites of relics discovered and occupied by the 6 ancient Shin clans, such as the Futian clan, were now affiliated cultivation sites for Ziwei segmentum. Chapter 26-24 Personal Matters. Naturally, Yi Futian was pleased to see everyone in Ziwei Imperial Palace working so diligently to improve themselves. When the 3rd senior brother was in the heavenly mandate realm, he had gotten the inheritance of the demon gods. Later, in the starry cultivating court, he received the inheritance of an imperial star. Now, with the comprehension of the divine seal from a great emperor, he would have possessed the inheritance from 3 great emperors. His strength had not been truly tested after the breakthrough, but it would be understandably strong. They could only wait and see. I have something else to tell you, Hua Ju said with a smile. What other happy news? Yi Futian asked with a smile on his face. Uncle Tai thought that while he's serving as one of the great protector, he can open up the 5th palace in Ziwei Emperor Palace, an armoring palace, and oversee its operations. It is being built right now in the Imperial Palace as we speak. This happened while you were away at the Devil World, and the Supreme Elder made the decision that was seconded by everyone. But in the end, we decided to wait for you when you come back, said Huajiu. This is a good idea. How could I say no? You can make the decision on my behalf. Yi Futian smiled and added, Don't forget, you are the mistress of the palace. In your absence, it is more appropriate for the Supreme Elder to decide on the affairs inside Ziwei Imperial Palace. Hua Ju replied with much sensibility. Yi Futian took her hand with a warm smile on his face and said, Let's go visit Uncle Tai. The first time I saw Uncle Tai, I thought he was an ordinary blacksmith. It turned out that he was a hidden gem. The first time he saw Blind Tai was in the 4-square village, forging in the blacksmith shop there. Now, inside Ziwei Imperial Palace, an area was being allocated to build an armoring palace, which had already reached a certain scale. Yi Futian came to the main hall of a massive armoring palace and found Blind Tai, who was forging inside. At the moment, he was pounding on some materials, and a rhythmic clinking sound could be heard constantly. His movements were the same as before, solid as a mountain. Every move of repeated percussion was full of violent beauty. At this time, Blind Tai stopped and turned to face Yi Futian. The temperature inside was extremely high, and the blazing sacred fire of the great path was burning under the furnace. Palace Lord! Blind Tai called out. Uncle Tai, I have not asked you this before, but how is your armor making? Yi Futian asked with a smile. It's all right, Blind Tai nodded. When I got back to the village after I lost my eyesight, the teacher told me to forge simple items, and everything that was used inside the village was made by at that time. I was already cultivating and armoring. When I returned from the Shen clan, I passed by the village and asked the teacher for some advice. The teacher gave me some armoring techniques to practice, and I was a quick study. Not too long ago, I had managed to forge divine arms of the first tribulation. As for the armoring equipment, there was plenty in the former territory occupied by Tianyan City. They belong to us now. The armoring palace has just begun, and I haven't recruited many people. Later on, I plan to conduct recruitment on a grander scale at the Ziwei segmentum that will complete the armoring palace. Blind Tai told Yi Futian of his plan. I will fully support Uncle Tai's idea, Yi Futian said. But will this delay your cultivation? When the teacher told me to forge iron tools, it was actually a way to help me settle down. To me, this is a kind of cultivation in itself, and I will only progress further if I continue, Blind Tai replied. Very well, Yi Futian nodded. If this is the case, Uncle Tai does not need to serve as the great protector in the future, but will instead take on the duties as the lord of the armoring palace. What do you think? Palace Lord, may I do both? Blind Tai asked. He still wanted to serve as Yi Futian's protector, but concentrated on armoring and forging most of the time. However, whenever Yi Futian needed him, he wanted to be there as his protector. Obviously, Yi Futian understood that Blind Tai was not coveting the position and its prestige. He glanced at Blind Tai and nodded. "Fine, we will do as you wish, Lord of the Armoring Palace, while serving as the great protector as well. I will give them the order to recruit armoring cultivators at Ziwei Imperial Palace." "Thank you, Palace Lord." Blind Tai nodded. "Uncle Tai, please continue." "I'm going elsewhere." Yi Futian said goodbye and left. After they left, Yi Futian said to Huajiu, "When Uncle Tai and Taoist monk Mu both get stronger, and their level of armoring and alchemy have improved, the strength of Ziwei Imperial Palace will also be magnified, far surpassing anything from the ancient god clans." Huajiu smiled and nodded. "With you in Ziwei Imperial Palace, the ancient god clans already cannot compete with us. Ziwei Imperial Palace potential targets are also not the ancient god clans." Just as Yi Futian was looking at Huajiu, who was beside him, Huajiu, too, was looking at him. She said with a smile, "Now that Ziwei Imperial Palace is moving on the right track, when will you finish handling your business?" "My business?" Yi Futian looked at Huajiu with some confusion. "What business do I have?" "You have been busy with cultivation, fighting, and external affairs, and you have not paid too much attention to those around you. Emperor Xia has been kind to us in the past, and although he is now in the Ziwei Imperial Palace, he is not happy. I think you know the reason," Huajiu continued. Yi Futian was taken aback, and his expression was not as relaxed as it was moments ago. He said gently, he did not expect Huajiu to start on this topic. After all, she was the one who had accompanied you all these years. Huajiu looked into Yi Futian's eyes as she continued. "But what about you?" Yi Futian looked at Huajiu. Huajiu had also given her everything for him. "If I don't care, I don't think she would either," Huajiu said with a smile. "How would you know?" Yi Futian gave her a side-eyed look. "You idiot. If she cared, she would not have stayed in Ziwei Imperial Palace to cultivate endlessly." Huajiu sighed. "She was just waiting for you." Yi Futian could only stare in front of him, as he had no answer to give. For someone on the verge of becoming an emperor, no one would care. Huajiu continued. "But could you really not care?" Yi Futian looked into Huajiu's eyes and saw those beautiful eyes staring right back at him without any evasiveness. Yi Futian sighed silently in his heart as his thoughts drifted back to that innocent maiden once upon a time. Could she really not care? He didn't think anyone could. On the road to becoming a great emperor, you may fail many, but some should not be overlooked, Huajiu said with a smile. "Then I'll talk about it after I have become an emperor." Yi Futian knocked on her head playfully and did not continue the topic. However, his heart was disturbed slightly by this talk. How could he not understand how much she had already done for him? 1. Afterward, Yi Futian went to the former territory of Haoqin clan to check on Gudong's cultivation. The imprint of the divine seal was left there by a great emperor, so he stayed there for a while to comprehend it as well. He found this divine seal to be extremely profound as it contained the will of the great emperor. As for Gudonglu, he had already sunk deep into the cultivation of the divine seal and entered into a world completely of his own. Yi Futian, likewise, spent some time here to comprehend as well. Then he left to return to Ziwei Imperial Palace. Under the endless starry sky, Yi Futian sat cross-legged in the starry cultivation court and closed his eyes in cultivation. He had begun yet another cultivation in retreat. In the battle between the Devil World and the Donghuang Diuan, he realized that his combat effectiveness was still not strong enough. He needed an even more powerful offensive power. In the future, the opponents he was to face would be stronger existences than Donghuang Diuan.